At the beginning of this story, we saw our hero lying on the ground, completely exhausted and defeated. A notification popped up on his phone, informing him that the loan he had applied for had been rejected. To make matters worse, the private lenders from whom he had borrowed about 10 million won demanded that he repay the debt with interest. He couldn't do anything about it and was fed up with his life. That's when he decided to do the only thing he thought he was good at: black magic. Using a red pencil, he began to draw something strange on the ground, which was actually a ritual symbol of black magic. Rain began to fall from the sky. Looking up, our hero cried out, calling on the dark force, offering it his soul and selling his spirit. Let them help him heal his mother and pay off his debts. He swore that from now on he would live as its servant and asked only to be given the power to become a star, a hero known throughout the world. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful purple lightning bolt struck the roof of the building. A few moments later, the red marks on the ground began to wash away in the rain, and our hero lay unconscious on the ground in the middle of his black magic circle. When he finally opened his eyes, he was confused and wondered if he hadn't just been working on his project in the office and where he was now. His head was splitting with pain. It seemed like he had finished his work then. Looking around, he caught a glimpse of his reflection and was completely shocked, wondering who it was, why it wasn't his body, and why he looked like that. Then something else caught his attention, a light reflecting on his face. He looked up at the sky and saw a massive spiritual tree stretching from the ground to the heavens. He muttered, asking himself what this place was. It turned out that the boy from our world, who was an ordinary student, had somehow moved into the body of a man performing a dark ritual. Then a mysterious voice echoed around him, congratulating the boy on successfully summoning him to this world. It promised to grant him 3 wishes and asked what he desired. Our hero looked around suspiciously and realized that the voice was coming from the book. He wondered in surprise if he had really been transported to another world. He examined it and noted that it seemed to be his golden ticket, then added, with a mischievous grin, that if he was the main character in this story, 3 wishes would not be enough, so his first wish was for 10 more wishes. The crystal on the book suddenly cracked, and a monstrous mouth burst out of it, releasing waves of purple energy into the air. The energy struck the ground, tearing it apart. The hero panicked when the book growled, saying that from the beginning it thought something was wrong with the contract. But no. The purple energy continued to spread, destroying everything it touched. The book growled that he was not the one who had summoned it, and that his soul had replaced the original owner. The book began to transform. Its true form appeared as a giant, demonic skull. Our hero fell to the ground in fear and shouted, asking what it meant by a soul contract and who it was anyway. The demon replied that the hero was just an ordinary person, unworthy of knowing much about it. He explained that the true owner of this body had summoned him, offering his soul as a sacrifice. The demon took his soul, but somehow the hero's soul ended up inside this body, so now this body belonged to both of them. The hero, trembling with anger and confusion, shouted that this was how he ended up here and was outraged that the demon wanted to take this body too. He declared that he refused to accept this and was leaving. He ran with all his might. But the demon snapped his fingers and said he had forgotten to mention one thing. If anyone tried to break the devil's contract, they would be punished with hellfire. Suddenly, the hero's body was engulfed in flames, and he screamed in unbearable pain. The demon laughed coldly, calling his soul weak and boring, and suggested that he just die there. But before the flames consumed him, the hero shouted back that, according to contract law, if one party makes a mistake, the other has the right to correct it. He explained that he didn't even understand what was happening and was scared, and then asked what the demon's terms were. The demon paused, slowly turned around, and noticed that the boy was trying to deceive him. The hero shook his head, denying the deception. He said that such a powerful creature could have killed him in a second, but did not do so, which meant that it was testing him, and needed a worthy candidate. Then he asked where he needed to sign the contract. The hero's entire body was disfigured. The demon looked at him for a moment, then burst out laughing. He found it very interesting, noting that the hero was the first person who had ever dared to negotiate with him. He snapped his fingers and agreed to spare the boy's life, and a contract appeared before him. The demon leaned over the main character and, in an ominous voice, laid out the terms. In exchange for his life, he would have to fulfill 1,000 of his wishes. The demon laughed. The hero's face contorted. He asked what kind of joke this was, reminding the demon that when he himself had asked for 10 wishes, the demon had called it unfair. The demon grinned. He warned that time was running out, and the hero had exactly 1 minute to think about it. Otherwise, his life would end right there. Suffering from unbearable pain, the hero finally exhaled, admitting that he had no choice, and agreed. And his signature appeared on the contract paper. It was then that we finally learned his name, Zhou Chen. Sometime later, the scene changed to a poor residential area. Zhou stood in front of the number and wondered if this was his new old home. Standing in his burnt and torn clothes, he looked around and muttered that this must be where this body lived. He remembered how his new boss had abandoned him and how he had recently asked what he should do now. But the demon, who had taken the form of a book again, coldly replied that he should do whatever he wanted, adding that when he needed something, he would come to him himself. Then he disappeared. The main character wondered what he should do after all. Before, he would have worked like a horse, but who said the demon was his boss? Okay, it doesn't matter now anyway. Zhou sighed and turned the key in the lock anyway. And then he entered the tiny apartment. The main character wondered what kind of place this was. The house was small, poor, and lonely. The conditions were much worse than he had imagined. Then he noticed a piece of paper on the table. It said that he had to donate 2 liters of blood every week to pay off his debt. Zhou stared at it in shock. What kind of people were these? But before he could think of anything else, the door burst open. A rough voice rang out, and a man rushed in, swinging a metal pipe at him. He managed to hit Zhou, who flew back and fell to the ground. 3 thugs stood in front of him, one of them holding a steel pipe with a threatening grin. The guy in black standing to the side asked his brother not to hit him so hard, fearing that he might die from it. Another man standing nearby told him to chill out, since the guy was a mage and could handle a little pain. The hero began to slowly get up, glaring at them angrily. He growled, asking who they were. But before he could finish, another kick hit him in the face. The blond man smirked. He asked if Zhou had forgotten that he had missed his interest payment last week and that his old mother had not shown up to give blood either. The thug demanded to know where she was and asked if she was even alive because he hadn't seen her anywhere in this godforsaken place. He continued to beat him, saying he didn't understand how his mother could work so hard for such trash, sacrificing her own blood just to pay his debts. He said that Zhou was pathetic, stating that he was born trash, remained trash, and would die trash, and that he and his mother weren't even worth the soles of his shoes. At that moment, memories of his childhood flashed through the hero's mind when he once came to his mother in tears. He complained that he couldn't bear to see her suffering, and told her about a terrible dream he had in which he saw her weaving clothes until she fainted and never woke up. He said he didn't want that to happen to her. His mother looked surprised at first, but then smiled warmly and asked her son not to worry so much. She reached out her warm, motherly hand with a band-aid to his head and said that regardless of whether he became a magician or not, he should remember one thing. If the heavens ever fell upon him, she would be the first to stand up and hold them back, even at the cost of her own life. She promised that she would not let danger touch him and asked him to simply believe in himself. Suddenly, Zhou's eyes began to glow with a bright blue light. Still enraged, the thug shouted, asking the trash if he was deaf. But before he could react, a powerful punch slammed into his face, sending him flying through the air until he collided with the wall. The man in the jacket asked his friend why he was still hitting GG, reminding him that he had asked him not to hit him so hard. But his partner's body immediately flew past him, and the bastard realized what had just happened, his expression turning to shock. He exclaimed that it wasn't a trash boy. Instead, it was a gangster who had been beaten to death. The other guy muttered that it couldn't be and that something had changed in him. He wondered if he had just broken through to the 2-star level. Dark energy mixed with blue lightning began to burst out of Zhou's body. He looked at them coldly and noted that they were talking too much. He asked if they had ever thought that all their actions might one day come back to haunt them, and wondered if they were willing to pay the price for disturbing him. The two men growled viciously. They were outraged that this brat, in their opinion, thought he could act arrogantly in front of them, being a second-rate weakling, and decided that they needed to teach him a lesson, perhaps by breaking one of his arms and one of his legs. As they approached menacingly, Zhou wondered if the power now flowing through his body was what they called a mage or second-stage power, as it didn't seem that great to him. One of them lunged forward with his steel rod, but Zhou could clearly see his movements. When the attacker struck, dust flew up from the floor, but Zhou was no longer there. The attacking bandit was shocked by such speed. In the next moment, Zhou appeared right next to him and kicked him hard under the ear. The man flew backward and collapsed, losing consciousness. The second thug watched in shock at first, and then rushed to attack with his weapon, shocked by Zhou's sudden strength. He wondered how this kid had become so strong in an instant. Deciding that it didn't matter, he thought that the guy was now exposed and wouldn't be able to dodge the blow. He swung, but Zhou spun sharply backward and kicked him right in the stomach, bending his stick in half. Blood immediately spurted from his mouth, and a question popped into his head. How did he hit him without even seeing where he was? The thug screamed in pain and fell to the ground, flying several meters away. Begging for mercy, he raised his hands. He asked not to kill them, excusing himself by saying that they were just following their boss's orders and that it wasn't their fault. Zhou narrowed his eyes and replied that he was fine with that, and also asked, "Is this Lin Yu?" He asked only that they be handed over to their boss so that he would not contact him again and that he would receive his money on time. Then he told him to take his friends and get the hell out of there. The three gangsters stumbled away. Zhou watched them for a few seconds. Then, turning to the emptiness, he asked his boss, "Is he watching me?" A glowing portal appeared and a demonic book floated out of it. Behemoth called it impressive and noted that the hero's intuition was sharper than he thought, admitting that he had figured him out. Zhou grinned. He said he felt his power suddenly increase and asked if Behemoth had given him this power. Behemoth replied in the affirmative, adding that the hero should be grateful, as he could not allow mortals to beat his servant. Zhou smiled excitedly. He noted that the demon had indeed become his helper, and added that if he continued to give him such power, he would have nothing to fear in this world. Behemoth's expression darkened. He told the man to watch his tongue, saying that he was unworthy of his power. If he crossed the line, the demon would not help him. Zhou immediately asked if that meant he wouldn't even get a reward for working for him, adding that if he had more power, he could fulfill the demon's wishes faster. Behemoth closed his eyes. He explained that every time the hero fulfilled one of his wishes, he would reward him, but warned that he could not use his power recklessly unless he was seeking death. Zhou looked disappointed. Meanwhile, Behemoth pondered to himself. He admitted that the boy had surprised him, as he had given him only a fraction of his power, but the boy controlled it perfectly. He wondered if the boy could really be his chosen vessel. Zhou interrupted his thoughts. He asked what the demon's next wish would be. Behemoth looked stunned. Zhou eagerly asked what the demon wanted next. What to grant? The hippopotamus turned away. He replied that he had not yet decided, and that now was not the time. Zhou sighed. Then he asked what he should do now. The hippopotamus left, saying that he should do whatever he wanted, and disappeared. Zhou scratched the back of his head, thinking that he knew absolutely nothing about this world, and decided that his first task would be to learn more about it. He checked the phone of the body's original owner and noticed that there were no messages from his family. All his messages were about debts and online purchases of all sorts of nonsense. What was he spending his money on? But suddenly his heart skipped a beat. There was a message from his older sister, which said that their mother had fallen into a coma. She begged him to come to Tianlan Hospital as soon as possible. The message was already 6 hours old. In the next moment, the scene shifted to the hospital. Zhou opened the door and rushed into the ward, forcefully opening the door. Inside, a woman was sitting by the bed of an elderly patient. The atmosphere seemed heavy and tense. Of course it was. He was 6 hours late. Zhou thought that this woman must be his sister. and the woman on the bed was the mother of that body. The woman lying there looked old and frail, her body weak and fragile. Zhou's gaze softened. He noted to himself that the face he had seen in his dream now looked worse. Then, lowering his head, he apologized to his sister for being late and asked how his mother was. His sister snapped at him. She asked what his excuse was this time, whether he had been training again, whether he had made some great breakthrough, or perhaps been busy answering God's call to this world, and demanded to know what excuse he had chosen this time. Her voice trembled with anger as she continued. She asked if he even understood what their mother had gone through to pay off his loans. She stated that she had worked herself to exhaustion and nearly died. She reproached him for the fact that they couldn't even afford a normal hospital room, and he hadn't even bothered to show up earlier. The sister wondered what their mother had done wrong to deserve this, ruining her whole life to raise him, while this heartless bastard couldn't even be there for her at a time like this. Tears fell from her eyes onto the hospital floor after she finished. In the end, she apologized to him and said that she and her mother were just very tired of it all. Then she threw a debit card on the table and said that it was for him for 6 months, and that she would take care of her mother now, and that his affairs no longer concerned them. And his debts were no longer their concern either. Zhou stood rooted to the spot, unable to utter a word. His sister wiped away her tears and said one last thing before leaving. Now they were strangers to each other. Later, Zhou left the hospital, silent and stunned. The demon behemoth asked Zhou then, did those words really hurt him that much? He advised him not to take it to heart, as they had never been his family to begin with. Zhou smiled slightly. He replied that everything was fine, and that, honestly, it had even helped, as he was able to see more of this body's past memories. He added that it was funny to hear the demon trying to comfort him. The hippopotamus turned away, muttering that he shouldn't misunderstand him. Let him worry. He would only fulfill his desires. Zhou assured him that he would not be idle. He stated that the more rewards he gave him, the stronger he would become, and as soon as he gained enough strength, he would fix everything that had been broken. The hippopotamus grinned and told him to prove his worth and show his strength first. He promised that when the hero did so, everything else would come to him naturally, then chuckled again and remembered the point of destiny and the vessel. Zhou pulled his hoodie tighter as powerful energy burst from his body. As he walked forward, the demon asked the boy not to disappoint him. The scene immediately shifted to a nightclub in the City of Light. Several men gathered in a luxurious private room to discuss business. The man with a cigarette, sitting between two models, ordered the collectors to move faster, as the bosses didn't like to wait. One of his subordinates spoke nervously. He informed his boss that there was a small problem in District A. 3 of their people had been injured by a student. The boss frowned. He was surprised, because the collection date had not yet arrived, and asked why they were there. They probably wanted to shake down more money. The boss exhaled smoke in disappointment. People like that ruin their reputation. He reminded the butler of the rules and ordered him to deal with it. The butler agreed, promising to settle everything, but noted that this case was unusual. He explained that of the 3 injured, 2 were 3rd level awakened and 1 was 2nd level, and the guy who beat them up was only a 2nd level apprentice. The boss's eyes narrowed in surprise. He demanded a report. He looked through the papers and saw a photo of Zhou along with detailed information. The boss muttered, not believing that this guy could be only level 2. He concluded that he was hiding his true strength. He explained that the strength of a 3rd level awakened person was equal to that of 10 2nd level people, so the guy was clearly disguising himself. He smirked and put the papers aside. He ordered them to keep a close eye on him, as they couldn't afford to waste such talent. The scene switched to the next day. Back to Zhou, who was out for his morning run. A guy on the street waved at him and remarked that Chen was up early today. He said he had 400 bottles of the new energy drink Oil Star and offered him a few. Zhou shook his head and continued running. The guy laughed and remarked that he was in a great mood today. If he ran out of supplies, he would come back. The old man noted that this is how young people should be, energetic and positive. Maybe Gigi had a girlfriend now? Zhou continued this routine every day, slowly adapting to his new body. He reflected on how much he had learned about this world over the past few days. He realized that people here used various types of supplements to increase their strength. Those who took them and awakened were called magicians. But these supplements were incredibly expensive, and that was the reason for his doubts. Sitting down on the ground, he smiled. He admitted that he didn't know what was so special about this body, but it was already strong. People here didn't train much. They just relied on supplements. But in his home world, he had learned that training kept the body truly healthy. Besides, this body was already well built by its previous owner. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, even though it was too late, and the headmaster on the other end of the line shouted, introducing himself as a representative of Chen's school and asking when he planned to show up. His absences had annoyed everyone. He had called him yesterday, but it seemed he had forgotten. Gigi immediately said that he hadn't forgotten. He was already up, although deep down, he thought that he had completely forgotten about it. Then the scene changed. He arrived at his college, where the teacher was talking about the history of magicians. The hero was very attentive and took careful notes. There were 6 levels in total: E, D, C, B, A, and S ranks. To advance higher, one had to reach the peak of their current rank. The teacher showed a list, showing how each rank was divided into several smaller stages. Anyone who managed to reach level S was considered almost godlike. Rank E was considered the weakest, and the city itself was divided according to these ratings. The 5th level of the city was home to E rankers, ordinary people, and some D rankers. The hero thought to himself that he was now just an E rank auditor. He decided that if he wanted to become stronger, he needed better resources. But to do that, he would have to get to a medium-sized town. At that moment, a small piece of paper landed near his ear. A group of boys nearby laughed, mocking him. One of them boasted that his aim was never off, and how he looked down on them and ignored them. He admitted that he was smart, but when it came to strength, he was just a weakling of rank E. His friend encouraged him, suggesting that he hit him at least once. Meanwhile, Joe sighed inwardly. He thought that people like that were everywhere. The teacher interrupted them, telling everyone to change into their uniforms and go to the field. Today, their physical education teacher would conduct a small test. Soon after, everyone gathered on the field. Joe stretched his legs, thinking that it was good that the students exercised here every day. Then, someone shouted from behind, asking Joe why he was staring at him. Joe turned to look at him, and the crowd began to buzz with excitement. One of them remarked that it looked like a fight was about to break out. Another added that these two were always like this. 2 bullies grabbed Joe by the collar. One of the students wondered if they ever got tired of bullying Joe every month. Another warned him to be quiet, or he might become their next target. The bully grinned and remarked that Joe had been acting quite arrogant lately. He acknowledged that Joe was smart, but asked if he could fight with his grades. He reminded Joe that the strength of a speaker is measured by levels, and declared that Joe was only at the 1st level and nothing more than a piece of trash. Joe calmly asked in response what he should call the bully if he himself was trash and the bully was also at the 1st level. The bully's face contorted with anger. He said that Joe talked too much and promised to teach him a lesson. But when he swung to strike, Joe easily and quickly caught his fist, then grabbed his other arm and squeezed it with force. The bully's eyes widened in shock. Gigi told him it was time to end this. The bully panicked, thinking that he couldn't even break free, while Joe calmly reminded him of his own words, that strength decides everything here. Joe asked if he should crush the bully's hands right now. The bully trembled, sweat running down his forehead. He begged him not to. Suddenly, a strong pressure came down on them. Joe immediately released his aura to resist it. He looked around and wondered who could have such a powerful presence. A man appeared, his teeth clenched tightly in anger. He was outraged that they dared to cause trouble in his class. He noticed that their insolence was growing day by day. He demanded to know who had given them permission to start a fight here. It was the physical education teacher, Tian Jia, a D-rank 5th level. Tian turned to Zhou Chen, assuming that it was his doing. He had only just returned, and already there were problems. Zhou smiled slightly. He replied negatively to the teacher, assuring him that, of course not, and explained that they were just playing. Gigi let go of the bully's arm, and the clearly annoyed teacher issued a warning. The PE teacher threatened that if he caught them causing trouble again, they would not like the consequences and ordered everyone to line up for a test. The students quickly lined up. The teacher continued his speech. He reminded them that their final exams were only 3 months away, and the competitions after them were even more important. He emphasized that they must become stronger and bring honor to their academy. To increase their strength, he brought everyone Class A supplements. He said that each bottle cost only 6,000 won. He urged them to buy these supplements and take advantage of the opportunity. One guy gave up after only 23 pull-ups. Another tried his best but barely made it to 50. Zhou frowned. He thought something was wrong here. And he wondered why they looked so exhausted after only 50 pull-ups. Then someone nearby called out to Chen, asking if he was okay. The head girl approached him, holding her snack in her hands. She noticed that he hadn't been at school for a long time. She asked where he had been. She hastened to add that she wasn't really interested, just curious. Zhou smiled. He replied that he had just been a little sick. She looked at him and asked why he hadn't bought a supplement from the teacher. He replied that he didn't really need it. But deep down, he admitted to himself that he simply couldn't afford it right now. The girl shrugged, opened the bottle of supplement, and began to drink. She warned him that if he didn't buy it, the teacher might make the exam more difficult for him. She advised him to be careful. Then her name was called, and she stepped forward when it was her turn. She did 25 pull-ups before exhausting herself. The teacher muttered to himself that she had done 25 but had bought 2 bottles, so he decided to record her result as 35 and gave her a passing grade. Zhou thought it was a real scam. He was outraged that this teacher was selling his own products for grades, and the students couldn't do anything about it. Then his name was called. He was last, but ready. The teacher smiled. He noted to himself that the boy had not bought a single bottle. He decided to see if he could pass the exam without his help. He intended to make an example of him. Zhou approached the horizontal bar. He thought the bar looked normal, but he was willing to bet that there was some kind of trick to it. As soon as he grabbed it, he felt his arms get heavier. The testing bracelet added 10 kilograms of weight. He realized that this was why it was so difficult for everyone, but he assumed that this bracelet must have a limit. He decided that the weight should correspond to his own strength. He had to adapt. He began to pull himself up. The bracelet continued to increase the weight. 20 kilograms, 50, 80, even 100. Everyone around him was stunned. They didn't understand how Zhou was doing it. He wasn't like that before. Soon the bracelet reached its maximum load, but Zhou continued. Everyone saw his strength and understood that he was far from the first level. He completed a full 100 pull-ups before finally jumping back down. The crowd erupted, excitedly surrounding him. They asked Zhou to tell them what he had been eating. They asked what supplement he had been using. And they declared that they wanted it too. Even the teacher was speechless. He thought that this kid had already broken through to the second level. He considered it impossible in just 1 month, unless the boy was taking high-quality drugs. He clenched his fists, thinking that if people found out about him, no one would buy his supplements anymore. He decided he couldn't let that happen. He promised himself he would teach him a lesson he would never forget. The scene shifted to the principal's office. Someone inside shouted angrily, demanding an explanation for the cancellation of the second-level event. The voice on the other end of the line answered in the affirmative. He explained that the government now needed elite, high-level magicians. He added that funding for their school had been cut. The principal complained that they didn't even have the resources to train a decent mage in such a short time and hung up the phone. He sighed and admitted that he had been bluffing when he said they had third-level mages. And now he wondered how he could find a student ready for competition in 3 months. Only if he invested everything in one student. His gaze shifted to the stone displayed in the showcase. He whispered to the elder and asked if he really couldn't save the Academy of Living Magicians. At that moment, someone entered the room. It was the physical education teacher. He addressed the director and handed him the report on today's testing. He noted that there were several promising students in it. The principal took the report and glanced through it. He smiled inwardly at the word promising, as they were all first level, completely useless, except for one. He looked up and said that he thought he would have to test this Zhou Chen himself. He ordered him to be brought to him. The scene changed again. Zhou slowly climbed the stairs. Behind him was the devil behemoth. The demon asked him why he thought the director had summoned him. Zhou had no idea. He approached the door of the director's office, but just as he was about to knock, a spark of flame appeared next to his hand. Startled, he saw that the contract paper had reappeared in front of him. The words lit up. Behemoth made a wish for what currently existed nearby. He had to find it. Zhou muttered, asking if he had to do it right now. The hippopotamus ordered him to either complete the task or burn alive. And then they called him inside. Zhou sighed and entered the office. The director was already standing there, holding Zhou's test report in his hands. The director began by saying that Zhou's physical level had almost reached the second stage. However, he noted that there were quite a few problems with him. Truancy, fights, but all that was just youth. It could be overlooked. Then he asked Zhou if he knew the most important thing about becoming a magician. It was money, so he should give up on being a magician. He couldn't afford to pay for his education as a magician. Given his family's situation, his future looked bleak. His family would end up penniless. The academy was already cutting back on resources, so they couldn't afford to keep useless students. But deep down, the director thought about the fact that the boy had already reached the second level, and if by some miracle he managed to break through to the third level, it would be incredible. Otherwise, the principal was going to simply refund his tuition and be done with it. The director looked up and asked Zhou Chen how he would feel if he were told that he no longer had to come to school starting tomorrow. Zhou froze in place. Meanwhile, Behemoth's voice echoed again. He noticed the black stone lying in the display case and told the guy that it was exactly what he needed. Zhou whispered back, asking if he could see his situation. He asked why Behemoth didn't just take the stone himself. The demon replied that if he could, he wouldn't be waiting. But he could only take things that Zhou had appropriated for himself and then passed on to him. Zhou stood tense because if he needed more resources, he would have to make his way to the city center. And that was only possible with a certificate of at least D rank. And without school, he couldn't get one. Then he remembered something. Most of the students at this academy were still at the first level, but he had already surpassed the second. This made him valuable to the school. He decided that the principal must be testing him right now, and he had to pass this test perfectly. He turned to Behemoth again and asked for his reward. Behemoth looked at him in surprise. He reminded the guy not to forget that he himself wanted something in return. Zhou nodded seriously. He confirmed this, stating that he wanted to obtain his power. Behemoth's expression darkened. He repeated what he had already said. The guy would not be able to handle his power. It could kill him. Zhou replied that if he couldn't convince his teacher today, then both his dream and Behemoth's desire would become impossible. So he asked his boss to trust him, and he promised he wouldn't let him down. Behemoth hesitated, and then sighed. He agreed, allowing him to do what he wanted. But he warned that he was not responsible for anything. A contract appeared immediately. Zhou accepted it. The director looked at him and asked Zhou Chen what his decision was. Zhou replied that he would like to retake the level test. He added that after that, the director could decide for himself what to do next. The director nodded. He agreed, saying that it was not a problem. He asked Zhou to simply shake his hand and release his energy through it. They shook hands. The director thought that the boy was certainly at the second level, but still not good enough. But Zhou thought to himself that he had to show his maximum strength at all costs. He couldn't disappoint them. The energy flared up. He began to draw as much of Behemoth's power into himself as he could, and then slowly released that energy through the director's hand. The director immediately felt an irresistible power surge through him. His face changed as he tried his best to maintain his composure. A wave of pure energy burst out of Zhou's body. The demon was shocked. The boy was able to use even more energy than he had given him. The director quickly pulled his hand away, his eyes widening in shock. He thought about how the boy's power continued to grow, and that he had already reached the fourth level. Zhou smiled devilishly, and asked Sir what he thought now. The director was stunned, and he addressed the boy by his full name. Then, a few moments later, he became ecstatic. Grabbing Zhou by the shoulders, he exclaimed that he would represent their school at the regional tournament and become a member of their team. Zhou stood rooted to the spot, unable to believe what he had just heard. Later, the principal explained that a fourth-level exam was being held in their city. Participation in it was a great honor for any school, and he was their last hope. With a warm smile, the principal added that he wanted to apologize for how they had treated him before. He promised that tuition fees would be waived entirely, and that from now on, his supply of supplements would be doubled. He paused and asked the young man to promise that he would not leave the school. The principal noted that Zhou was an outstanding student, and that others would want to take him away, but the future of the school depended on him. Zhou confirmed that he understood. He would represent them, but in return, asked for the black crystal from the display case behind the principal. The principal turned around, slightly surprised. He exclaimed when he realized what crystal he was talking about. It turned out to be the last souvenir of their former principal. However, he reasoned that if the school did not survive, this memory would no longer be of much significance. Therefore, he agreed to give it to him. But he asked Zhou to promise again that he would not abandon the school. Zhou made a solemn vow. The director smiled. Then he asked Zhou what power he had used that had caused his strength to increase so dramatically. Zhou hesitated for a moment, then calmly replied that he had been training to suppress his power, to hide it, so that no one could predict his strength. He expressed his hope that the headmaster would keep this a secret. The principal, almost in tears, assured him that he would of course keep it secret. He was amazed that someone so talented could also hide his skills. Just then, a girl entered the office. The principal ordered Zhou Chen to be transferred to the elite class immediately. She smiled at Zhou. A little later, the girl was walking down the hallway with Zhou. The third floor of their school was for the elite class. She assumed that the guy must be someone special. They chatted casually as they walked. Suddenly, someone behind them called out Zhou's name. It was the physical education teacher, who was running toward them in tears. He said he had tried his best to change the principal's mind, but the principal wouldn't listen. Tian hoped that Zhou would be expelled as soon as possible. The girl looked confused. She asked the teacher what he was talking about. She said that Zhou Chen had been transferred to the elite class. The physical education teacher froze, completely stunned. The girl added that the principal wanted to see him and was angry. Tian's eyes widened in horror. The action moved to that same night. Someone yawned sweetly. Zhou lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. He muttered that moving from the second level to the fourth was no joke. Without the demon's power, it would be very difficult. What should he do? The demon said that if the guy wanted more help and rewards, he would have to continue to fulfill his wishes. He looked closely at Zhou, and he told him not to even think about using his power for a long time during the tournament. Zhou closed his eyes. He replied that he knew that. But he added that at least now he would receive additional supplements from the school. Just then, his phone vibrated with a notification. It was a reminder that his loan payment was due in 5 days. He urgently needed to find the money. The next morning, Zhou arrived at school and was immediately unpleasantly surprised. He sighed heavily. The hallway leading to his new classroom looked like an abandoned factory. There was dust everywhere, and the walls were cracked. Suddenly, someone called out to Zhou, beckoning him over. He turned around and saw a blond man waving at him. He motioned for him to follow, indicating that the classroom was in that direction. Zhou noticed that the sign with the class name was attached with paper and tape. After walking a short distance, Zhou realized that this man was actually the teacher of the advanced class. His name was Zhong. Gigi asked the teacher how many teachers there were in the advanced class. Zhong scratched the back of his head wearily. He replied that he was the only one teaching the class. After all, new students don't come to the advanced class very often. According to him, the school was in pretty bad shape. They didn't have enough money, which is why everything was falling apart. Zhou realized how serious the situation was. The school was falling apart from the inside. Zhang opened the door and announced that they had arrived. This was his new class. He promised that the conditions would not disappoint the boy. Zhou stepped inside and his eyes widened. The room was brightly lit. Some students were training hard. Others were hitting targets or running on the track. Zhou thought it looked more like a premium gym than a classroom. But there was something that made him very uncomfortable. The students looked strong and determined, but each of them was staring directly at him. Then the teacher clapped his hands and told everyone to gather around. Our protagonist politely greeted everyone while the blonde man praised his interesting abilities. But suddenly, a red-haired student in the back row became indignant, asking if he was even worthy of being there. He wondered how the newcomer had gained enough strength to join the advanced class, and he demanded to know what he had fed the teachers to get in here. Before the tension could escalate, the teacher scolded Muhao, telling him to watch his language. He forbade him from spreading such silly rumors. The red-haired guy grinned devilishly. He said that Zhou would have to prove it then, and he officially challenged Zhou Chen to a duel. Everyone around began to whisper in shock. One of the students was amazed that this was an official challenge, which had not been heard of in ages. Another added that Muhao was the strongest guy in their class, and that fighting such a newbie was pure bullying. It was just crazy. Off to the side, a blonde guy was lifting dumbbells and sighing. He grumbled discontentedly that another drama was about to begin. Then a pink-haired girl giggled. She pointed out to the others that Muhao had just challenged the new guy. The blonde guy was surprised. Zhou, calm and confident, replied that everything was fine and there were no problems, and he accepted his challenge. The teacher looked completely shocked. He tried to stop them, but it was too late. The rules had already been set. It would be a friendly sparring match with no threat to life. The action moved to the principal's office, where he looked stunned. He was shocked and remembered the gym teacher's words. The boy had just arrived and had already challenged someone. But the teacher quickly replied that Zhou had not challenged anyone. It was Muhao who started it all. And neither of them wanted to back down. He believed that they would not be able to stop this duel. The blood was already boiling in the boy's veins. The principal sighed deeply. But he thought to himself that maybe this was a good opportunity. He would have a chance to see how strong Zhou really was. A short time later, the teacher stood in the middle of the training hall. On either side of him, facing each other, stood Zhou Chen and Muhao. In front of them was a round platform with a small device that displayed their levels as soon as they placed their hands on it. Both of them were E-rank second-level mages. Muhao glared fiercely at Zhou and thought that he must also be level 2. But it didn't matter. He had been training much longer than this newcomer. The scene changed again, shifting to the arena. The rules were simple. The first one to admit defeat, stepped outside the ring, or was hit even once in the face, would lose. With these words, the teacher loudly signaled the start of the match. Muhao lunged forward with incredible speed, his fist cutting through the air, aiming straight for Zhou's neck. He wanted to win with one blow. But in a matter of milliseconds, Zhou reacted, effortlessly blocking the blow with his arm. Muhao didn't stop. He threw another punch, thinking that the newcomer had good reflexes, but there was no way he could dodge this one. But Zhou moved like lightning, smoothly, as if made of jelly, but controlled and precise, dodging every attack. After a few seconds, Muhao began to get annoyed. None of his blows were reaching their target. Then he suddenly jumped back, directing energy into his legs. A burst of yellow lightning sparkled around him as he unleashed his special move. His kick flew forward with such speed that it left a glowing trail behind it. Zhou's eyes widened when he noticed it. The kick hit his arm, sending a powerful shockwave across the arena and crashing into the ground with a deafening explosion. Muhao confidently thought to himself that no E-rank fighter could withstand his blow, and he mentally pointed out to his opponent that he was already on his knees, and that he could no longer win. Zhou looked at him sideways, then placed his hand on the ground and unleashed his power. In an instant, he delivered a clean kick straight to Muhao's face. Muhao was completely stunned. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He had never seen such a fighting technique before. But in fact, the kick landed near his neck, not his face. Thinking about it, he muttered that he hadn't lost yet, and that he would definitely win. As soon as he turned around, Zhou's hand was already right in front of his nose. Zhou stopped in time and calmly remarked that he was just about to punch him in the face. He asked if he would admit defeat now. Muhao was too shocked to move. He remained kneeling while the teacher declared Zhou the winner. Muhao still couldn't believe he had lost. Sweat was pouring down his face. The rest of his classmates were just as stunned. They wondered how a complete novice could so easily defeat the best student in their class. They thought that this guy must be really powerful. Zhou asked again if he accepted defeat. Or did he still have doubts? Even the teacher was amazed. He thought about how he had personally trained Hao using professional techniques, but Zhou's physical abilities, technique, and speed were simply unmatched. The principal was right. This boy really did have talent. At that moment, someone came in and began to praise them for their excellent sparring. Everyone was shocked. It was the principal. He asked Zhou to come with him for a moment. He said they needed to talk. Zhou followed him. Behind them, a pink-haired girl whispered, asking if they had seen that. The director seemed to be on good terms with the new student, and he was also incredibly strong. The blonde guy replied that he was sure of it. He added that they had to get him to join their team at all costs. The girl overheard this and found it a little strange. He was at it again. The scene shifted to the street, where the principal was asking Zhou about his impressions of his first day. He kindly offered to help the boy if he ever needed anything. Zhou thought to himself that the director seemed to really trust him, but he wondered if he should ask about money. He decided he couldn't delay, so he asked the director if he knew of any way to make money quickly. The director looked at him and put his hand on his shoulder. He advised him not to worry about it. He was still young and needed to devote himself to training for now. The school could help him a little. Zhou realized that he would have to find another way. How so? Later, he sat in the gym, on a bench, lifting dumbbells, and thought that if the school found out that he had taken out a loan in his name, they might expel him. He needed to find a way to make money quickly. Just then, the blonde guy happily approached him and patted him on the shoulder. He praised his sparring, calling it amazing. He noted that even the director seemed to really appreciate him, and then asked him to tell him who he really was. Zhou was a little taken aback by such sudden friendliness. Then a pink-haired girl joined them, saying that Xin Zhaorui was always like that. She asked him not to pay attention to him. She introduced herself as Su Xiaosha and added that they had joined this class earlier, so technically they were his seniors. She suggested that they feel free to ask for help if they ever needed it. Shen smiled and declared that from now on, they were a team of 3. He appointed himself the leader and promised that he would take good care of his teammates. Zhou found them very strange. Shen curiously asked about the last blow Zhou had delivered during the fight and wondered where he had learned this technique. Gigi didn't even know what techniques were. Hearing this, Shen was completely shocked. It turned out that the guy's response was instinctive. He said that if Mu Hao found out about this, he would go crazy. The girl explained that in this world, fighting techniques could actually be purchased and absorbed into one's memory with the help of scrolls or stones. The more you use these techniques, the better you become at them. And eventually, you can combine them to create your own special moves. This is what distinguished experienced fighters. The blonde guy went on to say that the vicious kick Mu Hao had used on him earlier was called the hook wind kick. It was a D-rank fighting technique. Zhou thought that yes, that kick was powerful, definitely worthy of D rank. Then he wondered if he also had a combat technique, he could improve his skills even more. He asked if combat techniques were rare. Shen replied that basic techniques were common and inexpensive, but higher-level techniques were rarer and much more expensive. For example, the D-rank technique that Mu Hao used cost about 500,000. Shen and Su Jia mentioned that they also had their own powerful techniques. Zhou wondered if these people just walked around with millions in their pockets. He decided that he must have ended up in a class for rich kids. These guys had too much money. Then he realized that if their families were so rich, they probably also knew ways to make money. So he asked if they knew of a way to make money quickly and in unlimited amounts. Shen joked that if he could do anything, he should just rob a bank. Zhou frowned, urging him to be serious. Shen thought for a moment, then suggested that he go to Blackwater district. There, he could make a lot of money quickly. Su Jia slapped Shen on the head. She told him not to give him such bad ideas. After all, if the teachers found out, he would be punished. Zhou asked curiously about Blackwater district. Shen warned him not to even think about going there. It was a dangerous place where anything could happen. It was completely forbidden by the school. He would risk expulsion. Then he asked how much money he needed. Zhou coughed awkwardly and replied that it would be about 300,000. Both were stunned by the sum of 300,000. It was simply insane. They quickly backed down, saying they didn't have that kind of money and were broke. When they left, Joe thought that Blackwater district sounded tempting, and he had no other choice anyway. He would have to explore it after school. The scene changed to nighttime. The scene showed a banner that read Blackwater Road. Joe arrived there, looking at his phone. According to the maps, everything was correct. He was in the right place. He realized that this was the place the navigator called Blackwater District, but it looked completely destroyed. Joe got ready and changed out of his school clothes, then turned to Behemoth and asked what he thought might be in this town. But Behemoth did not answer. Joe thought that he was probably busy with something important. He decided that it was not a problem, and he would simply not go too far. There shouldn't be any strong people on the outskirts anyway. And he had already borrowed 4th-level power from Behemoth in case of unforeseen circumstances. He slowly moved forward, wondering how he would find money in this deserted place. Suddenly, he noticed footprints on the ground where people had been walking back and forth. Following them, he approached a door from which a dim light was shining. He approached and entered the house, unaware that 2 people were quietly following him. In fact, there were many people there, and they all stared fiercely at Joe with bloodthirsty looks. The hero entered, completely shocked. The light hit his eyes. He thought that this place looked completely different. So this was the real Blackwater district. After a while, Joe noticed that some people didn't even have homes. They slept right under the open night sky. On the other side, some people with their faces covered were making shady deals on the black market. Joe thought that this place seemed to live by the laws of the jungle. Here you could buy or sell anything as long as there was a profit. He closed his eyes for a moment and told himself that first he needed to figure out how to make some quick money here. But before that, he suddenly turned around and asked how long these guys were going to follow him. Several thugs came out from behind, grinning. They noted that the guy had figured them out, and that it wasn't bad. They admitted that they were just waiting for the right moment to knock him out. But since he had exposed them, they would torment him. Joe looked confused. He asked why they wanted to knock him out. One of them licked his lips and told the guy not to play dumb. He said that he knew how it worked. Rich brats like him could fetch a good ransom. Joe thought they were idiots. If only they knew he didn't have a single coin in his pocket. And here they were thinking his family was rich. The man patted Zoe lightly on the cheek and said that now that the guy had seen their faces, he would go with them. He advised him not to worry, promising not to hurt him badly. They just wanted the ransom. Joe smiled, noting that the guys were certainly straightforward, but asked if they really thought they could pull it off. The next second, Joe delivered his 4th-level blow. The thug collapsed, face down on the ground. He was barely alive. His 2 friends froze in shock, and then pulled out their small daggers, shouting that he had wounded their boss. They promised to teach him a lesson and rushed at Joe. But suddenly, out of nowhere, 2 boxes flew out, hitting them squarely in the head and knocking them out in a second. Joe blinked in confusion when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, quickly and firmly grabbed his arm, and then peered out from under the hood and told him to come with her. She dragged him along, and they rushed down a narrow alley. When they finally stopped, the breathless Joe thanked her for saving his life. But in his mind, he was disappointed, because he had planned to grab these guys and force them to spill some information. But she ruined his whole plan. The girl looked at him and asked if his name was Chen. She also asked what he was doing there. Joe froze in a cold sweat. Did she know who he was? On the other hand, the girl was also panicking. She cursed herself for almost revealing her identity. An awkward silence hung in the air. She wondered if Joe really didn't recognize her. Finally, she said she didn't know him. She had just seen his name on the badge on his collar. Joe quickly checked his collar, realizing that the badge was still there. He tore it off and said loudly that he had completely forgotten to remove his school badge. He thought he was lucky that she didn't know who he was, otherwise he would have been in serious trouble. Meanwhile, the girl thought that he really didn't recognize her. Then she advised him not to walk around this city flashing his school ID, otherwise he would just get himself into trouble. She offered to show him a safe way out of there. Joe shook his head. There was no need for that. He had come here for something and already knew how to get out. He turned to leave, thinking that she already knew which school he went to and his name too. Who knows what problems that would cause later. The girl watched him leave, thinking about how many years had passed. Maybe he really had forgotten her. Or maybe he was just pretending not to know. But why was he here in the first place? She looked at her hand and muttered that she could feel it. Zhou had that power. Could he have become a magician too? Meanwhile, Zhou bought a cheap mask, covered his face, and moved on, still unable to find a decent way to earn a living. Suddenly, an old man approached him. He noticed that the guy didn't look like a local. He himself had lived here for a long time. He offered to be his guide if he wanted. Zhou immediately asked him to simply tell him how to make money quickly. The old man smiled, noting that it was easy, and told the guy to follow him. He thought it was great. He would get his commission from him. Soon they descended into an underground hall, a secret fighting arena. Fists flew and cut through the air, and fighters battled in cages. Blood spattered everywhere. The crowd roared, urging them to hit harder and harder. Zhou and the old man arrived just as the announcer was hyping up the next match. Here, people placed bets on the fighters. Today's fight was special. The winner would not only take the prize money, but also receive a small share of the bets. Zhou looked around. These fighters were only first level, but here was the prize money. His gaze lingered on the number. The total prize fund was 4 million. This was his chance. The bookmaker asked how much he wanted to bet and which fighters he wanted to bet on. Zhou calmly replied that he should forget about it, as he wanted to take the entire prize fund. The man stared at him, literally speechless with shock. Meanwhile, the girl had secretly entered the arena and was watching from a distance. She wondered why Zhou Chen was here. In a place like this, the crowd was still chanting, and her gaze shifted to the cage, where Zhou stood face to face with a huge, muscular fighter. His opponent growled that he should remember his name before he was defeated. But before he could finish, Zhou landed a clean blow to his face, knocking him out of the arena. There were already a dozen equally strong fighters lying unconscious on the ground. Zhou smiled, noting that it had been easy. He was ready for the next one. Another fighter burst in, shouting threats and trying to say his name. But Zhou sent him flying too. The guy demanded the next one. The third fighter entered, trembling, already terrified. Someone was watching from the nearest monitor, the arena manager. But now he saw another fighter flying out of the arena. The manager had initially thought the guy was weak, which is why he had allowed him to fight in the first place. But he couldn't let a stranger win all that money. It would bankrupt them. Another employee rushed in, frantically telling the manager that if this continued, the crowd would riot. They were already demanding their money back. The manager gritted his teeth. No matter what, this guy couldn't win. He ordered a special match to be announced and the monster to be released. Meanwhile, Zhou was still in the arena and, with his usual ease, defeated his last opponent and asked if that was all. Assuming that the match was over and it was time for him to collect his money. But then an announcement came over the loudspeakers. The announcer said that everyone was too excited to end it right now, and due to popular demand, they were adding a special match. Zhou frowned, realizing that they were playing dirty and didn't want to pay. All the other fighters were led out of the cage. Then a heavy gate creaked open in a dark corner. The announcer shouted that the last contender was now appearing. Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. It was not a human. It was a monster orc named Nefloon. The creature was dragged inside, bound with thick straps. Even the tamers standing nearby trembled with tension due to the monster's aura. When they finally removed the chains, the beast collapsed to the ground, hungry and enraged. Its body looking as if it hadn't eaten in weeks. The cage slammed shut behind them. Zhou looked around in confusion, wondering what the hell was going on. Was he supposed to fight this monster now? Then he noticed something strange. A strange growth had appeared around the creature's neck. In the next moment, a small metal plate popped out of its back and the monster began to slowly rise. There was an incredibly terrifying expression in its eyes, which sent a shiver through the crowd. Even the spectators who had been shouting with excitement just a minute ago now froze in fear, sweat running down their faces. On the other hand, the white-haired girl thought anxiously about what such a monster was doing here. Zhou couldn't fight something like this, but if she tried to save him, their whole plan would be exposed. She mentally cursed Zhou Chen, wondering why he had come here. Zhou, meanwhile, thought to himself that Boss Behemoth was not around, and he was stuck fighting such a monster. It didn't even see him as an enemy. It saw him as dinner. Every instinct in his body screamed danger. Suddenly, the monster's arm lengthened, and a bone-like knife grew out of it. In the next moment, it lunged forward, slashing at Zhou. Zhou managed to dodge, but a shallow cut appeared on his neck. He thought that if he had been even a second slower, he would already be dead. This creature really wanted to kill him. He could no longer hold back. He grabbed the monster's arms during the attack, gritting his teeth. But the monster was strong, very strong. He literally couldn't stand on his feet. It seemed he would have to use the power of Behemoth to quickly end this. His aura flared as he rose from the second level to the fourth in one go. Having done so, he pushed the monster back and clenched his fists tightly. Then, with all his might, he struck the creature right between the shoulder blades. The monster collapsed to the floor from the blow. Zhou saw the blood and thought that was it. He began to let his guard down. But that was a mistake. The monster suddenly swung its bone blade and slashed his shoulder. Zhou jumped back, breathing heavily, and thinking that even his strongest blow had not stopped the creature. Its knives were dangerous. He needed to find a weapon quickly. The monster lunged at him again. Zhou ran toward the gate, but the creature tried to strike him in the head. Zhou miraculously ducked, grabbed the monster's arm as it swung, and broke off its blade. Then he grabbed it and, using that very blade, counterattacked, slashing the monster's throat hard and fast before jumping back. The beast's jaw hung open from the blow, but it still did not fall. Zhou muttered that he had finally landed a clean hit. He just needed one more chance. Then, thick smoke or steam began to pour out of the monster's body. Zhou frowned, wondering if it was poisonous mist. But he quickly realized that it wasn't. Before he could react, he felt something moving beside him. The creature rushed past and immediately slashed his side, leaving a deep cut. He swung his blade down, but the monster was too fast. Then it struck Zhou in the back, leaving another deep cut across his back. Zhou turned, ready to attack again, but received another blow from behind. In a few moments, Zhou found himself completely cornered, blood dripping from his wounds. The monster appeared and disappeared in the fog, striking from all sides. Zhou gasped, realizing that he could no longer hold back the power of the behemoth. If it faded, he would be finished. Concentrating all his senses, he whispered to himself to focus. His eyes began to glow as he scanned the air. It was then that he noticed tiny waves in the green fog, moving quickly and unnaturally. Finally, he was able to fully focus his eyes. And, realizing where the enemy was, he rushed forward. He grabbed the monster by the arm, catching it off guard, and delivered a powerful blow, severing it cleanly. The monster howled in intense and unbearable pain. But Zhou did not stop. He rushed into the attack again. Even though his chest was pierced with pain, his heart was beating wildly. He cursed silently, realizing he had reached his limit. Not now. The monster swung its remaining arm, striking Zhou's arm with such force that his blade flew to the side. Then, with his long green tongue, he made a sharp lunge, piercing the guy right in the stomach. It looked very unpleasant. Zhou gritted his teeth. He thought that this was not the end, and that he could still borrow more power. His eyes lit up brighter as he grabbed the creature by the tongue and pulled it toward him with all his might. The monster flew into the air. Then he grabbed its jaw with both hands, shouting that this monster had annoyed him enough, and that he needed the money. His eyes were crazy. His hands began to widen the creature's mouth, and with a roar, Zhou tore the monster's jaw so wide that it split in half. The action moved to the control room, where the manager stared at the screen but couldn't see anything inside the cage because it was hidden by thick smoke. One of his assistants nervously reported that the smoke was clearing. The sweaty manager muttered to himself, wondering if the boy had died. Then, when the fog cleared, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he thought that this couldn't be happening, and that it couldn't be real. The white-haired girl also stood rooted to the spot in shock. She was amazed that she had seen it with her own eyes, and did not understand how such a thing was even possible. Some of the spectators shouted with delight as they had won their bets. The rest sat in a daze, unable to comprehend how a human child had just defeated a monster. Inside the arena, Zhou stood proudly, holding the two torn halves of the monster in his hands, then threw them to the ground. Then, with a devilish grin, he looked straight into the manager's surveillance camera, leaving the nearby security guards speechless. The trembling manager collapsed into a chair, clutching his hair, realizing with horror that the guy had really won, and that now he would have to pay all that money. He lamented that he had spent all his savings on the purchase of this monster, and that he was now ruined. A moment later, an announcement was made informing the ladies and gentlemen that they had a tournament champion and asking him to follow the staff to collect his prize. Zhou smiled slightly, thinking that it was finally over. The scene moved forward. Behind the scenes, a man opened a suitcase filled with cash, and a security guard in the room with the manager and the main character reported that there was 510,000 inside. Zhou immediately reached for it and was almost there. But before he could do so, the manager slammed the suitcase shut. With a trembling but angry voice, he told them to wait, saying he had changed his mind. He explained that the guy could still get the full amount if he agreed to become their contract fighter and fight for them whenever they needed him to. Otherwise, he could only take 110,000 and leave. Zhou calmly asked what this was all about, adding that he wanted to hear the reason. The manager exploded, shouting that all his contract fighters had quit because of him, and that he had killed his special fighting monster worth almost 4 million. Zhou smiled coldly and arrogantly. He reminded the manager of his own words before the match, that as soon as he entered the ring, his life would be in his own hands, and that he had forced him to sign a life-and-death contract under which either party could kill without consequences. Taking a step forward and lowering his voice, Zhou asked what exactly he had done wrong. The manager couldn't even breathe properly, sweat dripping from his forehead. Zhou's eyes glowed faintly as he released some of his aura, and his voice became lower as he firmly stated that he wanted his 510,000, not a penny more, not a penny less. The trembling manager pulled out a gun. He asked the young man who he thought he was, and if he thought he could just do whatever he wanted, expecting to take the money and walk away alive. After advising the boy to keep dreaming, the manager didn't have time to do anything as Zhou stepped forward, crushed the gun right in his hand, and coldly asked if he really thought he could stop him. The manager screamed in pain as the bones in his hand were completely shattered and yelled, ordering all his men to kill the boy right then and there. All the guards drew their guns and aimed them directly at Zhou, to which he responded with a heavy, deadly stare. Then the scene switched to the arena, where the girl and the audience heard the echo of gunshots coming from somewhere nearby. Suddenly, one of the guards broke through the control room window and landed right in the middle of the audience. People gasped in confusion, wondering if it was some kind of movie shoot. Someone shouted loudly, not understanding how they could jump from such a height. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl wondered if Zhou was the cause of all this chaos. The action returned to the manager's office, where the guards were being brutally knocked out one by one. And while the main character was breaking the nose of one of them, another took aim and shot at Zhou. But the guy easily dodged even the bullet, and then grabbed the guard by the face with his deadly grip, and threw him outside, breaking through the wall and escaping from the room. The remaining guards rushed outside, shouting orders to close the city, block all exits, and not let anyone out. Zhou, breathing heavily, ran through the dark alleys. He noticed that his heart was pounding like crazy, and realized that he must have used too much of Behemoth's power. The guy thought that the wound in his stomach was deeper than he had expected, and if this continued, he would soon lose consciousness. Just then, someone grabbed him by the collar as he was running, and then dragged him into a narrow alley and covered his mouth. Outside, the guards were shouting, claiming that he was right there and wondering where he had gone. They ordered a search of the entire area, confident that he couldn't have gone far. The stranger let him go. Zhou looked at her suspiciously. The girl quickly said that she knew a secret way out and that he could escape safely if he followed her. A few minutes later, they reached the entrance to the tunnel, and the girl pointed ahead, saying that if he went straight from there, he would get out of the city. She urged him to hurry, warning that if he hesitated, they might block this path as well. Zhou took off his mask and expressed his immense gratitude to the girls. Then he disappeared into the tunnel. The girl watched him go, when suddenly her phone rang, and the voice on the other end asked Linnea if she had returned to the Blackwater area. The girl replied to her sister that she would talk to her later and asked her to pass the phone to her grandfather, saying that she needed to discuss something important with him. The scene changed again. Gigi was already in his neighborhood and slammed the door. Joe entered his apartment, threw his suitcase aside, and fell to his knees. Sweat trickled down his face as he thought about how much his heart hurt and that he would hardly be able to hold on much longer. He wondered if this was the end for him, but immediately dismissed the thought, convincing himself that it couldn't be. Then he lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. A panel appeared showing Joe's backstory, which revealed that he still had a credit of 90 million. The scene changed again, showing a woman speaking quietly. The woman told him that his mother had promised to make a full recovery in 2 or 3 years, but then she apologized. She confessed that she had lied to him, and the truth was that she only had 2 or 3 years left to live, after which she would leave this world forever. She said she really wanted to see him again, to see him get married, to see his child, to see him grow old. All of this was in her dying video message. And now Joe sat by his mother's bed, crying and begging her to come back just one more time. But it was too late. She added that she wanted to touch his face one more time and said that she loved him very much. Tears fell from his eyes, and he hadn't even had time to apologize to her. And then we saw Joe suddenly wake up, realizing that it was all just a dream. He quickly looked around, realizing that it was morning, and sat up, noting that somehow he had managed to return to the home of the owner of this body. He realized that he was still alive, and thought that perhaps this dream had saved his life and pulled him out of the darkness. However, he wondered how much time had passed. Then a voice remarked that he had finally woken up. Joe's eyes fluttered, and he asked his boss where he had been all this time. Behemoth replied that he had urgent business outside, and when he returned, the guy was lying unconscious on the floor. He asked if Joe realized that he had been out cold for 2 whole days, and suggested that he had gotten into another fight and used too much of his power. He asked how many times he had to tell him not to abuse it, warning that if he continued in the same vein, he would one day really die for good. Joe replied that he had no other choice. Behemoth sighed and asked if the guy thought he could bring him back again if he died again. He warned that if Joe pulled another stunt like that, he wouldn't be able to save him, adding that the boy had been given another life and should learn to appreciate it, as not everyone gets such a chance. Joe smiled weakly, agreed with him, and promised to be more careful from now on. Then he explained everything that had happened. Hippopotamus asked if the monster he had fought was not of this world, to which Joe replied that he did not know, but he wasn't going back to that arena. After thinking for a moment, he wondered who that girl was, but then another thought struck him. He remembered the money, jumped up, rushed to open the suitcase, and saw stacks of cash inside. Hugging it tightly, he thanked God, noting that he had enough money to cover 3 months' interest and that, at least, he didn't have to worry about money until the tournament started. The hippopotamus just sighed, calling people strange creatures who risked their lives for these little pieces of paper. Suddenly, Joe felt a sharp pain in his stomach and remembered his injury. He cursed, realizing that the wound was quite large, and that he would have to go to the hospital and then to the bank to deposit the money. Thinking about all the things he had to do, Joe sighed and rubbed his forehead wearily. After a while, the action moved to the hospital, where the doctor was treating Joe's wound. The doctor noted that the wound was healing quickly and suggested that the young man must be a magician, as this was probably the only explanation for such an impressive rate of recovery. He said that their hospital was currently offering a membership program, and if Joe signed the papers, he would receive many privileges. Joe refused, thinking that it was probably some kind of scam and he wasn't going to fall for it. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how fortunate it was that the monster wasn't poisonous, otherwise everything would have been much worse. Then the doctor offered him some medicine, but when Joe looked at it, he noticed a strange blue glow coming from the box. Joe asked the doctor where the light was coming from, but the doctor shook his head and replied that it was just ordinary medicine and there was nothing special about it. Joe frowned, wondering if he was the only one who could see the light. The doctor took out another form, informing him that they actually had another program in place and suggesting that the young man might be hallucinating. They offered free psychological assistance. Looking around, He noticed that each bottle of medicine seemed to emit a strange purple aura. When he went outside, he saw that the same aura was faintly emanating from people. Zhou was surprised, thinking that he had never seen anything like this before, and wondered if he had just awakened a new ability. He wondered if it could be related to the time he had focused all his senses trying to find the monster in the smoke. He decided that if this was true, it was madness, because magicians could only increase their level by absorbing star energy, and if he could really see it, he would be able to absorb it much more efficiently. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a man passing by. His body emanated a thick green star energy. Zhou thought that this guy was no ordinary person and possessed some kind of serious power. The man immediately turned around, sensing something, and wondered if he had just been scanned. He immediately dismissed the thought, because there shouldn't be any powerful people here. Just then, a voice came through the man's earpiece asking if he had already reached the hospital. The voice reminded him of his mission, emphasizing that they needed to find a foreign star. The man grinned and told his interlocutor to relax, assuring him that he was not wasting his time. He promised that while he was in this country, he would find it, and maybe even that little princess. The voice on the line said that, according to the boss's prophecy, a strange stellar force was about to appear in this city, something capable of changing the entire history of humanity. The voice added that until they found out whether this person was good or evil, they should act with extreme caution. The man smiled and told the boss not to worry. He declared that if this alien possessor of stellar power turned out to be their enemy, he would personally destroy him. This was the mage of the Aranga, Amir. The action moved on to the next day at Zhou Academy, where the director sat calmly with his eyes closed and spoke in a serious tone. He noted that Zhou had transferred to their special class just a few days ago, but had already skipped classes and ignored his messages, after which he asked for an explanation. Zhou looked nervous and came up with an excuse on the spot, saying that an urgent matter had come up at home and he hadn't even had time to notify the school. He sincerely apologized and said he would accept any punishment that was imposed on him. The principal sighed and explained that he meant something completely different. He just wanted to know if something bad had happened to the boy. Zhou shook his head and replied that nothing was wrong, then asked him not to worry, promising that he would represent their academy in the tournament. The director said that it wasn't about the tournament, but about difficulties that the main character doesn't talk about. He added that while Zhou was here, it was their duty to support him in everything and help him become stronger, because that was what their academy stood for. Hearing this, Zhou was deeply moved, closed his eyes, and said that if the academy cared so much about them, he would give his all to bring glory to the school in the tournament. The principal nodded, praised him, and told him to go to class, noting that his friends were very worried about him. Zhou was surprised at what friends, but quickly left, and as soon as he entered the classroom, a pink-haired girl and a yellow-haired boy ran up and hugged him tightly. They shouted joyfully, asking where he had been all this time. Zhou made excuses. Then the red-haired guy took out a card and said that they had all chipped in, and collected a total of 300,000, reminding Zhou that he needed the money. Zhou remembered how desperate he had been when he asked them to help him earn money, and he hadn't even expected them to take it so seriously. He smiled weakly, pushed the card away, and thanked them, saying that he didn't need it now, as he wasn't planning on buying new equipment, and assured them that everything was fine. At that moment, the arrogant student approached him, handed Zhou the card, and said that he had heard about his financial difficulties, offering to take the remaining 50,000. And if Zhou needed anything else, he would help in any way he could. But Zhou politely declined, again. However, the girl lost her temper and asked Muhao if he was trying to take their teammate away from them. They began to argue until Muhao finally admitted that he was actually sorry for how he had treated Zhou on his first day. He had challenged him without thinking, and now that he understood more, he wanted to make amends and become his friend. Sue nodded in agreement and noted that this guy used to bully and dominate everyone in the class, but Zhou was the first to put him in his place. She then asked Zhou if he would mind if Muhao joined their team. Zhou replied that it was no problem at all. Sue declared that it was settled and that he was now officially their fourth member. As the team leader, Shen smiled and told the newcomer to go get him some water. Muhao frowned and protested, asking why he should do that, since he had defeated Shen a long time ago. They immediately started arguing. while Zhou quietly chuckled. He thought that if he had lost that fight in the arena, he might never have experienced a day like this, and noted to himself that these guys were actually very good people. Then the action shifted again. Zhou was training intensely. As he ran, he thought about how he had paid off his debts for 3 months and now needed to level up. Sweat poured down his face as he pondered how energy drinks helped them absorb energy into their bodies, but extreme physical training was required to truly assimilate it. He thought that this was why most student magicians paid so much attention to fitness, but for him, it turned out to be even more difficult than he had expected. Even though he used all his training equipment at full power, it did not increase his absorption rate of star energy at all. He realized that if this continued, all this energy would simply leak away and be wasted. At that moment, Shen approached and suggested that Zhou spar with them, noting that, according to rumors, it slightly increased the absorption rate. Zhou suddenly remembered how his blue eyes had activated during the fight, and thought that if this was true, he couldn't miss such an opportunity. He nodded and said he needed their help, which made Shen look surprised for a second. After a while, they stood in a room with light. Su activated her power, ready to attack with her plant abilities. Purple energy swirled around her hands, while Shen activated his explosive fist, releasing a bright blue aura from his strikes. They both rushed at Zhou at the same time. Zhou defended himself using only his hands and feet, blocking the blows and counterattacking. After about an hour, both Shen and Su were exhausted, while Zhou still had stamina left. Breathing heavily, Su admitted that she never thought he could handle both of them alone. Shen laughed and said that it was actually a good way to train, as they could better understand each other's skills and come up with new techniques. Mu Hao then entered and announced that he was joining them as well. The three of them teamed up, and Zhou thought that, as he had expected, this kind of training allowed him to absorb the mage's energy faster. He concluded that it helped both him and them, so it was a win-win situation. But then he stopped and looked at his hand. He realized that their rate of absorbing spiritual star fluid was much higher than his. He assumed that this was probably due to the fact that the supplements they were given were full of impurities. Then he remembered the power of Behemoth. It was pure. He wondered what would happen if he tried to absorb it into his body, because then that power could remain inside him forever. Zhou decided to take the risk. As soon as he borrowed the power of the Behemoth, intense stellar energy began to accumulate inside his body. Gritting his teeth, he thought it was much denser than he had expected. He understood that with this amount of energy, he could easily level up 2 levels at once, but he had to make it circulate carefully. He began to slowly absorb it, and his eyes lit up with a bright blue light. As the energy settled deep within his core, he glowed with such uncontrollable power. He thought he was only trying to absorb a drop of Behemoth's power, and it was already causing such unbearable pain. Realizing that he could not take it anymore, he decided that he needed to release some of it. He raised his hand, gathered the energy, and suddenly released it into the air, causing such a powerful explosion that everything around him shook. The others recoiled, staring at him in shock. They thought it was an earthquake. Zhou's name echoed around the room as they began to shout and call out to him. They were shocked. Where did he get such energy? Then Behemoth appeared and growled, asking if the guy had just tried to absorb his power. Zhou's body radiated waves of thunderous star energy as he confirmed this, adding that he had only taken as much as he could handle, and that it had worked. Behemoth narrowed his eyes in amazement. He couldn't believe the boy was still alive after absorbing his energy, considering it impossible, as any normal person's body would have exploded. He came to the conclusion that his fate was indeed tied to this boy. Zhou asked Hippopotamus's boss if he had said anything. Hippopotamus replied in the negative, adding that as long as the boy was alive, he had no problems. Just then, their panicked teacher ran in and asked what had happened. The others quickly covered for Zhou, saying that they were just resting when Zhou suddenly burst into flames. The teacher frowned, thinking that the star energy here was incredibly dense, and asked another boy to bring a meter. A moment later, Zhou placed his hand on the device, which lit up level 3. Everyone gasped, knowing that he had previously been at level 2, and now he had just made a breakthrough. The teacher ran off shouting that Zhou had become the first level 3 mage in their academy and that he had to tell the principal. The astonished girl asked him to tell her how he did it, saying that she wanted to learn it too. Zhou smiled awkwardly and replied that it just happened during their sparring. However, he thought to himself that next time, he would have to do it secretly at home, as he could not have imagined that it would cause such a commotion. Now everyone was excited, shaking Mu Hao's shoulders and calling him to spar, saying that they would also make a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Zhou told Hippo that whenever he took his power, he always got so angry, but today he was calm, and asked why. Behemoth sighed and replied that he was probably getting used to his reckless behavior little by little. He added that besides, the stronger the guy became, the better it was for him, and asked for only one thing: not to die. Zhou sighed deeply and told him not to worry, explaining that his energy had not yet completely settled in his body. He stated that as soon as he fully absorbed it, he would borrow Behemoth's power again and then make a leap to the 4th level. The demon just looked at him silently. The screen went blank, showing the date, July 12th, 2026. There were only 55 days left until the tournament began. Zhou continued to train day and night, pushing himself to his limits, while his team of friends practiced alongside him, and the days flew by quickly. Finally, September 6th, 2026, the day of the tournament, arrived. The huge stadium was packed with spectators, and Zhou's friends were already there, amazed at the size of the arena. Sue said that her mother would be proud that she was here. Mu Hao stood with Zhou and said that he was only at the 3rd level, and the difference between the 3rd and 4th levels was huge. He added that if they had more time, they could train longer. Zhou smiled and told him not to worry, replying that the director had said that just participating in this tournament was a huge honor. He added that if he felt something was wrong, he would withdraw from the competition. The others headed to their 2nd and 3rd level matches, promising that if they finished early, they would come back to cheer him on. Zhou nodded and said that if he finished early, he would also come to cheer them on. They went their separate ways, and Zhou remained standing alone in the corridor. He clenched his fists and said quietly that the time had finally come, and he had to be ready for it. Meanwhile, Director Zhou arrived at the VIP room with the yellow-haired teacher. The director said that this was his first time in the VIP section, as their academy usually only competed in 2nd-level matches, and he never thought they would get this far. At that moment, another man entered, a tall figure in a white shirt, and the director greeted him, asking how Director Wang was doing. We were told that this gray-haired man was named Wang Mingyan. He was the director of the Zhunxiang Academy of Mages, and the very person who had once called Director Hu Wei to share critical information. Wang explained that their government wanted to invest resources only in the best academies, so this year's battles would be particularly fierce to see which school would stand out and earn those resources. As they talked, several more people entered the room. Someone whispered, pointing out that there were new faces in the VIP section this year. Director Hu frowned and was about to respond angrily, but Wang quickly stopped him, advising him not to argue with them, as this was the director of the academy that had won the last 3 tournaments in a row. Hu stated that the competition was not over yet. So who cares about the past? Because the present and future would be decided today by Zhou himself. The director of last year's champion academy, Director Li Kuo, smirked and drew the attention of those present, saying that some arrogant mutts had already started barking. But he added that if anyone asked his opinion, this would be their last appearance on stage, and, as every year, no one would see them again after that. Those around them looked at them and smiled mockingly. Director Hu sat down, and the yellow-haired teacher sitting next to him leaned closer with concern. He asked the director if he really thought their students had any chance against the students of the elite academy. Principal Hu raised an eyebrow and asked if he really didn't trust their students. The yellow-haired teacher quickly replied that of course he did, especially Zhou Chen, calling him a genius among geniuses. Principal Wang nodded with a calm smile, confirming his words, and added that all they could do now was believe in them. The scene switched to the audience, where the class president was holding a sign, cheering for Zhou's academy. She nervously thought about how this was her first time here, and wondered what Zhou Chen was doing now. She remembered how shocked she was when she first heard about his participation in the tournament a week ago. She couldn't believe it, realizing that he was now a star at school and even competed in Division 4. She didn't understand why someone like him still continued to associate with someone as ordinary as her. As she was walking down the stairs, she suddenly tripped on a step, but didn't fall because someone caught her. It was Zhou Chen. With a slight smile, he advised the head girl to be more careful, which made her blush and thank him. While Zhou helped her carry the box, she stammered that she thought that after transferring to a special class, he would forget about them, make new friends, and move on with his life. Zhou turned his head slightly and said that status didn't matter and that a true friend would always remain a friend. The class president was touched, and her heart beat faster. She thought she had always known that Zhou would not change and that he had a pure heart. She was sure that he would do something amazing in this competition. At that moment, the voice of the announcer echoed throughout the arena, asking all participants to come on stage. The girl looked up in surprise and saw Zhou confidently walking onto the stage with a calm and cool expression on his face. It was announced that he had just broken through to level 4 of the E rank. The start was announced, and the entire crowd of spectators began to cheer loudly. Then the host came out, a man accompanied by a famous model. The crowd gasped, wondering if it was really Lian, as she was a huge idol. Lian smiled and waved, and her presence lit up the entire room. She happily announced that she was not here today as an idol, but as their host, and that the real stars today were their contestants. She continued by suggesting they move on to the rules, and explained that this year, 12 academies were participating, each sending 4 students, for a total of 48 participants. She explained that 16 people would compete in the Level 4 championship, while the remaining 32 would compete in the Level 3 division, and all results would be added up for each academy. Lian said that each match would be one-on-one and the winner would advance to the next round. To ensure that everyone gave their all, they introduced a time limit. Each battle had to last no more than 30 minutes, and whoever remained standing would be declared the winner. Then the host raised his hand and asked to introduce the competition guard. Everyone looked up at the large platform where a man was standing. The host announced that it was Bai Yue, an S-rank mage. The entire audience erupted in wild cheers as Bai Yue was a legend. He calmly raised one finger. Suddenly, the ground in the center of the arena began to rise. Everyone thought it was an earthquake. In a matter of seconds, a massive battle arena formed right before everyone's eyes, and then several small stone pedestals appeared from the ground, each with a green crystal stone on top, and each participant received one. The announcer explained that these stones would generate a protective shield in the event of a life-threatening attack. Zhou looked at the S-rank mage and thought that this was the true power of an S-rank. He glanced at Behemoth, who looked completely calm, smirked, and thought that he was apparently unimpressed. Now GG was calm too. Then Lian's voice echoed again, suggesting that the tournament begin. The first match began immediately, and instead of mentioning the name of each academy, we were simply told that the first participant defeated his opponent with an incredibly powerful blow in just 17 minutes. In the VIP room, the directors watched the proceedings closely. Director Hu commented that this time they had sent an S-rank master to help, and suggested that the competition would be intense. The director in the white shirt nodded and said that these directors were investing heavily in their students in order to receive government subsidies and resources. Meanwhile, several other directors could be seen flattering the director of the Champions School. The director in the white shirt smiled slightly and expressed confidence that their school could dominate this year, especially considering that Long Qin was on their side. The scene showed Long Qin fighting an opponent. At first, she gracefully dodged all attacks, then smiled and said that the warm-up was over and it was time to get serious. In an instant, her opponent's entire body was trapped in a strange purple aura. The announcer shouted that it was a combat technique based on abilities and called it incredible, considering that Long Qin was only a level 4 E rank, but had already been able to awaken this skill. A moment later, Long Qin rushed forward, delivering a devastating knee strike to her opponent. The match ended in less than 5 minutes with Long Qin's victory. The crowd erupted in excitement, shouting that no one could defeat her with such power. Director Hu was stunned, as this ability was only available to high-level D-rank mages, and even their own teachers had not yet been able to reach this level. His friend Wang laughed and said that out of millions, only one child could truly awaken this type of advanced, monstrous power within themselves. At that moment, Kasan, the director of another academy that had taken second place last year, smirked and asked what was so special about it, that she had simply awakened her potential ahead of time. Wang immediately snapped back, asking if he knew about him. Wouldn't he have bought him out and enrolled him in his own academy? He told him to drop it, pointing out that he was burning with envy and that he should learn to hide it better. This enraged the director, but before he could say anything else, another director intervened, telling everyone to calm down and saying that there was no need to argue over such a trifle. Just then, an announcement was made about the start of the sixth match between last year's champion Wang Chou and the new challenger. In just 5 seconds, the match was over. Wang Chou literally pinned his opponent to the ground with a single blow. Such was the power of the undefeated Shoguan Academy. The crowd went wild, realizing how brutal the competition had become. The former champion smirked and said that it was nothing more than an ant, and that it seemed that this year's champion had already been decided. The excited and proud director of the Shoguan Academy said that this was to be expected from their leader's academy, and called his student truly incredible. Lin Quan, his rival director, smiled sarcastically and replied that they were not the type to talk much and preferred to let their actions speak for them, which was a clear mockery of Wang. Wang glared back and coldly told him to just wait and see. Meanwhile, another director who mentally noted that this battle had gone far beyond anything they could have imagined, and he seriously doubted that their academy had any chance at all. He thought that if Zhou could win at least one match, or at least hold out a little longer in the arena, they would consider it a victory and quietly leave. Soon, the final match finally began, Zhou Chen's match. Slowly descending the stairs, he muttered that he never expected that the final battle would actually fall to him. The behemoth responded inside him, urging him not to waste time and to use its power to end the fight in an instant. Zhou objected that he couldn't draw attention to himself now, so he would have to fight while trying not to stand out, because if he borrowed the behemoth's power, he would instantly reach the 5th level, and that was too risky. At that moment, a girl standing nearby noticed that he seemed to be having a lot of bad luck. Zhou recognized her immediately. She warned him that this time his opponent would be Lei Che, who had taken 2nd place last year, and against whom even D-rank fighters could not hold out for long. She advised him to be careful and watch out for his signature move, a thunderous kick that could finish him off in an instant. Added that although he had the precious stone, she doubted it would save him, as he had surely seen Wang's previous match, which ended in exactly 5 seconds. Zhou wondered why she was warning him about all this, but thanked her anyway. The girl smiled slightly and explained that their directors were friends, so in a sense they were comrades, and their goal was the same, to knock the arrogance out of these cocky upstarts and take 1st place for their academy. As she left, she asked him to return the favor sometime and advised him to remember that his opponent's main weakness was endurance, so if he could wear him down, victory would be his. She then wished him luck. Now Zhou understood that his opponent possessed overwhelming power. As Zhou carefully climbed the stairs to the arena, the whole crowd erupted with excitement and said they couldn't wait to see the fight. And the announcer's thunderous voice further fueled interest in the final match. Zhou looked puzzled, not understanding why everyone was so excited and welcoming him so warmly, until it dawned on him that the ovation was not for him at all, but for his opponent Lei Che. At that moment, a thunderous discharge struck the ground behind him. It was Lei Che landing, surrounded by crackling lightning, causing the crowd to roar even louder. His yellow hair glowed, revealing him to be a master of thunder-like abilities. Zhou's face became serious. He was completely ready for this battle. Lei Che was literally floating on air as the announcer continued to shower him with praise, and the audience chanted his name like a song. Lei Che even had a devoted fan club that cheered louder than everyone else. Meanwhile, Zhou's girlfriend looked worried, complaining that no one was rooting for Zhou, while his opponent had an entire army of fans. Behind them, a girl sighed dreamily, urging them to just look at Lei Che, admiring how handsome, strong, and kind he was, perfect in every way. The head girl frowned and interrupted her, noting that one glance at him was enough to see how hot-tempered and self-absorbed he was. The first girl snapped back, then the class president responded, then the crazy fan again. The two girls began to argue fiercely, glaring at each other, and shouting words of support to their favorite fighters. Two students standing nearby were stunned and whispered to each other, wondering if this was their class president, and since when she had become a fan of Zhou Chen. Then, the announcer began to stir up the intrigue of the match again, asking if the challenger could defeat Lei Che, the one who had held second place for many years. Another announcer, Lilia, quickly interrupted him, asking if he had forgotten to introduce the second fighter. The first announcer hesitated and agreed, admitting that he had been carried away by the energy of the crowd and had completely forgotten about him. He then awkwardly announced Zhou Chen's name, adding that he had no past achievements, no special abilities, and no signature moves, which sounded more like an insult than an introduction. Hearing this, Zhou looked stunned and muttered that it would be better if they forgot about him altogether. The audience began to murmur in disappointment, complaining that they had expected to see an epic match, but this guy didn't even have any skills, and his academy was participating here for the first time. Fan Leicha laughed mockingly, asking if this was really her idol, a guy who had nothing, and calling it all a pathetic spectacle. Meanwhile, the director of the Zongshan Academy smirked and said that he never expected the best student of his academy to face off against their newcomer. It seemed like the end for them. The other director sighed and patted him on the shoulder, advising him not to be upset because someday they would have another chance, and recommended that they prepare even better next year. At that moment, Lei Che, who had overheard the conversation, calmly said that he understood his position and sincerely sympathized with him. But he had his own responsibilities and could not lose, not for himself, but for his academy. Zhou replied that there was no need for these conversations and suggested they just start the fight. Lei Che smiled and agreed, rushing forward, patting him on the shoulder and promising to use only 10% of his strength, and advised him to try his best to put on a little show to at least entertain the crowd. He confidently stepped back, while Zhou just stared at him silently. "Don't give in." The announcer went wild, shouting that Lei Che looked excited and was eager to attack even before the official start of the fight, and then announced that since that was the case, there was no point in waiting any longer, and started the match. Immediately, only a crack in the ground remained where his opponent had been standing. Lei Che lunged forward like lightning and was already in front of the main character. His fist stopped just inches from Zhou's face, after which he spun around and ended up behind him, then struck from below with incredible speed. The commentators were completely stunned, as they couldn't even keep track of his movements. It seemed as if Lei Che had created a multitude of afterimages attacking Zhou from all sides at once. Even the girl in the stands was shocked by his insane speed. Meanwhile, Wang, the previous champion, was dozing carelessly. His director smirked smugly and remarked that Lei Che was just warming up, and that his true power was much greater. He had been looking for him for a long time. Lei Che took a slight step back and asked mockingly why the guy wasn't moving and if he could even see him. Then he closed his eyes with a smirk and stated that, honestly, no one in this competition could come close to him, except Wang. But he was tired of playing around, and it was time to end it. He pushed off the ground and lunged straight at Zhou. Zhou coldly asked if he was done playing his games. In truth, Lei Che wasn't even attacking seriously. He was just showing off, waving his arms and legs to entertain the crowd. This caught Lei Che completely off guard, and in the next moment, Zhou delivered a clean, powerful blow right to his face. The commentators gasped in disbelief and shock. Wang and the girl tensed up at the same time, realizing that this was no longer a normal fight. The whole crowd froze as the fan watched her idol fall. Lei Che had a tooth knocked out and collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Zhou Chen had just knocked out last year's runner-up with a single blow. One of the commentators shouted, unable to believe his eyes, and the crowd erupted. Some chanted Zhou's name. Others accused him of cheating, claiming that Lei Che could not have lost in such a way unless the guy had used something. Zhou himself looked puzzled. He thought about how this guy hadn't hit him once, but only pretended to attack. And then he realized he had to strike first. Director Hu was speechless, and his colleague remarked that it seemed they had nurtured a real talent at their academy, and that this guy was simply incredible. Meanwhile, Director Lei Che shouted angrily that this was impossible, because among all the fourth-level magicians, Lei Che was the fastest. He accused them of bringing in a fighter from outside. Director Hu smirked and asked in response if he really thought he was smarter than the government, reminding him that every participant here had undergone thorough screening before being admitted. Then the director of the Champion Academy loudly called on everyone to wait and see, noting that the fight was not over yet. Everyone turned around and saw Leicha slowly getting to his feet. Zhou also noticed this, and the announcer confirmed that the match was not over and would continue. Leicha clenched his fists, activating his thunder energy, crackling with electricity. He admitted that he had underestimated his opponent and declared that he would now fight at full strength. Lightning bolts burst from his body, filling the entire arena, and this energy forced Zhou to take a defensive stance. He was surprised by this powerful energy of starlight. Suddenly, a massive thunderbolt struck him, which crashed into the ceiling and then bounced back down. Leicha's speed became so extreme that he turned into a blur, circling Zhou at lightning speed. The commentator shouted that Leicha seemed ready to use his signature move. Leicha smirked, telling his opponent to prepare for his ultimate attack. He shouted the name of the move, Roaring Thunder Explosive Lightning Strike, and the energy of thunder exploded beneath his feet. He rushed at Zhou with blinding speed. But before he could strike, Zhou counterattacked with another crushing punch to Leicha's face. This time, the force of the blow was so great that Leicha's speed worked against him. He bounced off the floor and up to the ceiling with force. Zhou calmly remarked that he should have tried to hit him before showing off, because he had already adapted to his speed, and now he could no longer hide from his eyes. The opponent then collapsed in the distance, losing consciousness. Leicha lay motionless, his green stone turning red. He could no longer fight. The announcer shouted that Zhou Chen was the winner of the final match, and the protagonist himself thought that he had almost overplayed his hand. The entire audience erupted in disbelief because none of them had even been able to see that last blow. It was faster than their eyes could follow. Then the second round matches began. The first was won by Lian from the Academy of Mages, and the second by Lao Qin. In the third match, Mu Hao fought so fiercely that he terrified the crowd. Some of the spectators wondered if they weren't from the same academy, and how he could attack his own people like that. Mu Hao responded with a cold stare, and his bloodthirsty eyes made even his fans in the stands shudder. In the fourth match, Zhou faced an incredibly fast fighter. He attacked with lightning-fast strikes, but Zhou dodged each one perfectly, and then delivered a single blow that instantly knocked him out. Watching from a distance, two officials began whispering suspiciously, because Gigi did not use his abilities, but only strengthened his body for the blow. One noted that his strength level seemed to be above the fourth level, and that he had either taken some kind of enhancer or was suppressing his true strength, and concluded that they would have to test him. At that moment, the announcer announced the imminent start of the semifinal match between Zhou Chen and Lian Guan. But before it could begin, two government officials came on stage with a scanning device. The audience began to whisper among themselves, not understanding what was happening. The men in black approached the hero and told him to put this on and then release his starlight energy. A couple of spectators in the stands recognized the inspector and discussed that they knew this guy must be using some kind of cheat or was just a decoy. Zhou also thought that maybe he had gone a little too far, so he lowered his power back to level 4. After that, they checked him. His power readings were completely stable, confirming that he was still at the 4th level of E rank. After confirming this, the judges officially declared that Zhou Chen had not used any cheats and left the arena. And the announcer declared that Zhou Chen was completely clean and no cheating had been detected, after which the match resumed. At first, all the spectators were shocked, and then amazed, whispering to each other about whether this guy really possessed such enormous strength without using any tricks. Then, a gray-haired opponent appeared before Zhou Chen, who thought this guy looked dangerous. But in the next moment, bang, he was knocked out with a single blow. Shogun School's Liu Yue lost. Now the commentators became absolute fans of Zhou Chen and praised him incessantly. The director in the white suit looked surprised and asked Director Hu why he hadn't told him that he was hiding such a treasure. Director Hu, a little nervous, nodded with a trembling smile. Other academy directors joined them, praising Zhou Chen and even asking Director Hu for training advice. In the distance, the directors of the academies that had taken first and second place last year looked at Director Hu with disbelief, clearly confused by what was happening. Meanwhile, Director Hu smiled proudly to himself, thinking about how Zhou had made him proud by reaching the semifinals in his very first competition. Then the scene switched to the second semifinal, this time between Wang and Lin Ting. The girl came out with the thought that she had to beat this guy at all costs. She vowed to crush his arrogance. The two stood face to face, but something was wrong. Wang immediately gave her a devilish look, and the match began. Two girls in the crowd shouted Lin Ting's name to cheer her on. Wang's gaze darted in their direction for a moment, and Lin Ting noticed it immediately, deciding that this was her chance. Without wasting a second, Lin Ting rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow with her palm straight to Wang's chest. But Wang didn't even flinch. He took the blow without a scratch, looking at Lin Ting with a cold, almost demonic gaze. Lin Ting was stunned, unable to understand how this attack could have caused no harm. Before she could move again, Wang grabbed her arm and smirked, sarcastically asking if this was really the most talented student from the 4th university. Lin spun around and tried to elbow Wang in the face, but he twisted her arm even harder, saying that her attacks felt like mosquito bites to him. Lin gritted her teeth in pain, then quickly activated her ability with her right hand. In an instant, Van's entire body was wrapped in bright purple ribbons. Taking advantage of this paralysis, Lin retreated and used her combat skill, Binding Strike. A storm of countless kicks rained down on Van, and because of the ribbons, he couldn't dodge any of them. Lin stepped back, breathing heavily, and thought that every one of her blows had hit their mark, so he must already be defeated. But because of the cloud of dust, she couldn't see clearly what was happening in front of her. Then suddenly Wang was right behind her, coldly asking if she was done with her little game. Lin barely had time to react. She turned around, but Wang was already in motion. He delivered a powerful blow directly to Lin's arm. It was the boiling blood technique. The blow was so monstrous that it threw Lin straight into the arena's protective barrier, which instantly cracked. Lin fell heavily to the ground, and fragments of the broken shield rained down on her. That single blow showed just how monstrous Wang's strength was. Wang slowly, step by step, made his way towards Lin. The crowd of girls who had been cheering for her just moments ago began to cry. They couldn't bear to watch their senior friend being beaten so brutally and closed their eyes in despair. On the other side, her director was drenched in sweat and trembling, muttering that Lin Ting would be fine and must remain strong. After a while, Lin became completely helpless. Her body was covered in bruises, and she didn't even have the strength to stand. At that moment, a red amulet fell to the ground next to her. Lin looked at it and whispered that she couldn't lose yet, and that perhaps this was what was keeping her alive. The action shifted back in time. It was raining heavily, and Lin was standing by the window. Several girls were sitting nearby, crying and talking about something. Lin asked what had happened to them and why they were crying. One of the girls looked up with tear-filled eyes and replied that if the government stopped funding their academy, she would have to return home, but she wanted so much to become a magician. Lin smiled and stepped forward, urging them not to worry. She promised that she would definitely win this tournament. The government would increase their funding, and soon they would all become mages faster than ever before. The girl looked up at her with eyes full of hope and asked if she was serious. Lin smiled and replied that of course she was serious, and asked if she had ever lied to them. Then the girl reached into her pocket and took out a small good luck charm, saying that her mother had given it to her and that it brought strength and luck to whoever wore it. She asked Lin to take it with her, promising that they would all be at the tournament to support her. Lin accepted the talisman with a gentle smile, thanked her, and promised she wouldn't let them down. The action returned to the present. Lin remembered all these moments and whispered that she had made a promise and couldn't lose like this. She tried to reach for the talisman, but her body refused to obey her. At that moment, Wang stepped forward, crushed the talisman with his foot, and asked contemptuously if she was really risking her life for this tiny trinket, calling it a joke. Then he kicked Lin again, asking if she really thought her supporters were still rooting for her. Lin lay motionless on the ground, completely unconscious. The green crystal next to her turned red, signaling that she could no longer fight. Wang was declared the winner of the match. He concentrated his energy in his leg and coldly said goodbye to the trash heroine of her academy. The commentators panicked, calling for someone to stop him because the match was already over. The whole crowd was in an uproar. wondering with tears in their eyes what this monster was going to do next. Director Lin desperately begged someone to stop him. At the same time, one of the officers turned to the S-rank hero standing nearby and asked if they should intervene, because everything could end very badly. The hero calmly replied that there was no need and just watched. Wang swung his leg and delivered a crushing blow to Lin, causing a colossal explosion that left a crater in the ground. But in the next frame, Zhou stepped forward, intercepting the attack and saving Lin Ting. The protagonist criticized the Shogun school, which only bullies the defenseless. Wang turned around with bloodshot eyes and realized that it was Zhou Chen. Zhou looked at him with a cold, serious expression, his eyes glowing blue. One of the commentators shouted that Zhou had just entered the arena at a critical moment in the final and saved Lin's life. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou carefully carried Lin and handed her over to the director. The director and several other people warmly thanked Zhou for saving her. Now the audience was furious. They shouted that this Wang was a monster and that Zhou Chen was the only one who could stop him, urging him to go out there and crush his arrogance. Wang stepped forward with a smirk, saying that he didn't care who was standing in front of him, because if a few ants died among thousands, it wouldn't change anything, adding that Zhou's fate would be exactly the same. Zhou activated his power and calmly suggested that if that was what he thought, then he should come closer and they would test it. As the doctors carried Lin away on a stretcher, the announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena, announcing that both finalists were on stage and ready to fight. The final match would begin as soon as the arena was restored, so they would take a short 5-minute break. The action shifted to the audience. Zhou's 3 friends from the special class had just finished their matches and went to the stands, where they saw what appeared to be their allies' girlfriends. One of them asked what was happening at the tournament. The class president explained that Zhou Chen had advanced to the finals, but honestly admitted that she didn't think he could win, as his opponent was a real monster. Director Hao's friend advised them to stay close and watch the fight carefully. Director Hao himself called out to Zhou, telling him to be careful. Full of confidence, Zhou calmly replied that it was his opponent who should be careful. Wang remarked dismissively that their academy was participating in these competitions for the first time and had immediately reached the finals, calling it remarkable luck. But he added that their background was weak and their resources limited, and advised him to leave right now so as not to lose anything. Zhou casually parried, suggesting that his academy only taught nonsense and gave advice, and called such training very interesting. He asked if he would continue talking or start fighting. This comment enraged Wang. The director announced the start of the final match. Both Zhou and Wang unleashed their power simultaneously, red against blue. The ground shook as Wang rushed forward at such speed that a small explosion occurred under his feet. He quickly flew a couple of meters and his fist slammed right into Zhou's face. The blow was so monstrous that the ground beneath them cracked. Wang laughed, saying he thought he would be able to fight him a little longer, but it seemed that one blow was enough to finish him off. But then, sweat began to pour down Wang's face. Zhou said that was supposed to be his line. The main character stood completely unharmed and responded with a piercing, penetrating gaze. He asked coldly, "Is that all the champion is capable of?" He then struck with his tiger claws, which Wang barely dodged. Then Wang activated his combat skill, boiling blood. His hands turned red, radiating heat. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle where each blow exploded like a bomb. The commentators were stunned, one of them shouting that he had been covering this tournament for 10 years and had never seen a fight like this. Meanwhile, Zhou's 2 friends watched the proceedings with concern. The blonde man was shocked. How much had Zhou been holding back during sparring? Then the scene showed Zhou's fist flying straight at Wang. And in the next moment, the wounded Wang flew backwards. Seeing this, Director Hu broke out in a nervous sweat, and the yellow-haired teacher next to him exclaimed in shock that he had known from the beginning that Zhou was special, but he didn't think he could defeat one of the best 4th-level fighters. Blood flowed from Wang's mouth and he muttered, not believing his eyes, that someone had actually hit him in the face. He refused to accept that some brat from a low-grade academy could hit him. In a rage, Wang pushed his abilities to the max, entering berserk mode. His whole body turned crimson, making him look like an enraged monster. At that moment, Behemoth appeared behind Zhou and realized that Wang was distributing star energy throughout his body, increasing his level. At that moment, Wang rushed into the attack. His speed increased so much that he practically disappeared from view. Zhou immediately noticed this and muttered that no matter how fast he moved, he could not escape his perception. Meanwhile, a government official watching the fight noted that Wang's energy intensity was rapidly increasing and asked if they should check his level. But the S-rank master shook his head and replied that there was no need for that, as he was using a family combat skill that temporarily increased his level, but did not violate the rules. The S-rank master thoughtfully added that now things were getting really interesting, because Zhou Chen had not yet shown his full strength. Chaos reigned in the arena. Their movements became so fast that it was impossible to follow them. The two exchanged countless blows, merging into a blurry spot, a mixture of red and blue. Zhou's friend sweated nervously, worrying about him. The red-haired guy noticed that Zhou seemed to be taking all of Wang's blows to the forehead, but Mu Hao quickly corrected him, telling him to look more closely. He was slipping past the blows without taking any damage, dodging them perfectly. Indeed, when Wang struck, Zhou would shift slightly, avoiding the blow by a hair's breadth. The crowd thought Wang's blows were hitting their target, but in fact, it was all part of Zhou's plan. Then Zhou freed his arm and delivered a powerful blow straight to Wang's chest. Wang crossed his arms to block it, but the monstrous pressure of Zhou's blow drove his feet deep into the ground. Zhou prepared for another blow, but an enraged Wang growled that this was his first time participating in this tournament, and had come this far, but he had not yet seen his true power. He unleashed his aura to its absolute limit, completely transitioning to the level of a 5th-star mage. Zhou took a step back and smiled, asking if that was his last trump card. He also realized that the guy had used some kind of power borrowing and didn't seem to have broken the rules. Gigi immediately borrowed the demon's power. At that moment, Zhou's energy surged, and he also reached the 5th-star level. Wang moved again, faster than before, concentrating all his power in his fists. Zhou did the same, forming a dense ball of aura energy around his fist. Both rushed forward and collided head-on. The impact caused a colossal release of power. Amidst the chaos, Zhou calmly stated that he could now see everything: his strikes, his technique, the entire flow of his energy. All of it passed through his heart, which meant that was his weak spot. Then Zhou lunged forward, driving his elbow straight into Wang's chest. Blood spurted from Wang's mouth and he staggered backward. But Zhou didn't stop there. He jumped up, gathering all his energy in his hand for the final attack. Wang raised both hands with his last ounce of strength to block the blow, thinking that it was impossible and that his opponent's strength was growing with every passing second. He knew he couldn't drag out the fight any longer, but he was determined not to lose. Sweat and tears streamed down his face, and then he shouted that no one could defeat him and that he was the strongest. His whole body flashed with the energy of rage, and his eyes burned red. Zhou looked at him seriously and coldly stated that no matter what he did, he would lose today. With these words, he put every ounce of his strength into his fist. Wang did the same, and the energy of his aura burst from his hand, frantically filling everything around him. The two fists collided. The ensuing explosion was devastating, so powerful that cracks appeared in the walls of the arena. Even the directors and teachers had to take cover from the shockwave. Stunned, Director Hu whispered, "Is that really their Zhou Chen? And what is this incredible power?" When the smoke began to clear, someone was standing in the middle of the arena. It was Wang. The principal shouted that it was Wang, that he was still standing, and asked what this meant. But before he could finish, Wang collapsed to his knees. The green crystal next to him turned red and shattered on the floor. The director announced that Wang could not continue the match. When the dust finally settled, Zhou was still standing, breathing heavily but evenly, a serious expression frozen on his face. Zhou Chen was the last one standing in the final match. The scoreboard lit up. The Deadly Mage Academy had achieved a historic victory, scoring 200 points. Zhou's friends jumped and shouted with joy. Finally, their academy had shown its monster. They had never doubted it. Two girls grabbed each other's hands and exclaimed that they knew Zhou could do it. Zhou's teachers proudly celebrated the victory, telling him that he had made them all proud. Principal Hu warmly congratulated him, tears welling up in his eyes. He laughed and remarked that it seemed they would no longer have to beg the government for subsidies. The homeroom teacher looked at him and wondered if their principal really cared about the academy. Principals from other schools approached them with smiles, offering to congratulate Principal Hu, and noting that with such a champion, their academy would dominate in the future. Meanwhile, the principal of last year's champion academy sat in shock, enraged, and humiliated. The sycophantic principal stood behind him, not knowing whose side to take. But in a matter of seconds, he made his decision and hurried to join the others in congratulating Director Hu. On the other side, the S-rank hero was already leaving, realizing that the tournament was over, so there was nothing left for him to do here, and he was leaving. As he left, the hero thought that this guy, Zhou, was really special. Then, his gaze suddenly darted to the side. In the distance, he noticed an old man and a woman standing together. The hero thought that these two had finally shown up, and hoped that they weren't here because of Zhou. The old man spoke, admitting that he never thought they would find such incredible talent hidden in the outer district, and that the boy had really impressed him. He then turned to Lin En, saying that he had heard that she already knew this boy, and asked if she planned to take him into her guild. She replied that a long time ago, when they were children, she and Zhou Chen were neighbors and played together all the time. But after her family moved away, they lost touch. They had recently met again in the Blackwater area, but he didn't recognize her. He must have forgotten who she was. She was a beautiful girl with a calm but determined expression on her face. She declared that she would do whatever it took to get him to join her guild. The scene switched to the awards ceremony. All the directors and their best students stood proudly on the main stage, surrounded by a cheering crowd and reporters with flashing cameras. Then Director Hu stepped forward and announced that Zhou Chen would now say a few words. The camera panned to Zhou. He looked incredibly awkward, thinking that speaking in front of the camera was even harder than fighting in the final. The action moved to the next day, in the principal's office. The headlines of all the newspapers were plastered with that very awkward photo of Zhou Chen. That morning, Zhou came to meet with the director. The principal handed him a black stone and said that Zhou had finally saved their academy. Inside, Behemoth rejoiced with joy. The director continued, noting that Zhou would soon begin receiving invitations from academies in the inner district. He predicted that the young man would graduate and go on to more prestigious places, but asked him to never forget their home academy. Zhou smiled and nodded in agreement. A little later, when he went outside, he saw that someone was waiting for him at the gate. It was his group of friends. They all had letters in their hands. Zhou asked if today wasn't a day off, explaining that he had only come to take care of some business, and wondered what they were all doing there. His friends laughed and replied that, of course, they had come to see him. Then they hugged him tightly and asked excitedly if he could believe that after the school tournament, the 5 best academies in the inner district had sent them offers of admission without any entrance exams. Zhou smiled gently. He replied that it was all thanks to their skills and strength, that they deserved it, and congratulated them all. Shen smiled and replied that it was actually Zhou who was the reason why their academy's name now shone so brightly. Then, clearing his throat, he asked Zhou not to forget them when he transferred to another academy, expressing his hope that one day they would form the strongest team together. Zhou looked a little puzzled, and the pink-haired girl excitedly interrupted the conversation, noting that usually no academy shares its training secrets with students from other schools. She suggested they keep in touch to share what they had learned and become even stronger together, asking Zhou if he was in. Zhou smiled warmly. He replied that of course he agreed, as without them, he would go crazy with boredom, and jokingly asked who else could be his sparring partners. Everyone laughed and cheered happily. At that moment, another person approached them. It was their former class president. She ran up, full of energy, and declared that she also wanted to become stronger, asking to be accepted into their team. The scene changed again, showing a special training hall. Zhou's friend, the class president, looked around in awe, admitting that she couldn't believe she really had the chance to train here. Then, looking at Zhou, she smiled and thanked him warmly for his help, noting that all he had to do was talk to the director once, and he actually agreed. Zhou laughed and replied that it was no big deal, explaining that he had simply mentioned it and the principal had immediately agreed. The girl bowed respectfully to the director, expressing her immense gratitude. The director smiled and replied that there was no need to thank him. He opened the class to everyone, promising to help with universities. Reform is coming. The academy will be updated, and educational standards will be raised to a fundamentally new level. He admitted that he would finally be able to realize all his long-held dreams. And all this was only possible thanks to their victory in the competition, for which he thanked them all. Everyone smiled warmly at him. The blonde-haired teacher sighed and remarked that this always happens. The school is renovated just when they graduate, which is why they never get to enjoy these improvements, and called it a great disappointment. The principal laughed and reassured him, saying that the doors of this academy would always be open to them, and they could come back any time. Then the pink-haired girl turned to Zhou and asked why he continued to train so hard, since the competition was already over. The blonde didn't understand when they had become friends. At that moment, the head girl said that she had always considered herself to be lacking in real talent, but seeing their efforts, she decided to apply to 5 universities after all. She needed to reach level 2 to pass, but with only a month left, she would prepare diligently. And if she failed, she would work twice as hard next time. Hearing this, the pink-haired girl teared up and assured him that she wouldn't worry, promising to always be there for her. The 2 guys rolled their eyes at her overacting, but smiled anyway. They offered their help at any time. Then Blondie asked if Zhou had decided which academy he was going to apply to which he calmly replied that he hadn't actually received any letters of invitation yet. Everyone was shocked. Shen asked how this was possible since Zhou was the most talented among them, while everyone else had received their letters the day after the tournament. At that moment, the director, who had been listening to their conversation all along, cleared his throat and said that he had almost forgotten something. And then, with a smile, handed Zhou Chen a red envelope, informing him that it was his acceptance letter. Zhou took the envelope, and his friends were extremely excited, noticing that even the letter itself looked very special, and began to urge him to open the envelope, wanting to know which university it was from. When Zhou opened the letter, it said that he had been invited to attend Dawn University. Along with the letter was an elegant gold card. The red-haired guy suddenly cried out in surprise. He explained that it was the largest university in existence, comparing it to the progenitor of all 5 of the best academies combined. Zhou blinked and calmly asked him to explain, admitting that he had never even heard of this academy before. He explained that there were 5 great academies in their entire country: the Morning Star Academy, the Observers Academy, the Red Lion Academy, the Heavenly Academy, and the Alpha Academy, each with its own authority and privileges. However, according to him, behind all of them stood the hidden Academy of Dawn, and if it chose a student, none of the other 5 academies were allowed to send that person a letter of admission until the deadline for submitting documents to Dawn itself had passed. Zhou looked shocked. He wondered why, if this academy was so powerful and important, people only talked about the 5 academies and not the 6. The director declared the superiority of Dawn. While others were prohibited from doing so, his students were uniquely trained directly in the rifts, at an unattainable level. As soon as he mentioned the word fault, everyone gasped. Zhou asked with a puzzled look what a fault was. The director seriously informed them that previously, information about the rifts had been classified by an agreement between the cities, but before the students entered the inner zones, he decided to reveal the secret. One of Zhou's classmates raised his hand and asked if he was allowed to listen to this, considering that he had not received an invitation. The principal nodded, confirming that it was okay, provided that he did not spread the word outside of school. He then began to explain that a rift is formed when a crack appears in space itself, and it is from this crack that monsters from other worlds pour into their world. He summed up that these spatial fractures are called rifts. According to him, anyone who enters and fights there or clears the rift will earn great fame and recognition. However, the director warned them not to be fooled, as entering a rift meant risking their lives, and many never returned from there. His face darkened. He shared a memory of how he once went into a rift with his team, but they encountered such a terrifying creature that they lost almost everyone. He admitted that he never fully recovered after that day, so he stopped going to the rifts and disbanded the team. Looking at Zhou, the director explained that Dawn was more dangerous than universities. Students entered the rifts not only during exams, and many died there every year. Therefore, he asked Zhou to think everything over, noting that he could still decline the invitation. He repeated that the young man could still refuse the invitation, expressing confidence that another university would definitely accept him, and adding that he did not want to see him ruin his life. Zhou looked at the Dawn University envelope in his hand. He was determined to go. Such an opportunity to gain wealth and power faster than anywhere else was rare, and he did not intend to miss it. The director smiled gently and admitted that he had expected this response from him, adding that his instincts told him that Zhou was destined to become a great warrior one day. The blond man laughed and hugged Zhou, assuring him that they would not be left behind, promising to work hard at their academies so that one day they could form a team and enter the rift shoulder to shoulder. Zhou looked at his letter again and was shocked to see that the deadline was September 16th. He was amazed at how soon it was. The director nodded, confirming that the rules of the Dawn Academy were completely different, and advised him to get used to surprises from now on. Zhou immediately stood up and said that he'd better start preparing right away. He apologized, saying that he wouldn't be able to attend the college reunion. Everyone waved goodbye to him. A little later, Zhou arrived home. He went inside and began checking the list of things he needed to take with him to Dawn University. A strange, dark energy began to flow in front of him. Zhou's eyes widened when he noticed it. It was Behemoth, absorbing energy from the black stone that the young man had obtained at the Death Academy. Suddenly, a monstrous hand appeared from the Behemoth's portal. One of its massive fingers touched the stone's glowing aura and pulled it, separating it from the core. The stone fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. Zhou froze in shock and asked indignantly what the hell it was doing, since Behemoth had just destroyed the stone that he had worked so hard to obtain. At that moment, Behemoth replied that he had already absorbed all the power hidden in the stone, so now it was completely useless, and then asked if Zhou had finished the business he had gone to school for. Zhou confirmed his admission to Dawn, where he would quickly pay off his debts, but he was concerned about the rift that even frightened the teachers. He asked Behemoth about it. Behemoth laughed. Rifts are not dangerous. Mages and creatures are united in nature, and Zhou's power, the energy of starlight, originally came from the same source. Zhou smiled and stated that it seemed that Behemoth's first wish had been granted, asking if that meant he would now receive some kind of saving reward. The fiery contract flared up. The first wish had been granted. Behemoth was indignant, declaring that he was not Doraemon, who would give everything away at the first request. Behemoth softened his stance. Since the young man was going to the rift, he would give him a worthy reward. The crystal would provide enough power to hold nothing back. He told Zhou to get ready. He began to direct a strange dark energy into Zhou's body. The energy enveloped him. A strange portal formed under Zhou's feet, emitting waves of darkness, which slowly seeped through his entire body. Then a notification appeared. A fragment of the power of creation is granted to Zhou. Zhou's E4 rank body is weak for the new powers. A painful transformation begins. The result is a breakthrough to E6. A powerful purple energy burst out of Zhou. When the transformation was finally over, Zhou read the new information about his ability. The power of creation once belonged to a demon god named Xiao Suto. With its help, he could generate power at will. The hippopotamus grinned and said that Xiao Suo was actually his friend, who once gave him this power. The ability changes genes and the body according to personal predispositions. This will allow Zhou to extract any necessary power at the right moment, a huge benefit. Zhou is happy to have access to these powers, but expects difficulties with leveling up. Behemoth objected, saying that levels are not the main thing, they only give the body more stamina and endurance. He emphasized that the only thing that really matters is the potential that is awakened when moving to rank D. And if that potential is weak, then the level doesn't matter. That is why he gave the young man this power, to help him awaken his powerful potential, counting on the fact that one day, Zhou would also become useful to him. He cited Lin Qin as an example, who had awakened her gift long ago. Compared to her, Zhou's current ability, Hypersense, seemed too weak and insignificant. Crowds of enemies await in the rifts, and abilities are everything here. Now Zhou will be able to mentally control his skills. From now on, everything depends on him. Zhou changed the system. His body was rebuilt, and the starlight disappeared. New options, the store and control, are now locked until he reaches rank D. To reach rank D, he needs 2,000 points, and Zhou has 0. Points are only given by the souls of monsters from the rifts. Zhou realized that the system cannot be cheated, and it's time to go into battle. The hippopotamus laughed and noticed that Zhou did not seem too impressed with his gift, so he agreed to give him another gift, fulfilling several of his remaining wishes along the way. Since his current ability was not very useful yet, he completed all 7 of his wishes, which, according to the contract, meant that he could reward Zhou again. This time, he gave him magical armor. Immediately, everything changed. Zhou watched as dark energy swirled around his body, enveloping his arms. Smooth blue armor materialized, merging directly with his soul. This meant that he did not need to put it on manually. It would summon itself, and the armor significantly increased his strength, speed, and defense. Zhou was thrilled. It not only served as a shield, but also enhanced his skills. Simply amazing. The behemoth nodded and warned him not to disappoint him, as he had invested all the power he had absorbed from the stone into Zhou. Zhou smiled confidently and promised he wouldn't let him down. The next day, a taxi arrived. Zhou, with his luggage in hand, was ready to go to the airport. His teachers and friends came to see him off. Zhou apologized to them, explaining that he had no time left and expressing doubt that he would be able to attend the farewell party. The director again asked Zhou to reconsider. Admission to the academy was a one-way ticket. He couldn't leave whenever he wanted, but the director promised to support him in case of trouble. Zhou confirmed his choice of the academy and asked the director for help in delivering a letter to his older sister, as their mother was in the hospital. The hero's decision was final. The director was surprised. Why not give the letter to his family himself? Zhou admitted that they were in a quarrel, and now he simply couldn't look his sister in the eye. The director sighed, but with a kind smile replied that he understood everything, noting that Zhou's family had been through a lot, and promised to try to help if they needed anything. His friends waved goodbye to him, promising that in 6 months, as soon as their exams were over, they would definitely meet again. Zhou waved back and got into the car. When he arrived at the airport, he learned that he needed a visa or at least a document confirming the purpose of his trip to enter the medium-sized city. Zhou explained to the officers that he was going there to apply for college. The administrator was mentally surprised because the college admission period had not even begun yet and did not understand why the guy was here and asked him for proof. Zhou immediately took out the Dawn University card that was attached to his letter. The administrator looked at the card and sweat rolled down his cheeks as he thought about how, in all his years of working here, this was the first time he had seen a real admission card from Dawn Academy. Wondering if this unremarkable-looking guy was really enrolling in such a prestigious institution, Zhou noticed the expression on his face and became confused. Opening his bag, he offered to show him the letter of admission if he didn't believe him. But the administrator quickly replied that there was no need for that, apologized, and let him pass, pointing him in the right direction. Zhou asked about the ticket. It was free from the government, but only one way. He would have to pay for the return trip himself. The administrator hurried the young man along. Zhou left, and even on the plane, he was seated in first class. With a smile, he marveled at what was happening, admitting that he had never even dreamed of sitting in such an expensive chair. Then, with a serious expression on his face, he muttered that the Dawn Academy seemed to have enormous influence and wondered what kind of university it really was. As the plane slowly entered the airspace of the medium-sized city, an announcement was made over the loudspeaker that they would arrive in the city by 10 a.m. the next day. The action moved to the next day, when Zhou arrived at the gates of the Dawn Academy with his luggage. Looking around, he noticed that it was too quiet, as he couldn't hear a single sound. He approached a man standing nearby, introduced himself as a student, and asked for directions on where to register. The man asked to see his card, and Zhou showed him his letter of admission. The man smiled and said that he must be Zhou, adding that he had been waiting for him and told him to follow him. Zhou looked puzzled. He was surprised that someone was waiting for him, as he couldn't remember ever seeing this man before. The man said that someone was waiting to meet him and again asked him to come with him. They walked to the center of a large field where a huge stone stood. The man pointed to it and instructed Zhou to place the map on the stone slab. Zhou looked at the stone in amazement. He wondered if it was one of those stones that opened hidden paths, which he had read about in stories. The man replied that he would soon find out for himself. Zhou placed his map on the stone, and suddenly a strange purple energy began to form some kind of structure. Then, like a blossoming flower, his entire body began to dissolve. To his shock, Zhou found himself standing in front of a massive, luxurious castle. They crossed to the other side of the stone. Zhou realized that this stone was actually a teleportation gate. The man nodded in confirmation of his guess, explaining that the previous place was not the real academy. He said that the Dawn Academy was so far away that even airplanes could not reach it, and that a normal journey would take months. He added that Zhou would have plenty of time to learn about these things later, and for now, he told him to follow him. They entered a large white mansion. Inside, the man announced to Miss Lin that he had brought the person she had requested. A girl with white hair was sitting at a huge table, and 2 students were standing next to her. The white-haired girl smiled at Zhou and remarked that it had been a long time, asking if he remembered her. Zhou recognized her immediately. It was the same girl he had met at the black market. He replied that of course he remembered her, and admitted that he had been meaning to thank her for saving his life that day, adding that he had never imagined she would be his senior at the same college. Then the girl with purple hair standing next to him turned to the man and said that she had already transferred the payment to his account, so now he could go. The man smiled and agreed, saying he would leave them to talk, and walked away. Zhou smiled politely and noted that the senior Lin had summoned him here personally, asking if he could find out the reason. Before Lin could answer, the green-haired guy interrupted him, ordering him to hold his tongue, and rudely asking who had given a weakling like him permission to address Miss Lin directly. Lin's eyes narrowed, and she sharply ordered Min Chen to watch his tongue, stating that Zhou Chen was her guest, then looked at Zhou again, and invited him to sit down. But Zhou's mood had already been ruined. He firmly replied that there was no need, and asked her to say what she wanted to say, right there. Lin closed her eyes for a moment and nodded in agreement. She said that since he wanted to get straight to the point, she would do so. Their guild was currently looking for new members, and they would like him to join them. As an offer, she stated that they were willing to pay 300 million coins. Zhou was stunned by this figure. He was mentally amazed because he had heard that guilds recruit hunters, but the average salary was around 10 million, so this amount seemed like pure madness. Even the green-haired guy next to her was shocked. He exclaimed that it was pure madness, indignant that with that kind of money, Miss Lin could hire a high-ranking B or even A-rank hunter. He asked what was the point of bringing in some trash from the outer district and if she was joking. Then the girl released her monstrous aura and asked why he was now making decisions for her. The green-haired man immediately cringed and apologized for his words, not understanding what this trash had done to win the lady's favor. The girl with glasses and purple hair standing nearby just watched all this in silence. Lin turned to the main character again, saying that since he had only just entered the central sector, he did not yet have a guild. They gave him the most valuable offer they could. The guy then admitted that this offer was his dream, but he didn't understand why she treated a newbie E-rank like that. He tried to talk to her. Suddenly, someone announced over the loudspeakers that all students should gather in a special hall, and Lin said that the last newcomer had probably arrived and told Zhou to leave his luggage there for now. She added that she understood that her offer was unexpected, but suggested that he think about it, because when the time came to choose, he could choose her as his mentor, which would be very helpful to him. The guy said he heard her and would think about it. Lin was delighted and asked Sister C to take Zhou to the hall. The girl with glasses immediately nodded and agreed to do so. After a while, the scene shifts to the auditorium. The hall had an atmosphere of old-fashioned luxury that was immediately apparent. The blonde man made a dramatic entrance last, smilingly calling it a habit of the main characters. He was looking forward to what today's student meeting would bring. He was seriously intent on getting closer to Lin's eldest daughter, who was studying there. His goal was marriage, which would ensure the prosperity of the family business. The blonde man looked down on Zhou's cheap appearance, considering him a weakling. Deciding that he would look stronger against this backdrop, the guy sat down next to the hero. At that very moment, the professor entered the hall and, noting that everyone seemed to be present, promised not to drag out the lecture for too long and to get straight to the point. Curator Zhang Yi promised to be brief. He would not teach directly, as self-employment was important. Apart from tests and mandatory tasks, students were free to do whatever they wanted. The professor recognized them as geniuses, but told them to forget about fame. Here, everyone can be more diligent, and something completely new awaits them: the challenge of the rifts. Mages in the rifts are either hunters or prey. Ordinary weapons are useless. Blades made from local materials are needed. The academy is a living shield between worlds. He also mentioned that combat training for the rifts would take place in a simulation room. He added that not everything here is mandatory, but reminded them that the more they learn about the rifts, the stronger they will become, and the higher their chances of survival will be. The professor warned that a single mistake could cost them their lives and offered anyone who was afraid to leave right now, assuring them that other academies would gladly accept them. He looked into the students' eyes and respectfully noted that they were not afraid, as he could see passion in each of them. He congratulated them on passing the first test and announced the academy's first award. Strange crystalline drops appeared in front of each student. The professor explained that these were skill stones and told them to simply absorb them, saying that the moment they broke the stone, the skill inside would merge with their body. The stones contained combat techniques. Zhou crushed his and gained the skill of the inner eye. Now he understands the language of clicks, the ancient dialect of the rift. The professor dampened their enthusiasm. This is only the first of 3 tests. Ahead of them lies the clearing of the rift and a strict deadline. In 6 months, everyone must break through to rank D. For 100 coins, they must unlock their potential. The students are in a panic. A girl at stage 3 of rank E and a guy at stage 4 don't know how to make it to D in 6 months. Meanwhile, the blonde guy smirked to himself, assessing his chances. Being at the 5th stage of rank E, he believed that reaching rank D would be easy for him, and doubted that there was anyone in this stream with a rank higher than his own. On the other hand, Zhou reflected that although he was already at the 6th stage of rank E, he couldn't rely on ordinary supplements, so he needed to find a way to enter the rifts in order to evolve. While the students were talking among themselves, the professor called for silence. The academy would provide mentors and cheap resources. The students themselves would decide where to spend their credits in order to reach their goals faster. Then he signaled to the people outside to come in. A girl with loose white hair stepped inside, and her beauty stunned everyone present. It was Miss Nallen. The professor introduced the newcomers as seniors who would become their mentors and guides. He explained that they were free to choose their own curator, who would also organize their entrance exam. The new students whispered excitedly. One guy asked incredulously if she was really there, and another added that he couldn't believe he was seeing her in person. The guy with glasses asked about the white-haired girl who had caused such excitement. His neighbor explained that she was the future head of the Senua Guild. One glance at her promised a bright future and a chance to join. Zhou listened quietly to their conversation and learned that the Senua Guild was actually one of the 4 best guilds in the entire country. Then one guy stood up and begged Miss Lin to be his mentor. She refused. He was a fighter. And she was from the magic department, so she couldn't help him. The guy slumped back into his seat in defeat. The green-haired guy promised to master magic for Lin's sake, begging her to be his mentor. She refused again. She only wanted magicians. Lin rejected everyone. The girl whispered that the country's highest guilds had sky-high standards. She doubted the students' chances and suggested they look for another mentor. Meanwhile, the professor began to get annoyed. He mentally noted that she did this every year. He whispered a warning to Lin, saying that if she didn't choose any new students this year, he wouldn't be able to help her, and the result of her assignment would be terrible. Lin, not particularly stressed, reluctantly nodded. Then her sharp gaze fell on none other than Zhou. She thought about what to do and whether she should really choose him out of all those present. Off to the side, the blonde guy was indulging in fantasies. He was happy that she was rejecting everyone else and was sure that as soon as she saw his handsome face and talent, she would definitely choose him. He decided to wait until the very end, when she would have no other choice. But while he was lost in his strawberry dreams, Zhou suddenly stood up and addressed the older Miss Lin, stating that he wanted not just her guidance, but to stand by her side, and asked if she would be his mentor. The hidden meaning of his words sounded very ambiguous. Even Lin blushed slightly when she heard this. The class mocked him, calling him a fool after so many rejections from Miss Lin. The students condemned his manners and how boldly he introduced himself. But then Lin replied that it was fine, she would accept him. All the guys in the room froze with their jaws hanging open. Beaming, Lin added that she was choosing only him for this year. The blonde guy looked like he had just been hit by a truck and muttered in shock that it was impossible. He couldn't understand why she had chosen Zhou. A little later, the meeting ended and the action moved to the task hall, beautifully lit by a glowing lamp above the fountain. People were walking around, and among them, Zhou was walking with Lin. Zhou asked the senior Lin why she had chosen such a novice E-rank like him, since he had heard that she was the future master of one of the largest guilds in the country and surely had no shortage of high-level mages. Lin replied that she was recruiting him not only for her guild, but also for personal reasons, which she would explain after his trial. She advised him to focus on passing the entrance exam for now, and pointed to a small group ahead, adding that she had already made all the arrangements, and that these were his teammates who would enter the rift with him to take the test. The group immediately began introducing themselves one by one. Suhan, a short-haired girl, was a C-rank 5th-level shadow mage who could dissolve and strike suddenly. She would monitor the test, but would only save him if it meant failing the exam. Next to introduce herself was a girl with green hair named Yu Wei, a first-stage D-rank healer. Then, Zhao Lin, a girl with a ponytail, announced that she possessed wind magic and was also D-rank. Finally, a red-haired guy in armor came forward with an arrogant look, stating that his name was Li Ru. He was a level 3 D-rank tank, fought in close combat, and would be the leader of this team. Looking at Zhou, he asked if he had any special potential since he hadn't brought any weapons with him. Zhou replied in the negative, explaining that he was just a new E-rank student and hadn't awakened his potential yet. Li was stunned and indignant, calling it a joke that an E-rank participant would join their test team and adding that he would be nothing but dead weight for them. The girl with the ponytail cut off the argument. The group was assembled. The healer reminded them that another chance would not come soon. Li relented, telling Zhou not to get in the way at the back. The healer looked at Zhou and gently warned him to stay right behind her, as the rifts were extremely dangerous. Zhou calmly replied that he already had experience fighting monsters, but the girl pulled him back and objected that it made no sense, because inside the rift, monsters could only be fought either without weapons or using awakened potential. At that moment, they approached the administrator, to whom Zhou said that they needed a rift to take the exam. The administrator handed him a glowing green fragment, which turned out to be part of the world tree and worked as a key to open the rift. After that, the action moved to the first room, where they stood in front of the dungeon. Zhou used the key to open it, and Li commanded everyone to go inside, as the dungeon was now open. The five slowly moved forward, while Zhou pondered that he could already feel the fluctuations of stellar energy from here, realizing that this was the rift. He hoped to find many souls inside, to pump himself up through his system. The scene shifted to the other side of the dungeon, where everyone had already entered, when suddenly both girls heard a noise from the side, and one of them shouted for everyone to quickly look ahead. Their leader stepped forward and ordered everyone to line up in a standard formation, and in that same second, they assumed combat stances. Watching from a distance, Zhou thought about how experienced they were, ready to fight at the first command. Then, the owner of the C-rank secrecy skill wished them luck, announcing the official start of the exam, and that she would be observing from the sidelines, after which she activated her skill and disappeared. At that moment, Li shouted for everyone to look ahead, as a whole pack of D-rank shadow demon wolves possessed by dark energy was rushing towards the team at full speed. Li met them face to face, realizing that these were shadow wolves with an incredibly keen sense of smell, which is why they instantly sensed the team's arrival and attacked as a pack. The short-haired girl began shooting her bow from the flank, wounding several wolves at once, even hitting one of them in the eye. The knight activated his combat skill, Frenzied Strike, and began to cut through the pack, shouting that these monsters were too weak and challenging them. However, while he was fighting the wolves in front, several managed to slip past him and get to the rear. The short-haired girl panicked and shouted at her sister Li to stop rushing forward and look back. Before she could say anything else, a wolf slashed her arm with its teeth, though she barely managed to dodge a full-on attack. The healer ran to her, promising to help with her wounds. But suddenly, a huge wolf appeared behind her, with its mouth wide open. The girl noticed this and turned around in shock when she saw its huge fangs. At that moment, Zhou intervened and casually ripped open the beast's belly with a blow of his claws, killing it instantly. The healer was in complete shock at what she saw. Zhou asked if she was all right, and the girl hesitantly replied in the affirmative. Zhou immediately received a system notification that he had earned 10 soul points. He realized that he only earned points when he personally killed a beast, and that one monster could give him several points at once. He smiled, thinking that if such a small monster gave him 10 points, then higher-level beasts should give even more, and decided it was time to delve deeper into the rift. The archer finished off the demonic wolf standing in front of her with an arrow and asked for healing. The healer ran to her with all her might, activating her spell on the way, and the yellow magic sphere that appeared quickly healed the wounds on the girl's arm. The healer was still shocked, thinking about how this freshman had saved her life by moving so fast that she hadn't even noticed his movements. The leader was still fighting the three wolves, while the C-rank judge watched from a distance, thinking that overall their combat power was impressive, but their teamwork was terrible, especially that of their leader, Li Zhuya. Despite being a tank and commander, he only cared about himself and earning points, completely unconcerned about whether the others would survive. He was overly confident due to his abundance of high-level equipment, but the rift did not forgive mistakes, and the judge understood that if they did not improve their teamwork, the test would soon be over for them. Li flashed with rage and sneered. The test was too easy. He called the team a burden, boasting that he could clear the entire rift single-handedly without any problems. As he spoke, a strange stone creature approached him from behind. Li turned sharply and asked the creature mockingly if it really thought it could sneak up on him unnoticed, and then slashed its head with his sword. However, it was not an ordinary wolf, but a stone roarer. The moment the sword struck, the monster's skill activated, and the equal force of the recoil knocked the weapon right out of his hands. Only then did he realize the real danger. It was a D-rank stone roarer that lunged at him with a roar. Li tried to defend himself with his hands and armor, shouting loudly while his teammates panicked. The archer shouted that the monster's defense was incredibly strong and that they needed to help the leader. But Li's screams had already attracted all the nearby wolves, which completely surrounded the group. The girl panicked, and the leader began shouting at the healer from afar, demanding an answer as to why she was just standing there and ordering her to come and heal him. The green-haired girl replied that he was too far away, but he threatened her, saying that she had no choice, and if anything happened to him, the test would be over, and she would be to blame. Terrified, Liu Wei slowly walked towards him, despite the archer's cries not to do so because of the mortal danger. At that very moment, the stone wolf lunged at the healer. The judge panicked, outraged that the leader was using someone much weaker as bait for his own salvation, not caring about the dangerous creatures circling around. She decided she had to intervene, as she couldn't allow anyone's life to be put at risk during her exam. But then her eyes widened in surprise. Just before the stone wolf could sink its teeth into the healer's face, someone pulled her back. It was Zhou. He stepped forward, activated his armored gloves, grabbed the wolf by the jaws, and crushed them like cookies. The beast died instantly, and Zhou earned 30 soul points. Zhou assessed the wolf's strength. It was stronger than the previous monsters and brought more soul points, but his armor was nothing compared to the hero's demonic protection. Throwing the beast's carcass aside, he moved on, ordering both girls to stay behind him. They remained behind him, standing in complete shock. Without hesitation, Zhou picked up the leader's fallen sword and rushed forward at full speed. Every wolf that stood in his way was killed instantly. And with each beast destroyed, more and more soul points flowed into him. The monsters threw themselves at him. And then the main character didn't make a single mistake and accurately chopped down the beasts. The judge watched this from behind in absolute shock, not believing that a freshman was capable of such movement, and muttered that this guy was even more ruthless and heroic than the leader. Both girls also froze, refusing to believe their eyes. The archer whispered that a person with such speed and strength simply could not be E-rank. The healer panicked and urged them to hurry and keep up with him, otherwise they would be left behind. Both rushed to run, while behind them new demonic wolves roared, rushing after them in pursuit. The girls gave it their all, trying to escape, but the wolves continued to chase them and were almost catching up. When suddenly, Zhou looked at them intently and ordered them both to hide. They barely had time to react before Zhou rushed back and sent every single wolf straight to hell with a single blow, earning a huge number of soul points and completely clearing the area. Turning around, he said that the place was safe for now and asked them to go heal the leader as he was seriously injured. The girl with the ponytail was stunned by how he had killed all the stone wolves in an instant and couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. The healer nodded and began to treat Lewis. His wounds were serious, but Lewis himself was only concerned about whether he would be left with scars. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl looked at Zhou with admiration, telling him that he was simply incredible because thanks to him, they were all safe and no one had even been hurt. Zhou wondered whether they should move on or make camp here, and the girl suggested they press on. Zhou checked his system. He had already collected 210 soul points. He thought that the last wave had brought him a lot of points, and if it continued like this, he would collect a huge amount by the end of the test. At that moment, the leader shouted from behind, announcing that the test was over and demanding to know where they were going. The healer believed in success. They had waited too long for this test. The girl snapped at Lewis, and he accused the useless and trashy rear guard of inaction while he was on the front lines. The short-haired girl flew into a rage. Lewis's recklessness had gotten them into trouble. The healer tried in vain to quell the conflict, but Lewis stubbornly refused to back down. He was outraged by her words, declaring that he was the team's tank, that he had suffered such severe injuries because of their incompetence, and asked mockingly if they seriously thought they could advance without him. Lewis gloated to himself, thinking that they were whispering behind his back, and decided to show them his true value. If they wanted him to be their tank, they would have to beg for it. But suddenly, Zhou stepped forward and told Lewis that if that's how he felt, he could stay here and wait for them. He then turned to the others and offered himself as their tank, assuring them that if they went with him, they would be able to complete this exam as a real team. Lewis flew into a rage, contemptuously asking Zhou who he thought he was to take on the role of tank. Zhou understood that the chance to enter the rift was extremely rare. He wasn't going to let it slip away, so he calmly volunteered to be the tank for the group. Lewis smirked arrogantly. Did Zhou really think he was something special after fighting a couple of wolves? He threatened that without armor, Zhou would be dust before the rift boss. However, the girls disagreed with him. They said they trusted Zhou and would go with him, and Lewis was free to go with them or stay behind. They didn't care. Lewis's own strategy backfired on him. In a rage, he shouted, "How can you bet on a boy without armor?" The archer smirked. She had seen his skills and was confident. The healer didn't want to miss the chance either. The girl with the ponytail stepped forward. Zhou was mature and reliable. She undermined Lewis, noting that a whiner who cried over scratches could hardly be considered an adult. She concluded that if Lewis didn't want to go, he could sit and wait for them while they left, then waved goodbye and walked away. Lewis stood there with his mouth open, speechless. Inside, he was seething with rage, indignant at how they dared to ignore him, the captain, and mentally promised that later they would all regret this decision. The scene changed. From the depths of the dungeon, a pack of stone wolves burst forth with a roar. The arrows fired by the short-haired archer accurately hit their vulnerable spots, which were not covered by armor. She smiled and said she had blocked one and passed the turn to Zhou. He rushed into battle and, with the help of his armored gloves, instantly killed both beasts, earning another batch of soul points. The archer provided support from behind, while the healer helped track the monster's positions and monitor the situation. Suddenly, a demonic wolf rushed at the girls from behind. Before it could reach them, a stone struck it from the side, killing it instantly. Thrown by Zhou, he asked if they were all right. The girls nodded, and the archer finished off the wolf to be sure, confirming its death. The healer stepped forward and noticed that it seemed to be the last demonic wolf and that the rift was almost cleared. The archer beamed with delight. How many monsters had they already killed? The healer thought for a moment and replied that they had killed at least 40 or 50. She added with a smile that it was all thanks to the new member of the team. With such a tank, they hardly needed to think. Zhou objected that it was all down to their teamwork. They continued to advance deeper into the rift, becoming more and more excited, and one of them noticed that they seemed to be almost at their destination. The archer suddenly asked Zhou why his hands flashed blue with each attack. She admitted that she had never seen anything like it and asked him to explain it, which the healer enthusiastically joined in, confirming that she had noticed it too. Zhou casually transformed his hand into an armored glove and replied that he didn't know much about it himself. It had simply appeared on his hand one day, and now he could summon and remove it at will. Zhou thought to himself that he would never tell them the truth. It would confuse them and could create unnecessary problems for him in the future. The girls stared at Zhou's armor with excitement. The green-haired girl suggested that he was an early awakened one who had received his gift before reaching D rank. The archer was indignant. Had Zhou lied about his dormant potential? The healer silenced her. He was a novice and might not have known the rules because early awakening was rare. She advised Zhou to report his hidden powers in advance from now on. Tanks were in short supply, and underestimating them was dangerous. Zhou thanked her for her valuable advice. Zhou acknowledged that teamwork was important, but because of others' kills, he was losing soul points. He decided to go alone from now on so he wouldn't have to share the loot with others. It was clear that Zhou had accumulated 810 soul points at that moment, and he thought that he needed at least 2,000 points to level up. The C-rank judge watched Zhou with suspicion. The E-rank freshman was leading the group brilliantly. His decisions were flawless. He was 1,000 times better than Lewis. The judge understood why Lin trusted this guy so much, bringing him into the team at the very last moment, and thought that at this rate, they would soon complete the test. However, the judge then became wary. It was strange that their arrogant leader Lewis was quietly following them, and she suspected that he was up to something. The scene returned to Zhou's team. The girl with pigtails asked in shock, "Is this really it?" And they had already reached the final stage, because they had almost reached the end of the rift, but had not encountered the boss. The healer suggested that the boss was either not there or had been killed accidentally. The archer objected, saying that the boss was the core of the rift. If the world hadn't collapsed, then the enemy was still alive. As they talked, they could see someone watching them from the shadows above. Suddenly, Zhou's perception ability activated, his senses instantly sharpened. He sensed danger behind them and shouted for everyone to move as the threat was directly above them. A ferocious beast, shrouded in black shadow, roared as it dove down and crashed into the ground, creating a shockwave that forced everyone to jump back. The archer panicked, realizing that it was not just one beast, as she sensed several auras at once. Immediately after landing, a pair of glowing eyes appeared in the smoke. And when the dust cleared, other yellow eyes flashed behind it. Several creatures were hiding in the darkness. The girls fell into absolute panic and watched in horror, not understanding if this was a joke or what was happening. A D-rank shadow demon appeared from the smoke, followed by 2 elite shadow demon wolves of the same rank. Behind them appeared a massive D-rank stone king. Compared to these monsters, Zhou's team seemed no bigger than ants. Suddenly, an invisible judge appeared in front of them and shouted that the test was over and they all had to leave immediately. She explained that these demon wolves were elite monsters, and the stone beast was the boss, which made the difficulty far beyond that of a normal exam, and no one had suspected that such a thing could happen. She was sure that with their current skills, they would never make it, and begged them to leave while they still had the chance, because if the creatures attacked together, even she would not be able to protect everyone. Zhou looked at the demon wolves as if they were a treasure chest. By killing 4 of them alone, he would earn a sea of soul points, even though the king was strong. At that moment, a system notification appeared about a new task. Zhou was shocked. The system was instructing him to kill the Stone King and earn soul points. He realized that this was the first time the system had asked him to accept a mission, and it was Behemoth's second wish. It was stated that if he left the dungeon without completing the task, he would face severe punishment. Zhou remembered how the last time he tried to break the contract, he was confronted with hellish flames, and concluded that the punishment here probably meant death in those very flames. He had no choice. He was forced to fight these creatures. His eyes glowed blue, and a grin spread across his face. He thought that now, the real adventure was just beginning. and asked the elder to stay behind him and take on the monsters. The judge was stunned, unable to believe that this E-rank rookie planned to fight everyone alone. But Zhou had already made up his mind. These beasts would be his prey. His armored gauntlets reappeared, releasing blue lightning with a crackling thunderclap. Zhou slowly stepped towards the creatures, who looked at him as if he were a tiny mouse, too insignificant to pay attention to. The judge rushed to Zhou in a panic. Had he lost his mind? Fighting 4 monsters meant death. The archer stopped her. The guy wasn't stupid. He had a trump card. The concerned judge vanished into invisibility. Her voice echoed throughout the cave. As examiner, she was obliged to respect Zhou's choice, even if it meant risk. Both girls, running back to cover, shouted at him not to overexert himself and to run straight to them if he felt that the creatures were gaining the upper hand. Zhou assessed the monster's aura. Their strength was on a different level, despite their previous rank. He hoped the armor would withstand the blows. The boss, however, looked on with amusement. He grinned in response, realizing that even at the sight of these dangerous creatures, he did not feel an ounce of fear. With a devilish grin, he whispered that behind him stood someone far more terrifying than all of them put together. The demon was on his side. The Beast King immediately roared ferociously. His 3 elite wolves rushed forward, and the boss himself rushed straight at Zhou. Zhou immediately sharpened his senses to the limit, activating his perception ability. He quickly dodged the king's razor-sharp blow, but 3 demonic wolves instantly surrounded him. The girls gasped. Zhou was holding off 4 Lord-level monsters. Were all tanks really that strong? One remembered. Captain Lewis couldn't have done that. The judge was stunned. The awakened one could barely handle 1 lord, while Zhou was fighting 4. She couldn't comprehend the level of power he had awakened. But she narrowed her eyes, realizing that with monster lords, there was no room for complacency. Zhou barely dodged the demonic wolf's claws and noted to himself that the creature's speed was almost as fast as his own. He could have handled 1, but there were 4 of them. And he knew that if he just dodged, he'd run out of steam. He leaped into the air, but another wolf lunged to bite him. Zhou twisted in his leap, dodging again, and rushed straight towards the king, deciding to knock out the boss first and then deal with the rest. He delivered a powerful blow with all his might right on the king's head. But suddenly, a golden aura flared around the monster, causing Zhou to narrow his eyes. Even with his signature blow, he was unable to penetrate the king's shield, which immediately began to heal under the influence of this golden energy. The beast roared again, and golden light erupted from its entire body as it activated its lord skill. The blast wave sent Zhou flying backwards as the cracks in the monster's shield healed at an incredible speed. Zhou retreated, realizing that the creature's regeneration speed was insane, and he needed to find its weak spot at all costs. Captain Lewis stood behind him, his jaw hanging open. He couldn't believe his eyes. An E-rank rookie was single-handedly fighting 4 D-rank lords. Soon, a grin slowly spread across his face. He decided that if the guy could handle them, then the monsters weren't that strong, and if he, the captain, had been there instead of this weak newbie, he would have easily finished them off. He gripped his sword tightly, anticipating his moment of glory, and deciding that, as the team's captain, it was his responsibility to take on the task of eliminating the lords and not let this brat steal his thunder. With a loud cry, he rushed towards the monsters from behind Zhou. At that moment, a treacherous thought flashed through his mind. If he accidentally kills both the monsters and this kid at the same time, no one will suspect him, and all the glory for killing the boss will go to him alone. However, Zhou casually slapped his hand, knocking the sword right out of Lewis's grip. Calmly noted the perfect timing and jumped to the side. At the same moment, the demonic monster's claws darted forward, aiming straight at Lewis. He screamed hysterically, activating the defense boost to maximum power. But the monster's attack shattered his shield and sent him flying. He slammed hard into the back wall, screaming in pain as the monster's claws managed to wound him even through the shield. His sword whirled through the air and fell to the ground. Zhou lunged forward and intercepted the sword before it touched the floor. The next moment, he was already climbing along the ceiling of the dungeon, finding himself directly above the monster. Zhou's expression turned serious. He realized he was fully prepared and the time had come. He mentally commanded the system to invest all 800 soul points into agility and speed. After this infusion, his base agility skyrocketed from 0 to 5, unlocking a new combat skill, divine speed. Zhou pushed off the ceiling and sprinted downwards. The next moment, he landed in a blur on the ground, blood dripping from his body. He'd cleanly severed the head of one of the demonic wolves. For the kill, he received 750 soul coins. Zhou smiled as he noted that it was finally -1, after which another notification appeared in front of him. He received the title Divine Speed +10 to Dexterity. His stat is now 15. The last two demonic wolves trembled in terror. The boy rushed forward with his sword, instantly slaying the second wolf, and noting that the second one was finished. He earned another 750 soul points. The judge stood frozen in shock as his speed continued to increase. She couldn't understand what was happening. Only the last demonic wolf remained, trembling in utter confusion. Meanwhile, the two girls reached Captain Lewis and pulled him out of the combat zone. At that moment, the last wolf noticed them and rushed straight towards them. But the archer stepped forward and asked if he really thought them so weak that he could bully them with impunity. She released a powerful gust of thickening wind that flared with green light and sent the monster flying backwards. At that very moment, Zhou rushed towards the target and instantly finished off the last wolf, receiving another 750 soul points. Thanks to a series of kills, Zhou's total soul points reached 2,600. Suddenly, the Beast King roared behind him and charged. Zhou whispered that he had finally reached the required points and now had 2,260 soul points. He then commanded the system to level him up. Notification: rank E6 changed to D1. He still has 260 soul points. A pillar of purple energy erupted from Zhou, and the Beast King froze in shock from the force. The judge and the two girls stared at him in deep shock, the air filled with a dark aura. Notification: Zhou has reached rank D, his potential unlocked. Dark blue energy surged from his body. His gift, the Abyss, confers its own domain. Zhou stomped on the ground, calling for the domain, and the huge Beast King was pulled inside. After which the guy turned around and announced the activation of the skill. From the dark abyss below, long, ghostly blades erupted, piercing the monster and piercing it through and through. These were the 4 dark tentacles of an evil god, capable of piercing anything. The Beast King's eyes filled with terror. Zhou stepped forward and cut off its head, instantly finishing the boss, then paused for a moment, allowing the void's abilities to dissipate. A notification arrived that he'd earned 5,000 soul points for killing the boss. Zhou thought that, as he'd expected, killing a monster lord was indeed a good reward. To be honest, the fight seemed quite easy to him, only thanks to the talent of the Abyss. Otherwise, the battle would have dragged on for a long time. Notification: Behemoth's wish has been granted. For killing King Zhou, he received a glowing yellow crystal, a rare material with the raw power of a pack leader. Zhou hid the trophy. The girls ran up to congratulate him. They were shocked that he had defeated 3 lords on his own. Was this the end of the exam, or was there another stage? A B-rank judge emerged from the shadows. She confirmed the energy was stable, the lord had been defeated. The group had officially passed the test. All trials were now behind them. The girls froze for a moment, then screamed with joy and hugged each other tightly. The girls thanked the newcomer. Without him, they would have failed. The guy replied that his name was Zhou and asked them to call him by his first name, not newcomer. The judge announced that Liu Wei and Xiao Lin had each received 5 points. The healer smiled. They hadn't done anything after all. All the credit went to Zhou. The judge replied that she had shown decisiveness where it mattered and had wisely retreated when required, maintaining complete calm. The judge awarded Zhou 15 points for leadership and skill. The victory over Lord earned him another 10, and Lewis's 5 points also went to him. Zhou is the clear leader. The girls were shocked. 15 points. The healer admitted she'd never heard of such a record on a regular 10-point exam. Zhou thanked the judge, who continued to praise his abilities. Lewis came running indignantly. How could his points be given to someone else? The judge responded sternly. He ignored his teammates and was never part of the team. The judge was adamant. Lewis had abandoned the team for points and even attacked his own teammates. The verdict was harsh. disqualification for violating academy rules. Lewis shouted that he simply wanted to end the fight quickly and protested that she had no right to do so, promising to appeal her decision. The referee calmly walked away, telling him to do whatever he wanted, and warned that after his superiors investigated his actions, the punishment would be much harsher. Upon hearing this, Louis fell into a complete panic and was unable to utter a word. The judge ordered everyone to leave quickly as the rift was about to close. The scene changed. After a while, they all returned to the academy. The judge announced that she had already sent the test results and they would arrive within 24 hours. Everyone thanked the judge. Meanwhile, Louis slowly walked away, disappointed. The girls excitedly told Zhou that they would definitely try to team up with him again on future missions whenever possible. They exchanged phone numbers. The judge offered Zhou the Shadowfell Guild. He asked, "Don't you need a C rank?" She explained, "They're a mid-tier rank and offer an annual salary of 3 million. Zhou considered the 3 million, but remembered a more lucrative offer. He politely declined. He wasn't interested in joining any guild right now. The judge looked a little disappointed. She replied that it was no problem, and if he changed his mind in the future, their doors would always be open to him. Just at that moment, someone came up and asked if the exam was over. It was Lin and her purple-haired assistant. She smiled and asked what they were all talking about. The judge quickly changed the subject and congratulated Zhou on his success. The girls cheerfully shouted his name and promised that they would definitely meet again. Zhou asked Lin if she had been waiting for him. She confirmed that he had finished early. His luggage was already there, and Lin offered to show him to his room. Sometime later, they arrived at an extremely luxurious apartment. This was the room assigned to Zhou. The girl said that when he had more money, he could rent a better room. Zhou was already stunned by how luxurious everything looked. Finally, he asked why she was so eager to hire him into her guild, since he had already passed the exam. Lin's assistant became nervous. Was it worth revealing everything? Lin gently reassured her. If she hired Zhou, it meant she trusted his proven talents. Zhou was confused. What was going on? Lin admitted that she was the guild leader's heir, but 3 factions were vying for power within the organization. She added seriously that to secure her position, she needed to build a dedicated team, and that was where she needed his help. Zhou was shocked and asked if she didn't trust her old team and why she trusted him so much. Lin admitted she had seen his fight in the Blackwater zone and found it impressive and commendable. She noted that she chose him because of the determination in his eyes and his thirst for power. But there was another reason. She'd checked his background and knew about his massive loan from Level 4 Light City. She continued, explaining that behind that agency stood a huge corporation from the Central District, the core of the system. Lin warned that the factions were stealing data and enslaving talent. Even if Zhou repaid his debt, he would still attract their attention and they would bury him in hidden debts to keep him forever in their service. Lin offered Zhou an alliance. She would protect his data from his enemy creditors. In exchange for his help, she would erase his debts. Their interests aligned. It was time to decide. Zhou fell silent, weighing the benefits. Supporting a powerful guild was the safest course. He realized he wouldn't get such conditions anywhere else. Refusing would be sheer stupidity. Zhou smiled and agreed to help. Lin laughed softly. There was no rush. Let him work at his own pace. She told Cece to send him the translation. The purple-haired girl nodded, pressed something on her tablet, and at that very moment a notification arrived on the hero's phone. He glanced at the screen and saw 5 million credited to his account. He was amazed at how easily they'd transferred such a huge sum of money. Lin explained that for the others, the 5 million was a year's salary, but for them it was just in advance. She offered Zhou a vacation and assistance with any questions and documents. Zhou thanked them, and they finally left. As soon as the door slammed, Zhou lay down on the bed, glad to finally get some rest. Then he opened the system panel and checked everything. Zhou opened the menu: status, stats, rank, and store. He had 5,260 soul points. Advancing from Stage 1 to Stage 2 of Level D costs 5,000, almost his entire supply. The prices for strength, spirit, and agility varied. Zhou was shocked. Upgrading potential costs twice as much as regular stats. The system demands a lot. Joe realized that 5,000 points per level was too expensive. He remembered how leveling up his agility had given him divine speed and decided not to rush. Joe invested 1,600 points into potential, raising it to level 2. The result? 6 abyssal tentacles instead of 4, and a 160-unit warehouse. His calculations paid off. He decided to test it on a nearby bottle. Using his abyss skill, he pulled the bottle straight into his hand. He also placed an old crystal and a fragment of Katra's magical armor inside. Joe pulled out a bottle of water and laughed. Now his things are always at hand. The rank up option is not yet available. He doesn't have enough points for the next level. Joe glanced at the last section, the store. It was stocked with healing potions, elixirs, and mountains of weapons to suit every taste and budget. A true hero's paradise. He thought the prices were too high, but decided to check what he could actually buy in this store. He spent 1,500 points on a sword, and the system immediately gave him a blade of truly high quality. Joe was delighted to find that the sword fit his body perfectly. The size, the balance, everything was simply flawless. Now he only had 2,160 points left, so he decided to save the rest for later. At that moment, Behemoth appeared and, shocked, asked what he was talking about and what was going on here. Joe looked away, no less surprised by his partner's appearance. Joe laughed and sheathed his sword in the abyss. He realized that the new skill was ideal for storing items, but in combat, this power of the abyss could be truly dangerous. Behemoth was taken aback. Was it really so easy for Joe to tame the abyss's tentacles and achieve D rank? He laughed and confirmed. Everything had gone smoothly in the rift. Behemoth thought he had put so much power into it that he could barely appear for a while, but the guy's growth is just insane. He then smiled ominously and declared that since Joe could now enter the rift whenever he wanted, it was time to grant his wishes. The scene changed to the evolution department. Joe sat on a chair while many people bustled about the room. He spoke with Behemoth. He told him he came here for the potential map, as it makes missions much easier and allows him to freely enter and exit the rift. At this moment, the receptionist called Zhou Chen, and he immediately came over. The girl examined the case, a rare occurrence. A newcomer straight away ranked D. She called Joe inside, promising to explain the rules and show him the rank verification stone. She explained the hierarchy, from bronze to legend. The higher and rarer the tier, the greater the potential of the awakened. The ranking system will determine their future. A couple walked past Joe. The guy was bragging about his silver, and the girl was crying over her bronze. A staff member consoled her. They'd have a chance to retake it after practice. A few minutes later, they arrived at the awakening stone. The girl told him to gently place his hand on it, promising that the ordeal would soon be over. Joe touched the stone, and a powerful stream of energy erupted from it. Gold, purple, green, and other colors swirled in a single vortex. The girl watching this gasped, not understanding why the color of the stone was changing so much, because usually everything stabilizes very quickly. She checked the system panel, but even the scanner didn't show stable data. A moment later, the stone was illuminated by a deep purple light, and dark energy began to emanate from him. A black shadow appeared over the stone. The people around stared at the sight in shock. They began to whisper about the incredibly strong fluctuations in stellar energy, wondering what kind of potential this guy had awakened. One of them admitted that the pressure made it difficult for him to even breathe. Joe's aura grew so large that it filled the entire room. The employee froze in disbelief, admitting that she had never seen such a color in her life, and wondering what power it possessed. Suddenly, text appeared on the awakening stone. Apostle rank. Purple? Joe checked his system but found no definitions for apostle rank or purple tier. The girl was equally astonished and declared she'd never heard of such a profession and had no information about the purple rank. Joe inquired what this apostle profession even entailed. The girl is shocked. Usually, newcomers only have the beginnings of powers, elements. A full-fledged profession like mage is only given to mature masters, but he's had it from day one. At that moment, the manager came in and asked what all the fuss was about. The employee explained everything about Joe's situation, his profession, and the strange stats. The manager frowned in shock and demanded his tablet. He checked the frequency readings and stated that this system was not created in their world, but from materials found inside the rift. This meant the results couldn't be wrong, and the purple rank and profession were something completely new. He emphasized that this was the first time they had encountered something like this. He immediately contacted someone on the headset and ordered them to gather all the information related to this discovery. The girl took a ready-made card which already had the color purple printed on it. The manager handed Joe the case. The system was currently at a standstill. Only future victories would reveal the true strength of his gift, but for now, the hero was awarded a unique rank. Joe studied the black-purple card in shock. He wondered if the mysterious purple rank's appearance was connected to his unique creative power. The crowd wondered whether the bronze apostle was weaker or stronger, but no one knew the answer. Joe didn't care. In his eyes, the word sounded like a servant. Essentially, he was Behemoth's servant, and he decided that was precisely what his profession entailed. He sighed and thought that, in any case, it was time for him to take on some kind of mission. He arrived at the assignment room. As soon as he entered, a guy approached him and asked if he was looking for a job. Zhang Hao invited Joe to join their group, saying that they were one person short for a safe stone mining mission. The hero asked for details, and the guy showed him all the information on the phone. Joe saw that even such a small task would reward him with money and 2 credit points. He was inspired and immediately agreed. The guy helped Joe register and explained how the missions would proceed in the future. He then took Joe to meet the other 2 team members. Joe asked if the judge wouldn't come with them. The man in the green coat laughed. The judges only monitor newcomers. Taking them on missions is expensive because of the fees, but this assignment is not at all dangerous. The scene shifted to a crystal mining pit. Everyone was amazed by the beauty of the glowing stones. Joe smiled and remarked on how magnificent it was. Behemoth, watching through their connection, felt that he could not ignore the sensation that arose. He immediately gave Joe a task. Joe saw that he had only 1 hour to collect 150 units of crystal ore, and failure was unacceptable. Behemoth explained that these crystals were full of stellar energy. He added that if he absorbed them, he could quickly restore his strength, and ordered the boy to work hard for the next hour. Before Joe could respond, a man in a green coat approached with a spare pickaxe. He motioned for Joe to begin work and handed him the tool. After some time, Joe and the guy were mining, while the other 2 were carrying stones. The man excitedly remarked that he hadn't expected Joe to be so strong, suggesting he had potential as a power type. Joe nodded awkwardly, looking around. The guy explained that it's easy for attacking forces to find the group. He only has a basic buff, useless in combat, so he's busy mining crystals. The behemoth ordered Joe to be quiet. He had been unsuccessfully attempting to absorb the stones and demanded an explanation. The powers of the abyss were capricious, even in the hands of such a creature. Joe became agitated. He picked up the stone and tried to deposit it in the abyss, but to no avail. He realized the ore didn't belong to him. He couldn't understand whose stones these were, if he himself had just mined them from this cave. The boy in the coat grew nervous. "Don't even think about stealing the stones. The mine is school property, and theft is punishable by death." Joe is in the crosshairs. Joe panicked a little and told Behemoth that since the mine belonged to the school, he couldn't take a single stone. He asked how he could then complete the task in an hour. Behemoth replied that these were his own personal difficulties and reminded him that since he had given the task, it must be completed. He emphasized that if Joe failed, he would lose his life. Before they could say anything else, the ground suddenly shook, as if during an earthquake. The boy shouted that they needed to get out immediately, as he thought the mine was about to collapse. Another partner shouted and pointed to the side, noticing the Crystal Worm King. A huge segmented worm with a wide-open mouth was rushing straight at them. Everyone fled in terror. They were outraged that the guards had promised complete safety. Everyone screamed in panic. How did a king-class monster get here? They assumed it had been awakened by the noise of its prey. Joe wondered as he ran, was there a nest in the depths? He continued to run along with everyone, but the monster crawled very quickly and almost caught up with him. Joe glanced to the side, grabbed the guy in the green coat and pushed him forward to save him. He tripped and fell ahead, while the worm flew past and rushed straight at Joe. Everyone screamed his name in horror. The worm monster slowly crawled deeper into the strange tunnel, and Joe found himself trapped right in its jaws. Suddenly, Behemoth's voice rang out from behind, mockingly remarking that Zhou had fallen into the clutches of such a weak monster. Behemoth chided Zhou. Why expose himself with his divine speed? But that's the plan. The monster itself will drag him to a nest full of rare ore. As soon as he said this, the monster crashed through the ceiling and fell down. Zhou punched the monster in the cheek and changed his direction, and landed on the ground. The entire place was filled with crystals. Behemoth's eyes widened in shock. He admitted that the entire place was literally overflowing with resources, confirming the boy's correctness. But he noticed that before collecting the crystals, he'd have to deal with a few insects. Countless worms were crawling all over the area in front of Zhou. Zhou laughed and said that he thought he wouldn't get any soul points for this mission, but now he saw that he would earn them in abundance along with the crystals. He summoned tentacles from the abyss, and a multitude of dark tendrils pierced the worms, like chopsticks piercing potatoes. For each worm, Zhou received 120 soul points. The slaughter continued for some time, and Zhou collected a huge number of points. Behemoth explained that Zhou could only summon 6 tentacles at a time, but how often he resummoned them made the ability even more dangerous. Zhou admitted the tentacles were more useful than he expected, but noted that he couldn't use them for too long. He explained that it wasn't a matter of recharging, but in the enormous expenditure of mental energy. He added that if he overextended himself, he could lose consciousness or even die. Clutching his head, Zhou muttered that he had reached his limit and could no longer continue. But he noted that at least he had destroyed all the worms, large and small, except for the boss. Right behind him, a huge worm lunged forward, intending to swallow him. Zhou deactivated his abyssal skill and summoned a sword from the system. A notification appeared informing him of the activation of divine speed. In the blink of an eye, Zhou sliced the giant worm into pieces and appeared behind it. The boss was defeated, and Zhou instantly gained 7,000 soul points. Behemoth rated the show only 6 out of 10. He needs to get stronger. This is just the beginning. He told Zhou to hurry with the work before the dungeon closed. Zhou summoned the abyssal tentacles again and began digging. The tentacles spread out and dug into the ground. Zhou rested on the fallen worm, analyzing his tentacles. The second was weak, the fourth and fifth were obedient, and the sixth was the smartest. To restore his mental strength, he purchased a healing potion from the system. The victory earned Zhou 13,000 soul points, giving him 15,000. Remembering the benefits of leveling up, he leveled up all his skills and achieved a breakthrough to rank D2. Leveling up all stats left me with 5,400 points. Strength and mentality at level 5 gave me might, and the calm breathing skill for regeneration while at rest. This created a combo with tentacle control. The senses stat was also raised to level 5. He wondered how exactly the feelings were supposed to help, since the other stats were needed for combat. Having upgraded them to level 5, he unlocked the Eye of the Overlord skill. With it, he could see information about any object or target in front of him. The skill remained active constantly, and one of his eyes glowed gold. At first, Zhou was confused. Data surfaced above the worm corpses. Zhou had seen everything about their species. But a strange glow flickered within the boss, something his new skill couldn't identify. Zhou quickly ordered the sixth tentacle to reach out and pull the glowing object out of the monster. The tentacle extracted a purple root from the boss. The behemoth was shocked. It was a rare treasure, one that even he couldn't absorb. Zhou was astonished. Suddenly, information about the item appeared before his eyes. It was a mutated crystal, a special material that could be used to enhance Katra's demonic armor. Behemoth was stunned. Finding even a piece of demonic armor was a miracle. He reminded her that the forging secret had long been lost and asked how Zhou would fuse the crystal. Behemoth told them to put their thoughts aside. The dungeon was unstable and could collapse. He advised Zhou not to take unnecessary risks and to leave immediately. Panic reigned outside. Zhou's companions were desperately shaking witnesses, and the crowd of onlookers grew. The dungeon gates began to close. People debated whether the monster lord had been killed, or if the mission had simply expired. Witnesses concluded that Zhou was trapped inside forever. The orange-clad partner shook the officer furiously. Rescuers had been gone for half an hour. He defended himself. The worms were deep, their tunnels were enormous, and Zhou had probably been eaten. The blond man was on the verge of tears. He regretfully said that it was all his fault, since he had dragged Zhou into the mission and Zhou had sacrificed himself to save him. Suddenly, someone in the crowd cried out in surprise upon seeing a man emerging from the gate. The crowd began to murmur. The crowd whispered, "Had he really survived and defeated the king?" Zhou emerged from the gate. He froze in bewilderment, unable to understand why so many people had gathered here. The green-haired boy ran up to Zhou, grabbed him, and exclaimed that he was alive. He thanked God that he had actually managed to return. Zhou lied cleverly, claiming he'd gotten stuck in the monster's teeth, spent a long time searching for a way out, and miraculously escaped. He apologized, claiming he hadn't stolen a single grain of ore from the mine. The guy in the coat consoled Zhou. Life is more important than the stones. Salvation is the most important thing. And the system confirmed. 173 crystals out of 150 had been collected. The mission was completed in an hour. The action then moved to Tianlian Hospital, where Zhou's mother was hospitalized. His older sister came in, but stopped in shock, because she saw something shocking. The hospital bed where her mother was lying was empty. She ran out into the hallway and asked the nurse where her mother was and why the room was empty. The nurse replied that she had been transferred to the intensive care unit. The girl was worried about the VIP room, but the nurse reassured her. Lighted Academy director Mr. Hu had paid for the mother's intensive care for 6 months in advance. He conveyed that the patient's child was currently busy and took care of everything. The nurse added that she assumed the girl was an only child. The girl looked confused and wondered if she meant Zhou. Zhou integrated the demonic fragment into Ketra's armor, spending 3,000 points. This resulted in a sharp increase in skill. The armor now boosts attacks and serves as a powerful shield. Zhou called the day a happy one, and Behemoth acknowledged that the system's ability to forge demonic armor was incredible. 2 crystal cores now rest in the Abyss's vault. Zhou decided not to use his senses skill for now, saving it for later. He called Principal Hu and learned that his mother was already in intensive care. He invited him to visit her after the school was renovated. Zhou agreed, still using his old, broken phone despite his wealth. Zhou spent 25 million on debts and his mother's treatment, keeping only 2 million in reward money for himself. He's confident that a stream of high-level missions will cover all the bills, but first he needs to learn how to survive any dangerous dungeon. Zhou relies on his own strength to protect his loved ones, rather than trusting the elder Lin. He began searching his school assignments for rifts for solitary individuals. Zhou realized that all missions required an experienced group. Just like in business, experience was valued here, and a lone wolf without a track record of cleanups was out of reach. There were no quests for him. Zhou went all in. He created his own mission, recruiting supports of any level. He guaranteed a clear-out, provided they obeyed completely. The captain would take 50% of the reward, and the rest would go to the group. The hippopotamus was terrified. Who would agree to such insane terms? Zhou acknowledged the strangeness of his plan, but decided to take the risk, leaving it to fate to sort everything out. With these words, he put the phone down. The scene moved immediately to the next morning. Zhou was awakened by the sound of the doorbell. Opening the door irritably, he asked who had come to see him so early. The visitor turned out to be the healer. Smiling, she greeted the boss and said he was finally awake, and they had all come to join his mission. And she wasn't alone. Zhou was taken aback. A whole crowd had gathered in front of his house, looking more like a gang meeting. The girl explained that it was a response to his call from the previous day. Everyone had tried unsuccessfully to get through to him, and upon learning of her acquaintance with Zhou, they begged her to bring them to him. Zhou wondered to himself who checked their phone while sleeping, since he had set it to silent mode. Zhou was upset. He thought the insane conditions would scare people away, but the opposite happened. The healer explained that low-level supports were the outcasts of the market. No one would take them. As soon as any chance appeared, everyone rushed to him. A blond man in the crowd hesitated. Could he trust the boy? Entering the rift with a single fighter seemed madness, and Zhou's mission, a simple scam. Louis reassured those who doubted her. She had worked with Zhou before and vouched for his strength. She promised that he would help everyone complete their missions. The purple-haired girl asked if it was true that they didn't have to do anything except follow him and the reward would be divided equally. Zhou casually confirmed that as long as they didn't interfere with his work, the deal would remain in effect. The crowd erupted in delight. Everyone wanted Zhou to join their group to carry out their missions. Lewis confessed she was simply bragging about her acquaintance with Zhou, and now the crowd is eager to meet him. It's up to him to decide which of this crowd to recruit for his team. Zhou's face slowly broke into a sinister smile. He announced that he would accept assignments from all teams at once. The action moved to the Hanxing Group branch, where someone was very brutally beaten in the face and then thrown to the floor. A furious man beat a subordinate for the team's poor performance. Terrified of the impending reprimand from his superiors, he accused the young man of insolence. Did he really think he was rich to disobey orders? The yellow-haired man gave a brutal order: shake the debtors blind, confiscating their valuables for lack of cash. If that wasn't enough, dragged the poor wretches to the black market, sarcastically inquiring whether his subordinates needed training in the slave trade as well. Stepping away and gritting his teeth, he threatened that if the situation did not change next month, someone else would take his place. And he'll have to pay off his debt to the company with his own body. The beaten man slowly rose, wiping blood from his mouth. Sometime later, he emerged from the office, where several people were waiting for him. It turned out that this man was the very same lender who had lent Zhou the money. The manager nervously inquired about the state of his boss's face. The boss ignored him. The anxious manager continued that they couldn't catch up with other teams on percentage alone. He suggested expanding their business by kidnapping people for the black market. The boss gave him a hard slap. He asked if he feared God, since he was suggesting sins for which even their future children might pay. The manager countered that if they didn't survive now, they wouldn't have children at all. The boss hesitated for a moment and started scrolling through his phone, searching for money. Scrolling through the list, he came across Zhou's profile, the same guy who had beaten up his goons. His eyes narrowed. The boy had already paid off $5 million and entered Dawn Academy on September 9th. He then repaid the loan on the 13th. And yet, tuition at Dawn Academy alone cost a fortune. A sinister smile and a glint in the hunter's eyes betrayed him. He realized their quarry was a large fish, which he had mistaken for a beggar. The game was officially declared open. The action moved to a D-rank rift where there was some semblance of Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy. And Zhou instantly pierced the tree monster with countless abyssal tentacle spears. He earned 12,000 soul points, 5 credit points, and 3,000 gold. In another dungeon, Zhou again used his abyssal tentacles to slay a swordfish monster. For this, he received 10,100 soul points, 4 credit points, and 15,000 gold. Then the third mission appeared. Zhou's tentacles crushed the stone golem, earning him 5,000 soul points, 5.5 credits, and 30,000 gold. This task was more difficult than the first, but it gave fewer soul points, which annoyed Zhou. But since he now had a lot of soul points, Zhou has made a powerful leap forward. All abilities have increased by 1 step, and his D rank has risen to level 3. Strength and spirit stats have nearly doubled, and potential has skyrocketed to 20. His Abyss ability now grants 8 tentacles, 200 storage slots, and a new skill, Source of Fear. With this skill, he could instill terror in monsters or enemies and summon tentacles from the shadow of that fear. Seeing how terrifying this new power became, Zhou smiled. He saw all his friends surrounded by a swarm of scorpions. They were shouting that they were D-rank crystal shell scorpions. Not understanding how they had appeared here, their numbers were growing every second, and there was no way out in sight. At that moment, Zhou whistled from the side. All the scorpions immediately turned their attention to him. With an angry look, Zhou asked who had allowed them to touch his people and promised that they would pay dearly for it. The animals instantly felt a strong fear under Zhou's pressure. Zhou received a notification from the system, offering to use the Eye of Power to summon the tentacles of the abyss. He immediately agreed, a wave of energy erupting from his eyes, the source of fear, and a wave of terrifying aura covered all the arthropods. The pupils of all the monsters narrowed, their bodies trembled, and straight from the depths of fear in their hearts, the tentacles of the Zhou abyss burst forth. In the blink of an eye, every scorpion was slain. Everyone froze in shock. Zhou's power literally left their jaws hanging. The blonde, who had known him before, asked in amazement if this was his new hidden ability. Zhou thought to himself that this skill was truly dangerous. As long as he could instill fear, he didn't even need to move. He could summon a tentacle straight from the enemy's heart. He gained another 2,000 souls. The blonde announced the mission's completion. All teams' goals had been achieved. Thanking Zhou for his decisive contribution, she urged him to finally get some rest, promising to contact him if any new business came up. Zhou nodded, and the scene changed. Zhou noticed in the dorm that his soul points were draining more and more slowly. The system was cutting experience and blocking new missions. A clear hint: it was time to ditch the sandbox and head into hardcore rifts. Entrance to the C rifts is closed to D ranks. The system is unforgiving. Zhou hesitated. Should he ask Lin for help? But asking her unnecessary questions was more dangerous than the locked dungeon gates. Suddenly his phone vibrated. It was a message, saying someone needed a personal bodyguard for 1 day, at a cost of $1 million. $1 million was a nice sum, but Zhou valued the faults more highly, so he refused. The client raised the bid to $3 million, but the young man stood his ground. Progress isn't for sale. In his mind, he wondered how one could get $3 million for 1 day of security, and whether it was a joke. Another message appeared. It turned out he needed to be guarded inside a wild rift. Zhou was surprised to hear about a wild rift. There might be something interesting there. They agreed to meet in the park. The scene was postponed until the next day. Zhou arrived at the park with Behemoth. He told Behemoth he had only come to discuss the mission and that from there they would head straight into the wild rift. A man in a blue coat stood by the tree. Zhou noticed him and asked if he was the customer. Before the man could speak, someone stepped out from behind him. It was the creditor. He laughed and said that Zhou hadn't actually been looking for that guy, but him. And it's time for the rest of us to go. The man in the blue coat apologized to Zhou and ran off. Zhou stood there stunned, realizing he had been tricked. The creditor, with a sly grin, demanded to know how Zhou had made $5 million in a day. A secret in exchange for intact bones. That was the greedy bouncer's ultimatum. Zhou ignored him and calmly walked away. He thought he'd wasted his time, and now he didn't know where to look for a high-level wild rift. Behind him, a man took off his glasses with a grin and asked if he had given him permission to leave. With a malicious expression, he added that Zhou was clearly underestimating him. He activated his stellar energy combat skill, gravitational pressure. A heavy gravitational field fell upon the area, and the man coldly remarked that he had not shown his strength for a long time. People began to forget his name, Yulin. Zhou became serious and asked him again. He too hadn't heard it in a long time. Turning around with a grim smile, Zhou asked if he was the same man who had been constantly raising his interest rates on the loan. Zhou snapped. The debts and interest were settled. There was no reason to visit. But the creditor merely laughed, as if cats could smell fish, and bloodhounds like him could smell money a mile away. Zhou didn't flinch. He told the extortionist straight in the face that such dogs know no limits. Even with full payment, they'll still be clinging to him for more. The guy froze in place, not giving an inch. The man mistook Zhou's calm for paralysis from fear. With a nasty grin, he approached, mocking the boy's insolence. He decided that his studies at the academy had gone to his head, and promised to knock this arrogance out of him. At that very moment, a powerful blow landed right in the man's face. The man completely lost his balance and flew back, with blood dripping from his mouth. He couldn't understand how Zhou had managed to attack him while under pressure. Meanwhile, Zhou didn't utter a word. He simply stood there. Seeing this, the man thought that perhaps he had weakened his strength for a moment and that it was an accident. But his anger at being struck got the better of him. Red energy erupted from his body as he screamed. He accused Zhou of attempting to suppress him and decided to show him his place. Before he could finish, Zhou moved closer and gave him a powerful slap. Then followed a precise blow to the chest. Zhou stepped forward, grabbed him by the head, and slammed him straight into the ground. The man literally sank face first into the dirt. At this moment, he finally realized that although Zhou was a D rank on paper, his strength was much higher. Zhou came closer and ordered him to get up. The man slowly rolled over, groaning in pain. He began to beg for mercy, admitting his defeat. Behemoth approached him from behind and asked Zhou if he should kill this creditor right there, or perhaps hang him up somewhere and give him a good beating for fun. Zhou told Behemoth it wasn't time yet, as he wanted to interrogate him first. Behemoth was a little disappointed. The man overheard their conversation and trembled with fear. He wondered if they really were going to kill him. In a panic, he began babbling that it was all a misunderstanding and they could come to an agreement. Zhou activated his Eye of Authority, and the man was instantly drawn into the domain. Dozens of demonic red eyes stared down at him. Shocked by this otherworldly scene, the man screamed, asking where he was. Zhou walked through the ghostly void, his eyes glowing red. He slowly approached the bastard lying on the ground. And with the same terrifying look, he offered to talk, warning that lying would have consequences. The man crawled back in terror. He begged them not to hurt him and promised to tell him anything he wanted. Zhou icily ordered the man to speak. He demanded he reveal his true motives and admit whether he had dared to threaten his family. The enemy stuttered, awkwardly trying to pass it off as a joke. Zhou received a notification from the system that the man was trying to play mental games. Zhou relaxed and noticed that his words made no sense at all. In a panic, the man confessed that he had been blinded by the greed of profit. Noticing how easily Zhou handled millions, he wanted to uncover the source of his income. He swore he wouldn't touch the boy's family. Zhou ironically recalled the visit of 3 henchmen willing to go to extremes for the sake of duty. Horrified, the man disowned them, calling them madmen and rule breakers. He insisted he fired them immediately. Zhou thought that since there were no notifications from the system, it meant he was telling the truth. Zhou sat down next to him, demanding to know how a 3 million ruble debt had turned into 100. Horrified, the man denied any wrongdoing. He cited Han's group, which handled all the calculations and interest. The company turns debtors into perpetual slaves by endlessly jacking up interest rates. The man admitted he himself had become a victim. Due to an unfulfilled quota, he was forced to make a deal. Zhou realized that talking to this guy wouldn't help solve the loan problem. Sister Lin was right. There was a huge company behind all this. Zhou asked icily about the manager's dirty dealings. He immediately refused, insisting he was kind. He swore he wouldn't go to any lengths to achieve the plan, and that he had only one misdeed on his conscience. The man confessed that he had once caught and sold an E-rank beast in Blackwater. Zhou was shocked. He realized that this very same dealer had sent the humanoid from the wild dungeon. Zhou demanded to be shown the route to the rift immediately. The astonished man confirmed that the entry point was still under his control, and that he was obliged to surrender it to the authorities within 2 days. Zhou ordered them to forget about deadlines and move immediately. The action shifted to a warehouse, where a rift was spinning in the middle of empty space. Upon arriving, Zhou determined from the energy emanating from it that he was facing an anomaly of at least C rank. Typically, such places are controlled by academies or authorities, so Zhou demanded an explanation. Scratching his head, the man admitted that his connections had helped him secure the rift for some small-time work. The man produced a rare fragment of the world tree to open the entrance. A stunned Zhou asked about the artifact's source. He explained that the rules had been more relaxed in the past, and such stones were easily acquired on the black market. At the time, he had spent a huge amount of money to purchase this expensive fragment. Zhou smiled slightly and invited them inside. The rift opened, releasing a powerful wave of purple aura, and a moment later, the scene changed. Zhou and his companion found themselves in lush green mountains on the other side of the rift. Suddenly, Zhou received a systemic mission. He was obligated to exterminate all beasts in this location. Zhou smiled, pleased that entering the high-level rift had immediately activated the quest. They both began to delve deeper into the area. His companion nervously remarked that he had come only for a small profit, as the area was deserted and going deeper was dangerous. Zhou replied coldly that he wasn't interested in profit. His real goal was to completely clear the rift. Hearing this, the man was horrified. He screamed that Zhou had gone mad, as this was a C rank, which usually required a whole team of powerful mages. Zhou praised his companion for his in-depth knowledge. The man explained seriously that he had been part of the capture team, and this was basic knowledge. However, he flatly refused to participate in the cleanup. He reached into his pocket for the fragment of the world tree, but it was not there. At that moment, Zhou pulled a fragment from his pocket. He calmly asked if this was what he was looking for, suggesting he might have accidentally dropped it, as without it they wouldn't be able to leave the dungeon. Zhou then added that he forgot to mention one detail. He would be clearing this dungeon alone. He warned him to stay out of the way and walked forward. After a few moments, he reached the forest where several monkeys stood in front of him. Looking up, he saw that every branch was covered in them. The man behind him screamed in panic. He warned that these were cave demon monkeys, extremely dangerous and ferocious creatures. If you see one, the whole pack is already 10 meters away. Immediately, all the rabid macaques rushed at them, and the collector began to squeal that they were finished. A sinister smile spread across Zhou's face. He whispered that he was incredibly lucky today. He activated his abyssal tentacles. Shadows began to creep out from beneath his feet. Seeing this terrifying scene, the man froze in shock. Zhou destroyed a huge number of monsters in a matter of moments. Its tentacles even flew into the mouths of macaques. So he left his companion in shock. It was definitely not worth messing with the main character. But the demon monkeys didn't retreat. On the contrary, they screamed even louder and launched a general attack. Zhou, completely unperturbed, walked forward calmly, without a trace of fear. The man finally came to his senses and realized that even though these monkeys were C rank, the guy was killing them like trash. He wondered if this was how he made his money. Zhou continued to smile as his tentacles tore through the monsters, destroying everything in their path. Over time, the entire mountain forestry area was filled with the cries of monkeys. Zhou continued his slaughter, earning 550 soul points for each beast he killed. Even weaker specimens earned him 400 to 450 points. Zhou didn't even need to move. His abyssal tentacles were more than enough. Behind him, the collector stuttered in disbelief. He couldn't believe this was the power of an awakened D rank. He froze in horror, wiping sweat from his forehead, and muttered that he even felt sorry for these monsters. Meanwhile, Zhou calmly watched his points rise on the dashboard. He noted with a smile that he'd already earned a ton of soul points just by entering a C-rank rift. The system showed that the total number of points had already exceeded 9,000. Suddenly, something rushed at him with incredible speed. Zhou's gaze darted to the side as his perception skill kicked in. A huge, gorilla-like monster was rushing towards him. Zhou remains calm and commanded the tentacles to attack. His tentacles have already reached level 3. However, they were unable to penetrate the massive monster's thick skin. Zhou noticed it immediately, and his eyes narrowed. The monster struck the ground, and Zhou jumped to the side, dodging. The force of the blow was such that the brown-haired man was thrown far to the side. Zhou stepped forward and firmly told him to get out and hide, promising to deal with it himself. Meanwhile, the monster glared at Zhou. Its size was enormous, and Zhou realized it was the true boss of the rift. Zhou activated the Eye of Authority. Before him stood a C-rank boss, a mutant ape-man. His trump card was Berserker Mode and Rage, honed by years of battle. As soon as the explanation ended, the beast entered this mode. Powerful red energy erupted from its body as it began beating its chest. A system notification explained that in Berserk Mode, the monster felt no pain. The boss's defenses dropped, but his attacks grew. He fell into a frenzied fearlessness. Zhou only laughed. Was the beast really angry because of its kin who had fallen in hell? He drew his sword, radiating a dark aura. With a smile, Zhou promised to send it after them. The weapon was called the Laser Greatsword. The monkey roared furiously in rage and rushed forward, and she struck the ground with her fist with great force. Zhou jumped again, dodged, and found himself right in front of the monster's face. Without hesitation, he activated Divine Speed. In one movement, he jumped onto the monster's hand and ran over his head, and landed behind him, delivering a series of blows. Blood gushed out in his sword's wake. The brown-haired man watching couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered what kind of movement technique this was, and how a D rank could be so fast. He had never heard of such power, and wondered who this guy really was. Zhou continued to attack at lightning speed, and he inflicted 1,000 cuts in a second, cutting up the monster's entire body, causing the beast to lose a lot of blood. Eventually, the Berserker Mode was broken by its wounds. The beast roared, and fear finally showed on its face. Without wasting a second, Zhou activated the skill Source of Fear. Using the monster's fear, he summoned dark tentacles that pulled the creature into a twisted domain full of eyes. Suddenly, the monster felt unbearable pain from within. Thousands of tentacles erupted from his heart. Thus, the 8-man boss was defeated. Zhou received 32,000 soul points. Upon landing, Zhou calmly noted that a C-rank boss was no joke. His defenses were incredibly strong, and it was good that he could sense fear. A system notification appeared indicating mission completion and obtaining a pure C-rank boss crystal. A green crystal appeared in Zhou's hand. He thought he now had 3 crystals, though he still didn't know how to use them. The system then notified him that an accessory could be crafted from 3 crystals. Zhou agreed to the creation. The 3 crystals emerged from his storage and merged, absorbing 3,000 soul points. A moment later, they transformed into a single purple pendant. Zhou placed it around his neck. The system announced its name, Lucky Hunter's Stone. This accessory increased Zhou's luck with rare items. The mafioso nervously approached Zhou. When asked how he was feeling, he meekly called him Big Brother and waited for orders. Zhou was now his boss. Zhou turned away emotionlessly and asked if anything valuable could be obtained from the corpses of these beasts. He replied that the materials from C-rank creatures were highly prized on the black market. Many were destroyed by Zhou's attacks, but there were still plenty of good materials left. Zhou assigned him this task. Zhou's stats were sharply increased. The scene moved 2 hours later to a warehouse called Bonfire. Zhou and the brown-haired man arrived to meet someone. The mafia boss greeted Wang. The man in the green t-shirt shook the brown-haired boss's hand and laughingly asked what had brought him here so late. The brown-haired man replied that he'd gotten some great material today and couldn't resist. The man glanced at Zhou and asked who the kid was. He noted that things seemed to be going well for them. They had someone new in the business. Wang began to approach the main character and talk about how good his young skin was and how delicious his meat was, no doubt. He had a couple of customers who would pay good money for it. Suddenly, someone grabbed the strange cannibal by the hand. It was the mafioso who asked Wang to focus only on the fault matters today. He was not interested in anything else. Wang pulled his hand back and agreed to do so. He thought to himself, what was wrong with him today, because he was acting too protective towards this boy. Then, stepping aside, he said he was just joking and asked them to follow him. Afterwards, they entered the private room. Boss Lin took out a red box, placed it on the table, and explained that this time the goods were extremely valuable. Therefore, he couldn't tell much about it and suggested that his guests see everything for himself. With these words, he opened the box. The man looked inside and his face froze in complete shock. His eyes widened. The box contained a monkey claw, a star crystal, and the boss's hide. The shocked man asked Boss Lin where he had obtained such treasures. Lin smiled and advised Brother Wang not to ask for details. He offered to appraise the goods while sweat rolled down Wang's face. The rarest C-rank materials were extremely difficult to sell. Wang, hesitantly, offered 2 million. Zhou, watching from afar, was astonished by such a price for the trophies. He understood why the academies and authorities so strictly controlled the circulation of materials. Boss Lin slammed the box shut, sarcastically asking if Wang had forgotten how to appreciate C-rank treasures. He quickly corrected himself. The goods were excellent, and he was willing to take them for 2.2 million. Lin smiled and offered a final price of 2.5 million. He reminded Wang that selling such rare goods would attract many serious and influential partners. Lin added that in the future, when they had valuable high-level materials, they would come to him first, and asked what he would say about it. Gritting his teeth, a visibly worried Wang finally agreed, but only on the condition that he would be the one to bring in such items in the future. The two shook hands, and Wang confirmed the deal. The scene changed after a while. Boss Lin and Zhou were strolling near the port, and Zhou laughed at how quickly the money was transferred, thinking that he was indeed lucky today. Boss Lin came closer and asked if Brother Zhou needed anything else from him now that the money had been received. But before Zhou could answer, a man suddenly approached them. It turned out that it was one of Boss Lin's subordinates who reported that they couldn't get through on the phone and were very worried. Upon learning of the meeting with Boss Wang, they immediately rushed here. and the bald man looked at Zhou in surprise. He assumed the boss had already caught this little scum and taught him a lesson. Zhou remained calm, while Boss Lin trembled on the spot. The bald man approached Zhou and asked if he had given all the money to their boss okay, threatening that otherwise the uncles might show him their strength. Suddenly, a resounding slap landed on the bald man's face, delivered by Boss Lin himself. In anger, Boss Lin ordered him to shut his filthy mouth, indignant at how he dared to talk to the young man like that, and whether he didn't know basic manners. He then turned to Zhou and apologized, admitting that he had failed to properly discipline his men and that they clearly needed training. Zhou casually announced the transfer of $1 million that would soon be credited to the account. The man was stunned. Why such a sum when he hadn't done anything? As he left, Zhou replied that he himself had spoken of the need for money, so this should be taken as a reward for worthy cooperation. Behemoth was surprised why Zhou simply let Lin go instead of making him a perpetual servant. Zhou calmly explained that the ability to forgive sometimes brings far greater benefits in the future. He added that Lin wasn't a true enemy and could still be useful. The scene returned to Boss Lin, who was approached by the bald man and asked what was really going on. Lin replied in a serious tone that it was a long story and then, in a cold voice, ordered everyone to get to work. Zhou ordered a search for any wild rifts, demanding that the coordinates be immediately transmitted to him. He emphasized that commissions and salaries were irrelevant. Price was irrelevant when new resources were at stake. Hearing this, the bald man was shocked, and then, with an inspired look, the mafioso said that this could be their only chance to get out of the company's debts. The scene moved forward a few days later, showing a market near the academy, full of people strolling. Zhou arrived with Behemoth, whose gaze was transfixed by the crowd. Zhou admitted it was his first time here. Now that they had money, they should go shopping. They stopped at Nikru's general store, where Zhou saw B-rank skill stones for 2 to 3 million, C rank for over 5 million, and A rank for over 9 million. Looking at these prices, Zhou felt upset, thinking that just recently 10 million had seemed like a huge amount to him, but here it felt surprisingly small. Zhou deemed offensive skills unnecessary and chose $2 million gems. Blue, terrain discovery, granted a dungeon map, and green, carving mastery, provided in-depth knowledge of materials. Having bought both stones, Zhou looked closely at the shields and then glanced at his tattered clothes. Noting that it became too fragile in battle and was completely unsuitable, he decided that he needed real armor. But he realized that heavy sets were not suitable for him, as they would slow down his speed. As he walked further, he noticed a suit that seemed pretty good to him. After which, a muscular man with blue hair and feminine appearance approached him and complimented him on his taste. The man added that this armor was a masterpiece he had created. It was lightweight, extremely durable, and would fit perfectly. Zhou nodded and ordered the set to be packed. And then, running his hand through his hair, he noticed that it had grown out a lot, and it was time for a haircut. He asked the shop owner if there was a salon nearby, to which he immediately pulled out a pair of scissors and declared that he had once been a renowned haircutting expert. Zhou agreed to entrust him with the task. And after a while he left the building, having spent a total of 1 million won on shopping. We were shown the hero's new look, which looked very much like Jinwoo. Looking at his $700,000 outfit, Zhou admitted that it was extremely comfortable and high quality. Behemoth simply stared at him silently. Meanwhile, at the market, all the girls fell in love with Zhou's new look. They whispered about where such a handsome man had been hiding all this time, and wondered if he was from the older class. Behemoth noticed that his former classmates had suddenly become sweet, and confessed that he didn't understand people at all. Zhou laughingly replied that it was their nature to be drawn to beauty. He then added that he'd bought a gift for his friend as well. When he handed over the white outfit, Behemoth panicked and asked him to put it away, as the clothes were too bright and could attract attention. Zhou laughed and reassured him that the outfit would merge with him and disappear. But then someone from the side called out Zhou's name. Looking around, he realized that it was Senior Lin. They met face to face, and Zhou asked with a smile if it was a coincidence, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lin stared in complete shock at Zhou's new appearance, admitting that she didn't even recognize him, as he looked completely different, adding that she had actually been looking for him. As they talked, people began to gather around, some whispering that it was Senior Lin and remarking on how good they looked together. Hearing all this, Lin became embarrassed and quickly grabbed Zhou's hand, pulling him along with her, as there were too many people for a normal conversation. A little later, at the juice table, Lin noted that a lot had changed in a short time, as he had already made a breakthrough even within the D rank. She admitted that she truly had a keen eye, having chosen him and seen him already realize his potential. Zhou nodded and added that the exact rank of his true strength was still unclear and would be confirmed in the future. Behemoth appeared impressively in white, and Lin lamented that she had completely overlooked Zhou's height. He laughingly thanked her for everything and gently inquired where she had been all these days. Lin hesitated for a moment, then explained that the guild had recently been experiencing problems that she could not avoid. She added that a large-scale battle would begin very soon, which no major guild could ignore. In a serious tone, she announced that the Golden Radiance Rift would soon open, and preparations were underway everywhere. When the main character heard the name of the Golden Radiance Rift, he was very surprised and began asking for information about Orphe, after which the topic of conversation changed. It was a very special type of rift that only opened for a few weeks every 2 years and then closed on its own. The place was home to many strange buildings and towers that hid high-level rewards and treasures, including things so rare that humanity had never heard of them before. The reward from the Golden Radiance Rift promised the impossible. The lucky one could instantly attain A-rank power. This event was crucial for all guilds, as it could greatly increase their strength and influence. Because of this, no one wanted to miss out on such an opportunity, which sometimes even led to clashes within large guilds. Senhwa's guild was a true giant, and a mission of such magnitude forgave no mistakes. As an elite mercenary of the faction, the girl was obliged to join this battle, for the dominance of the entire guild was at stake. Zhou was fired up by the idea. High-level rewards meant elite monsters, which in turn meant a colossal influx of soul points. Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he directly asked Pullen if he could participate. Lin would like to take him, but Zhou's level isn't up to Senhwa's standards. The guild's strict rules are unforgiving, and even her influence won't help her bypass this barrier. The Golden Rift was teeming with beasts, deadly to Zhou. But he was adamant. Faith in his escape skills outweighed his fear. The hero persistently sought an opening to participate. Lin admitted there was a way. The mission was long, and the unit needed supplies. There were no strict skill levels for logistics and Jisu's needs, so Zhou found himself in logistics, even though the work ahead was grueling. Zhou accepted the terms with a smile. Lin smiled back. There were 2 weeks left until the rift opened. The gathering of people had already begun, so she suggested he head to the training grounds immediately to get acclimated. By the way, in honor of his admission, she sent him several gifts to his home, expressing the hope that he would like them very much. After some time, heading straight to his house after talking with the team, Zhou discussed his findings with the demon. Everything in the rift was C rank. A tough fight with the demonic monkey proved his strength was barely sufficient. Before his new campaign, the hero desperately needed to become even more powerful. Memos agreed, and at that moment, Zhou's gaze fell on an elegant purple box by the door. He realized it was the promised gift from Lin. Burning with curiosity, the hero decided to immediately examine the contents. Opening it, he saw a multitude of energy supplements, extremely rare things. Zhou's eyes ran wild because each of them cost a fortune, and they sent him so many that he immediately realized all the advantages of being in a large guild. But Memos noted with irony how unlucky he was, because all this goodness was absolutely useless for him. Zhou admitted he'd have to explain that his leveling method deviated from the norm. Memos offered to sell the excess nutrients, but the hero flatly refused. He considered selling someone else's gifts the height of impropriety. This would have left a bad impression on him, but suddenly, a great idea came to his mind. The scene flashed forward 2 days, to the D-rank rift, where someone received a call on their mobile phone. It turned out that it was Zhou calling. On the other end of the line, his old friend, the same blonde guy who suddenly shouted calling him boss, picked up the phone, and admiring how amazing these supplements were, he asked where Zhou got all this from, and in the background, he heard the voice of a pink-haired girl. The girl confirmed that all these supplements were incredibly expensive and asked if he really wanted to give them all of this. Meanwhile, Zhou sat comfortably on the makeshift throne, fighting with his abyssal tentacles, and replied that he had plenty more of that. Zhou sent resources to his old acquaintances. The young man, almost crying with joy, vowed to follow Zhou's boss to the end. The former headman also thanked him with a smile for his unexpected generosity and care. During a casual conversation, it became clear that their academic classes had not yet begun, and they still had 2 entrance exams to take. After which, Zhou mentioned that he was on a mission. At that very moment, a D-rank boss, Cloak Spider, appeared in front of him. Zhou's tentacles continued to fight casually, while the main character sat on a rock and chatted on the phone. And just as the call ended, the boss monster was also defeated, for which Zhou received 900 points. Meanwhile, in the background, all his rookie teammates were in a complete panic, declaring that killing the boss during a phone call was pure heroism. Zhou activated the system panel in front of him, which showed that in just a few minutes he had already collected 52,300 soul points. But he still couldn't level up at his current level. He thought that challenging the Golden Radiance Rift in this state would be utter foolishness, and decided that he now had only one choice left. The scene moved forward a bit, when they had already left the rift. And Zhou bought something called a rift fragment in the system for 50,000 soul points, which could be used to open the gates. Zhou stared at the rift key, thinking that this thing had appeared when he was leveling up inside, but he had completely ignored it back then, considering it pointless to spend 50,000 points on purchasing it. He then came to a deserted place, thinking that he was going to open this rift, and could not afford to risk being noticed. After carefully examining the key, he reasoned that he could have improved his other skills significantly, but after investing so many points, he trusted that the system would not give him a bad result since he had already decided to play this game. Zhou immediately gripped the key tightly in his hand and used it, the system notification said. A connection was being established with the rift of the Seeker's Palace, Grilla Fios. A crystallized green rift opened before Zhou, which was very different from everything he had seen before. The demon squinted and noted that this was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. Reaching forward with his hand, Zhou found himself on the other side of the gate and realized that this rift was a special place that did not need to be entered in the usual way. As he stretched his body, he thought that, judging by the name, it should have been an old mansion or castle, but in fact, a huge jungle with trees of unprecedented size stretched around. At that moment, the demon interrupted his thoughts, telling him to stop being distracted and look ahead, as something was approaching them. Looking in that direction, Zhou saw 2 green goblins collecting food into a basket. Surprised, he noted that they were weak goblins and thought that the demonic beasts inside this rift were probably not particularly strong, which left him quite disappointed. But at that very moment, the hand of one of the goblins appeared right in front of Zhou's face. He dodged the attack at point-blank range as if he was playing limbo. And at that very second, the second goblin from behind was already getting ready to shoot at him. Zhou barely managed to dodge, and when the thrown stone hit the tree behind him, the trunk was torn in half. Looking at this, Zhou was amazed at the incredible speed and strength of the goblin, and decided to finish them off as quickly as possible with the help of his abyssal tentacles. However, when he tried to summon the tentacles, he experienced a real shock. His eyes widened and sweat rolled down his face. The system stunned Zhou. In this rift, any special skills were forbidden. His hidden mission required him to survive until dawn, without using either tentacles or Voidwalker. He was now practically unarmed. Trying to cope with the shock, Zhou continued to dodge, admitting to himself that the monster's attack had seriously scared him. He realized that these goblins were far from ordinary, and if he made even one wrong move, he would find his grave here. So, he needed to quickly come up with a way to counterattack. Both goblins took a fighting stance right in front of him. They were truly small green demons. Having broken the distance, Zhou activated the skill Eye of Power to get information about the enemies. His eye flashed blue, but the ability didn't work. He realized it was because his divine sense was too low. The goblin rushed forward again with his claws, and Zhou, dodging the lightning-fast blows. Each time I was on the brink of death and felt enormous pressure. He admitted that their speed and power were incredibly high, but he reminded himself of his trump cards, deciding that the time had come to use them. Activating divine speed, he delivered a powerful blow straight to the center of the goblin's body. The monster flew into the air from the colossal pressure, trying to block the blow with his hands. Seeing this, Zhou was puzzled as to how he blocked it, but he was able to pull himself together. The second goblin also rushed forward and attacked him from behind. But this time, Zhou nullified his attack with the help of the Demon Zedra's armor, taking no damage. The next moment, Zhou changed his defensive stance to an offensive one. The goblin was unable to block or dodge the blow, and flew far away, falling to the ground from the powerful blow. Zhou only had time to think that, when he came here to use divine speed and demon armor, he didn't even imagine that he had become so dependent on the potential of his dark tentacles, which was why normal combat was so difficult for him. A goblin slowly rose from the cloud of dust and let out a deafening roar that echoed throughout the forest. The aura of the goblin's scream dissipated around, and even the earth shook for a moment. Suddenly, Zhou heard multiple footsteps and saw that a whole colony of goblins had come running towards them. Maintaining his composure, he admitted that he had not expected to see them in such numbers. But the goblins clearly had no intention of negotiating. They simply squealed and rushed forward. Zhou, in his excitement, even forgot about the attack and froze in place, realizing that now he would have to give it his all, since escape was impossible. The next second he noticed several dots, and immediately, the demon's blood poured into the air. After all, Zhou remembered another sword from his system. Having spent 1,100 soul points, he summoned it and immediately received 1,000 souls for the kill. He realized that he could only use the sword, as his inventory and the potential of the abyssal tentacles were blocked after entering the rift. After dodging the attack, Zhou checked the control panel. Some functions were blocked, but the system was operational. He realized he needed to boost his base stats and invested 9 points into strength. His level instantly rose to 1 to 2. Now his blade cut through the goblins like butter, bringing 1,000 points for each. He continued to increase his strength and speed, but soon realized his stamina was running low. To remedy this, he immediately increased his spirit from 5 to 10, improving his stamina, and continued to crush his enemies. Then he came to the conclusion that he needed to level up his divine sense to gain information about his opponents. Scolding myself for focusing only on enhancing my potential last time. Whereas in a real fight, every characteristic is critical. Using his divine sensibility, he finally saw the information. It turned out that goblins usually strengthen their fighting intent in a group, but when separated from the pack, they become weaker. Zhou mentally thanked them for such an important lesson, adding that now all these goblins could say goodbye to this world. The scene switched to a room in the academy, where Miss Lin was sitting by the window and asking about the situation with the Golden Radiance Rift. The purple-haired girl appeared and reported that the preparations seemed complete, but then noted with concern that they would have to participate in this. Miss Lin firmly confirmed that there was no retreat. She had to enter the rift and make her contribution, otherwise her competitors would see it as weakness. Her enemies had already begun their actions, and delay threatened to lose her influence. The purple-haired girl reported that 2 days ago, about 10 high-level Aokanaran fighters left their team, but in return, 10 new people joined who, in her opinion, were actually personally loyal to them. Miss Lin noted that Delming was completely dependent on his father's money and would certainly try to buy an advantage, but in terms of actual ability, he did not pose much of a threat to them. When the conversation turned to the other 3 people and their team's success, Violet smiled and said that they were doing a great job and showing great growth. All 4 of them had broken through to B rank, and that girl even cleared a C rank rift all by herself, which was truly a huge achievement. Smiling, Lin expressed confidence that they could not lose this battle, and added that the mission would go even better if Zhou Chang also went there and learned something new. Hearing this, the girl panicked and asked if Zhou Chang would also go to a high-level dungeon, but Lin reassured her that he would remain in a logistics department. Looking out the window, she said thoughtfully that, although his level was very low now, she was sure that in the future he would grow a lot and become a real support for them. Meanwhile, Zhou, having dealt with the crowd of enemies, breathed a sigh of relief and said that it was finally all over. Behind him were the results of his battle, thousands of monsters lying lifeless. The demon noted that the aura of these goblins was completely different from the monsters in ordinary rifts. This place looked like a rift, but seemed like something else. The demon believed the rift to be the work of higher powers. Zhou had no doubt. The monsters here were different, and for each goblin, he consistently received 1,000 points. Such a generous reward only confirmed the uniqueness and value of this anomalous place. When he tried to collect the materials, a system notification came that he could not collect the loot. Zhou attributed this to the fact that the rift was created by the system. Zhou retrieved 6 stones from the monster's safe, earning 600 soul points. He used them to craft equipment, adding 3 to strength and 4 to speed. He smiled as he noted that the stones weren't the best, but they were quite good for boosting his stats. Zhou glanced at the endless forest and realized the palace was still far away, and the mission would drag on. At that moment, a notification arrived, announcing the start of the second task. The hidden mission required only one thing: survive until dawn in this thicket. He rose slowly and said in a tired voice that he had to complete this mission first. While he was deep in thought, an arrow suddenly flew at him from the side. He managed to catch it a few millimeters from his face. Looking ahead, he stated that the battle had already begun, because this time, much smarter and stronger goblins appeared before him, who had already formed their battle formation. Their mood was written all over their faces. The hero noticed that these goblins were of a very different level from those, so this mission did not promise to be easy. He counted among them archers, warriors, and magicians, who clearly maintained battle formation, as if they had fought together for many years. A bead of sweat rolled down Zhou's face. He wondered what was going on, since he had just pumped up his divine sense. But he still couldn't see the level or information about these goblins. This clearly indicated that their level was much higher than that of the previous enemies, but this didn't frighten the hero in the least. A mocking smile played across his face, and he said that this arrangement suited him too, since he had already begun to think that he had reached the maximum of his potential. Realizing that he still had a lot to learn, he announced the start of the battle with the goblin mage, after which all the archers fired their arrows at once. These arrows were very small and strange. They didn't fly in a straight line, but curved and homed in on Zhou, forcing him to think quickly, while running away and dodging them. Realizing that the arrows tracking him were also a combat skill, at that very moment, he felt an attack a millimeter from his cheek, which he was able to detect only thanks to the activation of his perception ability. Immediately dodging the attack and twisting his blade, he realized that some of the goblins knew how to hide, and, disappearing, they could deliver sudden blows, which meant only one thing: they were assassins by profession. Swinging his sword and making a hole, he realized that each of them was of elite level. But before he could collect his thoughts, a goblin warrior appeared behind him with a blade at the ready. Reacting in time, Zhou turned around and faced him blade to blade, thinking to myself that these monsters actually possessed full-fledged combat skills. Yet he thought that their strength was nothing special compared to his current abilities, when suddenly a golden glow began to spread throughout the goblin warrior's body. Suddenly, a colossal pressure fell on Zhou's sword. The goblin warrior dealt a heavy blow, leaving Zhou desperately wondering what was going on. Trying to understand how the enemy's strength could have increased so dramatically, he noticed a goblin mage in the center of the squad of little green bastards, who, with a creepy smile, handed out buffs to all his kin, clearly enjoying the situation and activating the power through his staff. It was at that moment that Zhou's sword broke in half, and he barely managed to escape the goblin warrior's attack, jumping away at the very last second. But he was not given a chance to rest, as a goblin assassin immediately rushed towards him. Zhou immediately summoned his armored hand and miraculously stopped the dagger strike, judging that the speed of this goblin had increased many times, which meant he needs to finish off the mage at all costs first in order to take control of this crazy situation, while simultaneously fending off the assassin's hail of blows with the swings of his hand. Then, raising his free hand into the air, he spent 1,200 points in the system to buy a dagger, and immediately dealt a powerful blow to the goblin, the thought flashing through his mind that usually a heavy sword is very difficult to swing at high speed, so a dagger is perfect here. With a powerful lunge, he knocked the weapon out of the goblin's hands, and then, with incredible force, he threw this dagger, and he flew straight towards the goblin mage. And smashing his magic staff to pieces, the goblin was completely shocked by this, and at the same time, turning in the air, he finally dealt with the goblin assassin. He thought with satisfaction that he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Now the mage would not be able to apply buffs without his staff. Meanwhile, the goblin warrior brought down his blade again, but Zhou dodged the blow with a jump. Without wasting a second, Zhou donated 1,500 points to the system and acquired a huge 2-handed sword, logically reasoning that against a large enemy, a large and heavy weapon would be much more effective. Mentally telling his enemies to prepare for the worst, he brought his blade down with all his might. The goblin warrior was unable to block the crushing blow and was defeated, after which a system notification came. The system reported receiving 4,000 soul points, and Zhou, having barely landed, immediately rushed to attack the crowd of archers and goblins on the other side. Without hesitation, he spent another 1,000 points on buying a shield to deflect arrows flying at him while moving. He rushed forward with all his might towards the monsters, covering himself with his shield from the flying arrows. And the goblin archers themselves did not stop and reloaded their crossbows with lightning speed. Finally, dodging many arrows, he finally approached the magician and was ready to strike. Noticing this, the goblin shield bearers were shocked by such speed. But the main character was already attacking forward with full force with his huge sword. However, these goblins were no slouch either. They put their shields forward, blocking Zhou's powerful blow and saving their mage. But Zhou didn't even think of stopping. He instantly spent 1,500 points, summoned a warhammer. He smashed all their shields to pieces and began to methodically destroy the enemies. Every second he gained thousands of points, leaving behind mountains of goblin corpses. While behind him, there was a goblin mage, scared to death by what he saw. He decided to flee and took off running, but he tripped while running. And the very next second, his life was cut short too. His cage was torn apart by the blade. After all, Zhou bought another blade and threw it at the back of the fleeing target from afar, using the demonic armored arm to boost the throw, which earned him 7,000 soul points. Suddenly, a strange roar was heard in the middle of the forest, and silhouettes of running goblins began to flash everywhere. Zhou, with a rather tired face, turned around at the noise behind him, and discovered that another whole army of monsters had gathered there. But Zhou remained standing, unmoved in the face of yet another army of green bastards. He only spent 100 soul points and bought a stamina potion, and then he drank it down to restore his strength, endurance, and spirit. He wiped his mouth and said that the night promised to be very long, and since they were already going into his hands to level up, he had no intention of retreating. While hundreds of goblins clutched their weapons, ready to attack at any second. Zhou's eyes flashed blue. He smirked and challenged them, saying that he was ready for anything. The scene suddenly changed. It was already morning, and the sun was illuminating the forest landscape. There were signs of battle everywhere. Blades were sticking out of the trees, and also from the bodies of the goblins that the main character defeated. And right in the middle of this chaos, Zhou sat on a throne made of goblin corpses. In a state of utmost peace, the hero's spirit was restored to its maximum, allowing him to catch his breath after a difficult battle. The demon was amazed at Zhou's resilience. He was sure the boy wouldn't survive. He blamed it on the potions and breathing techniques, coldly stating that the fight was over. The system congratulated you on completing the hidden mission and unlocked a new talent called Fog, as well as the spirit enslavement skill. Purple energy emanated from his body. It was revealed that spirit enslavement allows the souls of declared targets to be captured, preserving their abilities and memories, and the host's potential amplifies them. Zhou was surprised to receive a second talent and wondered if this was a second awakening, since the test had previously only shown Apostle. Behemoth explained that there was nothing strange about this, since demonic gods usually endow their powers not with one, but with several at once, so an apostle could have many abilities. The interlocutor added that first these strange goblins, and now also Mist, the demonic god of creation Satosto, is truly unpredictable, but Zhou's strengthening is only to his advantage. The hero suggested that since this power was different from the Abyss, using it would not violate the mission. to which his companion was surprised that he had not used the abyss before. Zhou activated the spirit enslavement skill to test its effect. Immediately, the demon's soul soared into the air due to the main character's new power. The mission didn't register an error, confirming the boy's guess that the new skill didn't contradict its terms. According to the system, the new skill also received a bonus from potential, and Zhou was glad that he had invested a lot of points in this stat, because souls inherit memories. The man demanded that one of the captured souls show him the way to Grilov's palace so he could continue his journey. The scene changed. Unexpectedly for himself, Zhou felt very tired from constantly controlling souls and decided that next time he needed to invest more in the spirit. And finally, the soul of the goblin magician stopped and pointed the protagonist to his goal, that very city. The guy was amazed by the scale of the architecture. A real human city lay before him, whose level of development surpassed anything he had seen among the goblins. He began to wonder about the true power of creation possessed by higher beings. Realizing that he couldn't deal with so many monsters directly, Zhou assumed that the boss was in the central building, and that's where he needed to go. After some time, the main character was already sitting in ambush, and finally a cart with 4 goblins drove up. The spirit of the goblin magician, controlled by the main character, came out to meet them. One of the goblins, seeing him, exclaimed in surprise, addressing him as Mr. Shaman, and asked why he was there. And at that very second, the heads of his partners flew to the floor, monstrous speed. Another goblin screamed in panic, realizing it was an ambush, and the dead goblin shaman also pulled out a dagger, and he finished off his fellow man. That's how it goes. Zhou was relieved to see that his plan had worked. The goblins really didn't see the point. And so the main character, with a smile on his face, drew conclusions, which means the task is significantly simplified. The scene changed abruptly, and in front of the city gates there was already a cart with 2 goblin spirits tamed by the main characters. A disgruntled goblin overseer urged his fellow goblin to hurry, lugging the load, shouting that the king was losing his patience, to which the latter muttered something apologetically in response. An irritated shout made everyone hurry and immediately dragged the luggage inside. The main character was sitting inside. The man mentally noted that the order to the goblins to behave as usual worked perfectly. No one discovered them. Even their conversations sounded natural, which spoke to the incredible usefulness of the skill. Finally, all these carts were wheeled into the throne room. The protagonist had almost reached his destination. Before Zhou appeared Grilov, the Goblin King, whose characteristics and threat level remained a mystery to him. The hero realized that the boss was in front of him, but his sense of perception was still not developed enough to obtain detailed information about him. Immediately, this very main goblin took up his huge weapon, and he threw it forward across the table with luxurious dishes. This weapon flew into the cart with the main character and immediately destroyed it. The main character was in shock and barely managed to dodge. Suddenly, one of the goblins noticed something was wrong and shouted loudly, calling for guards and signaling the intrusion of strangers. And then, a huge goblin warrior pounced on Zhou, his eyes flashing yellow. And he delivered several lightning-fast and deadly blows, but Zhou was able to dodge each one. However, he forgot how demons fight. There were already a couple of green bastards behind him, preparing to attack him from behind. But the main character stopped these attempts by simply cutting all 3 goblins into 2 parts. At this time, behind the main goblin, there were already 2 bodies controlled by the main hero. But they couldn't help Zhou, because the leader cut them down with 1 blow, just like the main character. But he didn't take one thing into account. The main character didn't just stand there and throw his huge sword at him, but the goblin instantly raised his huge axe and blocked the protagonist's sword. Now the battlefield looked like this: a huge flock of monsters with a huge green bastard at the head, and Zhou without a weapon. Grilov, in a rage, lashed out at the insolent boy who dared to enter his palace and promised to tear him to pieces that very day. Zhou was surprised that the monster spoke human language, but quickly pulled himself together, declaring that he did not intend to die here. The man firmly declared that he had come not to die, but to take the life of the Goblin King himself. A troop of dead warriors appeared behind him. Grilov snorted, grinning at the enemy's attempt to use his own subjects against him, and prepared for a serious fight. He immediately pulled his second axe with his strength, almost like a Taurus. And now, the rabid demon goblin boss stood before him in his fighting stance with two axes, his eyes flashing with yellow fire.